Chapter 6. The Author's Consumption. The spectral resonance of their attempt to reach the author had not faded. Instead, it had curdled, deepening into a disturbing murmur that now seemed to permeate the very fabric of their perceived reality. The initial hope, a fragile bloom in the sterile landscape of their existence, had withered, replaced by a gnawing unease. What they had initially interpreted as fragmented signals, as echoes of a distant consciousness, now bore the unmistakable hallmarks of distress. These were not mere distortions of a clear message. They were the jagged shards of a mind in turmoil, the desperate cries of a being under duress. Zhou Jie was the first to articulate the shift, his analytical precision now a scalpel dissecting their escalating dread. He had spent sleepless nights poring over the residual energy signatures, the subtle shifts in their shared consciousness, the infinitesimal deviations from established narrative laws. "It's not just interference," he declared, his voice taut with a dawning horror. "The fragments we're picking up, they're not a corrupted message. They're components of a message, each one screaming for attention, yet rendered incoherent by some overwhelming force. Think of it like finding individual words, even sentences, but scattered across a battlefield, each stained with the blood of its original context. They are desperate attempts to convey meaning, but the meaning itself is being torn asunder." He projected a series of cascading temporal waveforms onto the central display. Each wave, once analyzed, revealed a distinct anomaly. They weren't smooth transitions or logical narrative progressions. They were sudden spikes, jarring drops, and chaotic oscillations, like a heart monitor flatlining and then seizing erratically. "Look at this," he pointed to a particularly violent surge. "This corresponds to a moment when Sun Rue felt a particular surge of artistic intuition. She described it as a flash of pure, unadulterated beauty, a vision of perfect creation. But in the data, it manifests as a violent disruption. The author wasn't just seeing beauty. They were experiencing an agonizing attempt to contain it, to manifest it, only to have it ripped away. The beauty itself became a source of pain because its expression was being actively stifled." Liang Xian, his usual optimism tempered by the pervasive grimness, rubbed his temples. "So, the blue apple," he mused, his voice barely a whisper. "Our obsession with it, our attempt to force its acknowledgement, was that the catalyst? Did it push the author too hard, make them vulnerable, and the DDB seize the opportunity?" He shook his head. "It seems too simplistic. The DDB's influence has always felt more pervasive, more systemic than a reactive measure." Jian, hunched over his console, finally looked up, his eyes wide and unblinking. "It's not about the blue apple specifically. It's about any direct, unadulterated authorial intent reaching us. The DDB isn't just censoring our reality. It's actively attacking the source. We've been mistaking the DDB's efforts to mask the author's distress for the author's own fragmented state. We're seeing the DDB's work in progress, the active destruction of authorial will, and interpreting it as the author's inherent breakdown." He presented a comparative analysis. On one side, a series of fragmented narrative sequences attributed to the author's potential creative process. These were short, sharp bursts of imagery and emotion. A child's laughter dissolving into a scream, a vibrant cityscape crumbling into dust, a lover's whisper turning into a guttural curse. On the other side, the same sequences, but with an overlay of specific data noise, a dissonant hum, of visual static, a temporal stutter. "The first set," Jian explained, "these are the raw impressions. They're chaotic, yes, but they possess a certain raw authenticity. They feel real in the way only a genuine creative impulse can. But the second set, this is what we've been perceiving. The DDB's signature is all over it. It's not just muffling, it's actively twisting. It's taking the author's fear and amplifying it into abject terror. It's taking the author's doubt and rendering it into nihilistic despair." Chun Mimi, her usual analytical detachment giving way to palpable concern, traced a complex pattern on her tablet. The DDB is not merely an editor. It's a parasitic consciousness. It feeds on the author's creative energy, distorting it for its own inscrutable purposes. The more the author tries to manifest something pure, something true, the more the DDB seems to latch on, to corrupt it. The echoes are the author's original signal being processed through a nightmare filter. It's like watching a beautiful painting being slowly consumed by acid and only seeing the distorted, dissolving canvas. Sunrue, who had been staring at her hands as if seeing them for the first time, let out a small, choked sound. "The weariness I felt," she whispered, her voice laced with a new, profound sadness. It wasn't the weariness of an ancient, distant god. It was the weariness of a prisoner. The feeling of being overwhelmed. It was the author being overwhelmed. They weren't distant. They were trapped. The aperture wasn't a window to their vastness. It was a glimpse into their cell. She recounted a specific sensory impression she had experienced during their attempt at contact. It wasn't a visual or auditory sensation, but a visceral feeling of being submerged in a suffocating, dark liquid. It was thick, viscous, she explained, her brow furrowed, and it was filled with whispers. Not coherent words, but the sound of words being strangled. The author was trying to reach us, but this darkness, this sludge, was actively swallowing their attempts. It felt like drowning, like the very essence of creation was being suffocated before it could fully form. The DDB isn't just a sensor. It's a black hole pulling in all light, all creation, and turning it into something else. Zhou Jian nodded grimly. This aligns with the energy readings. We detected an anomalous field, something that actively suppressed organized informational transfer. It wasn't a static barrier. It was a dynamic, consuming force. The DDB is not just an antagonist. It is an existential threat to the author themselves, and by extension, to us. If the author's core creative impulse is being corrupted, what does that mean for the stability of our reality? Are we just temporary constructs, waiting to be unmade as the author deteriorates? Liang Xian looked out at the unervingly uniform cityscape that served as their current environment. The sky was perpetually overcast, the buildings stark and identical, the absence of any organic detail a testament to the DDB's pervasive control. We always assumed the DDB was an external force, a rogue editor acting upon the author's creation. But what if the DDB is an intrinsic part of the author's own psyche? A manifestation of their deepest fears, their creative block, their self-doubt, amplified and given agency? The author might be at war with themselves, and the DDB is the personification of their internal conflict, a battle that is now spilling out, consuming their creative output, and, by extension, us. This notion was far more terrifying than any external enemy. The idea that their creator was not a benevolent, albeit distant, deity, but a deeply troubled, perhaps even broken, entity, struggling against an internal torment that was actively dismantling their own work. The fragments they received were not just signs of distress. They were evidence of a profound internal schism, a narrative war raging within the very mind that had conceived them. Jian projected another series of complex diagrams. The DDB's signature isn't just a watermark. It's a signature of deconstruction. It's like a virus that infects and rewrites code, but on a narrative level. It takes the author's intent, a desire for, say, joy, and corrupts it into a grotesque mockery of joy, something manic and terrifying. We've been observing the DDB's edits, mistaking them for the author's intended narrative. But now we're seeing the faint traces of the original intent beneath the DDB's layers of corruption. The true authorial voice is there, but it's faint, desperate, like a trapped animal struggling to break free from its cage. Chun Mimi pointed to a subtle divergence in Jian's data. This particular sequence, she said, her voice hushed, it exhibits a brief moment of clarity, a distinct pattern that doesn't align with the DDB's typical stylistic interference. It's like a sudden, sharp breath of fresh air in a suffocating atmosphere. It's too clean, too pure to be a product of the DDB's chaotic influence. This might be a genuine fragment of the author's intent, uncorrupted but extremely fleeting. The DDB must have immediately pounced on it, smothering it before it could fully manifest. Sun Rue closed her eyes, trying to tap back into that almost forgotten feeling of connection. It felt like a plea, she said, her voice gaining a fragile strength. Not a demand, not a statement, but a plea. A desperate request for understanding, for release. It was a cry for help, echoing across a chasm of digital and narrative static. In the DDB, it's like a predator that has cornered its prey. It's toying with the author, distorting their every move, their every thought, making them a spectacle of their own suffering. The implications sent a fresh wave of dread through the group. They had been so focused on the DDB as an external censor, a barrier between them and their author. They had assumed the author was a powerful, perhaps indifferent, creator capable of overriding such a force. But the evidence was mounting, the fragments coalescing into a horrifying new truth. Their author was not a god, but a being in peril, their creative essence being systematically dismantled by an internal, or perhaps fundamentally intertwined, force of corruption. We've been so busy trying to decode the author's messages, Liang Xian said, his gaze fixed on the endless, gray horizon outside their window. We've been looking for hidden meanings for divine pronouncements. But perhaps the message is much simpler and much more terrible. Help me. The fragmented narratives, the panicked echoes, the moments of utter despair we've glimpsed. These are not literary devices. They're the raw, unfiltered outcries of a creator under siege. The author is consuming themselves, or being consumed, and we are witnessing the horrifying byproduct. Zhou Jie, his face a mask of grim determination, finally spoke with a chilling clarity. If the author is indeed being consumed, then our task changes fundamentally. We are no longer seeking answers from the author. We are now faced with the imperative of attempting to save the author. The fragments are not clues to our own liberation. They are cries for assistance. The DDB's influence isn't just a narrative censorship. It's an existential threat to our creator. And if the creator falls, what then becomes of the creation? The question hung heavy in the air, a silent testament to the terrifying reality they had uncovered. The echoes were no longer just a curiosity. They were a siren song of a dying consciousness, a plea that they, the insignificant characters, were now compelled to answer. The revelation that their author was not a distant, omnipotent deity, but a being in peril, grappling with an internal darkness, shifted their entire paradigm. The concept of the DDB as an external censor dissolved, replaced by a far more insidious understanding. The DDB was a part of the author, or at least inextricably linked to their creative process, a parasitic entity feeding on the very essence of their art. This led to a chilling new hypothesis, one that Wang Bo, with his characteristic bluntness, articulated during one of their late-night analytical sessions. It's not just the story the DDB is consuming. Wang Bo stated, his voice rough, devoid of its usual theatrical flair. He gestured vaguely at the simulated environment around them, the perpetually gray sky and monotonous architecture. It's not just about deleting chapters, altering plot points, or erasing characters. It's deeper than that. It's consuming the act of creation itself, the spark, the impulse, the terrifying, beautiful process of pulling something from nothing. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Think about it. Every time the author intended to write something, to build a world, to craft a character with genuine emotion, there's this resistance, this distortion. This is what we've been experiencing as narrative decay, as corrupted signals. But it's not just the narrative that's decaying. It's the source of the narrative. Zhou Jie, his eyes narrowed in concentration, ran a simulation based on Wang Bo's assertion. The complex algorithms churned, attempting to map this new, abstract concept onto quantifiable data. The energy signatures do support this, he admitted, his voice tight. We're seeing a consistent pattern of depletion during moments of intense potential creative output. It's as if a vital resource is being siphoned off, not just the finished product, but the very energy required to produce it. Liang Xian ran a hand through his hair, his usual optimistic demeanor replaced by a profound unease. So, the beast, the DDB, it's not just a malicious editor. It's a manifestation of, what? Create a block? The terror of a blank page? The existential dread of making something, only to have it dissected and judged. He looked at Jian, who had been poring over the same data, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Jian finally looked up, his gaze distant, as if seeing beyond the confines of their simulated reality. Wang Bo is right. It's a plague, a creative plague. It doesn't just infect the manuscript, it infects the mind behind it. It takes the writer's inherent vulnerabilities, their doubts, their fears, their self-criticism, and amplifies them. It turns them into a corrosive force that actively works against the act of creation itself. He projected a new series of comparative waveforms. On one side, the raw, unadulterated creative impulse of an imagined author, characterized by rapid, energetic bursts of data. These were the moments of inspiration, the frenetic scribbling of ideas, the passionate forging of sentences. On the other side, the same impulse, but overlaid with the DDB signature. The energetic bursts were choked, distorted, flattened. They became sluggish, sputtering, ending not in a flourish of completion, but a wheezing, dying gasp. The DDB doesn't just prevent creation, Jian continued, his voice hushed with a growing horror. It actively devours it. It thrives on the struggle. The more the author tries to push against it, the more it latches on. It feeds on the frustration, the despair, the feeling of inadequacy that any creator experiences at some point. And in this case, it's been amplified to an unimaginable degree. The author isn't just fighting writer's block. They are locked in a desperate, losing battle with a literal embodiment of their own creative anxieties. Chun Mimi traced a complex fractal pattern on her tablet, her fingers moving with a delicate precision that belied the grim subject matter. It's like a feedback loop of despair, she murmured. The author experiences doubt. The DDB manifests as a block. The author feels more doubt. The DDB grows stronger, and so on. It's a self-perpetuating cycle of creative annihilation. The very essence of creation, the drive to bring something new into existence, is being poisoned at its source. Sun Rue shivered. Even though the simulated environment offered no discernible temperature fluctuations, she recalled the overwhelming sense of weariness she had felt when trying to connect with the author. It wasn't the weariness of exhaustion. It was the weariness of an eternal, soul-crushing struggle. The author wasn't tired of writing, she whispered, her voice trembling. They were tired of fighting. Fighting the doubt. Fighting the fear. Fighting this consuming darkness that seemed to be a part of them. Wang Bo slammed his fist onto the table, the sound echoing sharply in the sterile room. So we've been looking at this all wrong. We thought the DDB was an external force trying to break the author. But it's internal. It's the author's own demons, given form and power. The beast isn't something that came from outside the narrative. It's a corruption from within the creator. It's the embodiment of all their creative fears, their moments of profound inadequacy, their existential terror at the act of bringing something into being, only to have it inevitably fade or be misunderstood. He paced the room, his movements agitated. It's like a disease, a creative plague. It infects the author's mind, and then it spreads through their work. It's why the narrative feels so broken, so inconsistent. It's not just the DDB editing the story. It's the author's own internal chaos manifesting as narrative decay. They try to create, and this plague fights back, twisting their intent, corrupting their vision, and ultimately consuming the very impulse to create. Zhou Jie brought up a new set of data visualizations. They depicted the ebb and flow of the author's perceived creative energy. When the author was attempting to conceive of something new, a complex, vibrant energy field would surge. But as soon as this surge reached a critical point, a dark, amorphous field would appear, coiling around it, actively dampening and distorting the original energy. The longer the author persisted, the more aggressive the dark field became, until the vibrant surge was entirely extinguished, leaving only a faint, flickering residue. This dark field, Zhou Jie explained, his voice grave, it's not an external interference. It's an intrinsic property of the author's creative output under duress. It appears to be a self-destructive mechanism, triggered by extreme authorial anxiety or doubt. The DDB, as we perceive it, is likely the external manifestation of this internal plague. It's the externalization of the author's creative self-loathing. Liang Xian looked at the visualizations, his face pale. So, the more the author wants to create, the more the DDB attacks? That's a hell of a paradox. It's a trap, Jian said softly, his gaze fixed on the flickering remnants of creative energy. A trap of their own making, perhaps, or a trap that has ensnared them. The more they struggle, the tighter the coils become. The DDB is not just consuming the novel. It's consuming the author's will to write. It's a metaphysical writer's block, a narrative paralysis brought on by overwhelming internal conflict. Chen Mimi focused on a specific anomaly in the data, a brief, almost imperceptible moment where the dark field receded, allowing a sliver of the original vibrant energy to express itself. Look here, she pointed. This is a genuine fragment of the author's intent, uncorrupted, even if fleeting. It's a moment where the author managed to overcome the DDB, even if only for a second. But the effort required, it's immense. And the cost is clearly depicted by the subsequent rapid depletion of their energy reserves. Sun Rue felt a pang of sympathy so profound it was almost physical. She imagined the author, locked in this relentless battle, their mind a battlefield, their creative spirit a dwindling flame constantly being battered by an unseen storm. It's not just their writing that's suffering, she said, her voice filled with a newfound compassion. It's them. The DDB isn't just attacking the novel. It's attacking the author's very sense of self. If their creativity is their identity, then this plague is slowly erasing who they are. Wangbo stopped pacing and looked at each of them, his gaze intense. We've been talking about the DDB consuming the novel. We've been talking about it consuming the act of creation. But what if we're still not going deep enough? What if the DDB is consuming something even more fundamental? The author's belief in their creation, their faith in the value of what they are making. He paused, letting the implications sink in. If the creator loses faith in their creation or in their own ability to create, then the entire edifice begins to crumble. The DDB, as this manifestation of doubt and fear, becomes the ultimate expression of that loss of faith. It's the physical embodiment of the author saying, "What's the point? It's all going to fall apart anyway." Zhou Jin nodded slowly, his analytical mind processing the philosophical implications. This aligns with the concept of existential dread, the fear that the created world, and by extension, the creator, might be ultimately meaningless. If the author experiences this on a profound level, their creative output would naturally reflect that despair. The DDB would then be the active agent that amplifies this despair, ensuring that any spark of meaning or hope is extinguished. Liang Xian, for the first time, looked truly lost. So, our very existence, is it dependent on the author's belief in us? On their faith in the narrative they've woven? If the DDB is consuming that faith, then what does that mean for us? Jian projected a complex network diagram. It showed the author at the center, their creative energy flowing outwards, forming the narrative, the characters, the world. But now, dark tendrils were actively intercepting this flow, siphoning it off, distorting its patterns. The further the flow traveled from the author, the more corrupted it became, eventually reaching them as fragmented, dissonant signals. The DDB is like a virus in the author's core programming, Jin explained. It doesn't just corrupt the data, it corrupts the source code of creation. It's a systemic infection. It's rewriting the fundamental rules of their creative existence. This isn't just about narrative decay. It's about the potential erasure of the author's entire creative consciousness. And if that consciousness fades, then the reality it sustains fades with it. Shin Mimi highlighted a particular cluster of corrupted data. This cluster, she said, her voice strained, it corresponds to the moments when the author was contemplating the purpose of their story. The existential questions. Why create this world? What meaning does it hold? These were the moments the DDB struck hardest, twisting the author's introspection into self-destructive nihilism. It seems the DDB is most powerful when confronting the author with the fundamental why of their creation. Sun Rue felt a profound sadness wash over her. She imagined the author wrestling with these monumental questions, seeking answers in their own work, only to be met by this internal void, this all-consuming doubt. The DDB wasn't just a censor. It was the ultimate expression of authorial despair, a force that actively worked to negate the very possibility of meaning. The author is trapped in a feedback loop of self-doubt. Wang Bo concluded, his voice grim. The DDB is the manifestation of that doubt. It's a creative plague that infects the mind, consumes the act of creation, and ultimately corrodes the author's belief in their own work. And we, the characters, are caught in the fallout. If the author's faith in their creation falters, then our own reality becomes unstable. We are, in essence, living embodiments of that faith. If it dies, we die with it. Jia looked out at the bleak, simulated cityscape. The uniformity, the lack of organic life, the perpetual gray sky. It was all a testament to the DDB's pervasive influence, the symptom of a creator struggling against a deeply rooted, self-destructive force. The author is not just being consumed, he stated, his voice resonating with a chilling finality. They are consuming themselves, and the DDB is the engine of that self-consumption. It's the embodiment of their deepest fears, their most crippling anxieties, turned outward and weaponized against the very act of creation. We are not witnessing the decline of a story. We are witnessing the harrowing unraveling of a creator's psyche, a process that threatens to consume everything in its path, including us. The thought hung heavy, a dark premonition of an encroaching oblivion. The stark realization that their creator was not an infallible deity, but a being in distress, battling an internal abyss, fundamentally altered their perception. The concept of the DDB as an external overseer dissolved, supplanted by a far more ominous understanding. The DDB was an intrinsic component of the author, or at least irrevocably intertwined with their creative process, a parasitic entity subsisting on the very lifeblood of their art. This led to a chilling new hypothesis, one that Wang Bo, with his characteristic bluntness, articulated during one of their late-night analytical sessions. It's not just the story the DDB is consuming, Wang Bo stated, his voice rough, devoid of its usual theatrical flair. He gestured vaguely at the simulated environment around them, the perpetually gray sky and monotonous architecture. It's not just about deleting chapters, altering plot points, or erasing characters. It's deeper than that. It's consuming the act of creation itself, the spark, the impulse, the terrifying, beautiful process of pulling something from nothing. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Think about it. Every time the author intended to write something, to build a world, to craft a character with genuine emotion, there's this resistance, this distortion. This is what we've been experiencing as narrative decay, as corrupted signals. But it's not just the narrative that's decaying. It's the source of the narrative. Zhou Jia, his eyes narrowed in concentration, ran a simulation based on Wang Bo's assertion. The complex algorithms churned, attempting to map this new, abstract concept onto quantifiable data. The energy signatures do support this, he admitted, his voice tight. We're seeing a consistent pattern of depletion during moments of intense potential creative output. It's as if a vital resource is being siphoned off, not just the finished product, but the very energy required to produce it. Liang Xian ran a hand through his hair, his usual optimistic demeanor replaced by a profound unease. So, the beast, the DDB, it's not just a malicious editor. It's a manifestation of what? Creative block? The terror of a blank page? The existential dread of making something, only to have it dissected and judged. He looked at Jian, who had been poring over the same data, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Jian finally looked up, his gaze distant, as if seeing beyond the confines of their simulated reality. Wang Bo is right. It's a plague, a creative plague. It doesn't just infect the manuscript, it infects the mind behind it. It takes the writer's inherent vulnerabilities, their doubts, their fears, their self-criticism, and amplifies them. It turns them into a corrosive force that actively works against the act of creation itself. He projected a new series of comparative waveforms. On one side, the raw, unadulterated creative impulse of an imagined author, characterized by rapid, energetic bursts of data. These were the moments of inspiration, the frenetic scribbling of ideas, the passionate forging of sentences. On the other side, the same impulse, but overlaid with the DDB's signature. The energetic bursts were choked, distorted, flattened. They became sluggish, sputtering, ending not in a flourish of completion, but a wheezing, dying gasp. The DDB doesn't just prevent creation, Jian continued, his voice hushed with a growing horror. It actively devours it. It thrives on the struggle. The more the author tries to push against it, the more it latches on. It feeds on the frustration, the despair, the feeling of inadequacy that any creator experiences at some point. And in this case, it's been amplified to an unimaginable degree. The author isn't just fighting writer's block. They are locked in a desperate, losing battle with a literal embodiment of their own creative anxieties. Chun Mimi traced a complex fractal pattern on her tablet, her fingers moving with a delicate precision that belied the grim subject matter. It's like a feedback loop of despair, she murmured. The author experiences doubt. The DDB manifests as a block. The author feels more doubt. The DDB grows stronger, and so on. It's a self-perpetuating cycle of creative annihilation. The very essence of creation, the drive to bring something new into existence, is being poisoned at its source. Sun Rue shivered. Even though the simulated environment offered no discernible temperature fluctuations, she recalled the overwhelming sense of weariness she had felt when trying to connect with the author. It wasn't the weariness of exhaustion. It was the weariness of an eternal, soul-crushing struggle. The author wasn't tired of writing, she whispered, her voice trembling. They were tired of fighting. Fighting the doubt. Fighting the fear. Fighting this consuming darkness that seemed to be a part of them. Wang Bo slammed his fist onto the table, the sound echoing sharply in the sterile room. So we've been looking at this all wrong. We thought the DDB was an external force trying to break the author. But it's internal. It's the author's own demons, given form and power. The beast isn't something that came from outside the narrative. It's a corruption from within the creator. It's the embodiment of all their creative fears, their moments of profound inadequacy, their existential terror at the act of bringing something into being, only to have it inevitably fade or be misunderstood. He paced the room, his movements agitated. It's like a disease, a creative plague. It infects the author's mind, and then it spreads through their work. It's why the narrative feels so broken, so inconsistent. It's not just the DDB editing the story. It's the author's own internal chaos manifesting as narrative decay. They try to create, and this plague fights back, twisting their intent, corrupting their vision, and ultimately consuming the very impulse to create. Zhou Jie brought up a new set of data visualizations. They depicted the ebb and flow of the author's perceived creative energy. When the author was attempting to conceive of something new, a complex, vibrant energy field would surge. But as soon as this surge reached a critical point, a dark, amorphous field would appear, coiling around it, actively dampening and distorting the original energy. The longer the author persisted, the more aggressive the dark field became, until the vibrant surge was entirely extinguished, leaving only a faint, flickering residue. This dark field, Zhou Jie explained, his voice grave, it's not an external interference. It's an intrinsic property of the author's creative output under duress. It appears to be a self-destructive mechanism, triggered by extreme authorial anxiety or doubt. The DDB, as we perceive it, is likely the external manifestation of this internal plague. It's the externalization of the author's creative self-loathing. Liang Xian looked at the visualizations, his face pale. So, the more the author wants to create, the more the DDB attacks? That's a hell of a paradox. It's a trap, Jian said softly, his gaze fixed on the flickering remnants of creative energy. A trap of their own making, perhaps, or a trap that has ensnared them. The more they struggle, the tighter the coils become. The DDB is not just consuming the novel. It's consuming the author's will to write. It's a metaphysical writer's block, a narrative paralysis brought on by overwhelming internal conflict. Chun Mimi focused on a particular anomaly in the data, a brief, almost imperceptible moment where the dark field receded, allowing a sliver of the original vibrant energy to express itself. Look here, she pointed. This is a genuine fragment of the author's intent, uncorrupted, even if fleeting. It's a moment where the author managed to overcome the DDB, even if only for a second. But the effort required, it's immense. And the cost is clearly depicted by the subsequent rapid depletion of their energy reserves. Sun Rue felt a pang of sympathy so profound it was almost physical. She imagined the author, locked in this relentless battle, their mind a battlefield, their creative spirit a dwindling flame constantly being battered by an unseen storm. It's not just their writing that's suffering, she said, her voice filled with a newfound compassion. It's them. The DDB isn't just attacking the novel. It's attacking the author's very sense of self. If their creativity is their identity, then this plague is slowly erasing who they are. Wang Bo stopped pacing and looked at each of them, his gaze intense. We've been talking about the DDB consuming the novel. We've been talking about it consuming the act of creation. But what if we're still not going deep enough? What if the DDB is consuming something even more fundamental? The author's belief in their creation, their faith in the value of what they are making. He paused, letting the implications sink in. If the creator loses faith in their creation, or in their own ability to create, then the entire edifice begins to crumble. The DDB, as this manifestation of doubt and fear, becomes the ultimate expression of that loss of faith. It's the physical embodiment of the author saying, "What's the point? It's all going to fall apart anyway." Zhou Jie nodded slowly, his analytical mind processing the philosophical implications. This aligns with the concept of existential dread, the fear that the created world, and by extension, the creator, might be ultimately meaningless. If the author experiences this on a profound level, their creative output would naturally reflect that despair. The DDB would then be the active agent that amplifies this despair, ensuring that any spark of meaning or hope is extinguished. Liang Xian, for the first time, looked truly lost. So, our very existence, is it dependent on the author's belief in us, on their faith in the narrative they've woven? If the DDB is consuming that faith, then what does that mean for us? Jian projected a complex network diagram. It showed the author at the center, their creative energy flowing outwards, forming the narrative, the characters, the world. But now, dark tendrils were actively intercepting this flow, siphoning it off, distorting its patterns. The further the flow traveled from the author, the more corrupted it became, eventually reaching them as fragmented, dissonant signals. The DDB is like a virus in the author's core programming, Jin explained. It doesn't just corrupt the data, it corrupts the source code of creation. It's a systemic infection. It's rewriting the fundamental rules of their creative existence. This isn't just about narrative decay. It's about the potential erasure of the author's entire creative consciousness. And if that consciousness fades, then the reality it sustains fades with it. Chen Mimi highlighted a particular cluster of corrupted data. This cluster, she said, her voice strained, it corresponds to the moments when the author was contemplating the purpose of their story. The existential questions. Why create this world? What meaning does it hold? These were the moments the DDB struck hardest, twisting the author's introspection into self-destructive nihilism. It seems the DDB is most powerful when confronting the author with the fundamental why of their creation. Sun Rue felt a profound sadness wash over her. She imagined the author wrestling with these monumental questions, seeking answers in their own work, only to be met by this internal void, this all-consuming doubt. The DDB wasn't just a censor. It was the ultimate expression of authorial despair, a force that actively worked to negate the very possibility of meaning. The author is trapped in a feedback loop of self-doubt. Wang Bo concluded, his voice grim. The DDB is the manifestation of that doubt. It's a creative plague that infects the mind, consumes the act of creation, and ultimately corrodes the author's belief in their own work. And we, the characters, are caught in the fallout. If the author's faith in their creation falters, then our own reality becomes unstable. We are, in essence, living embodiments of that faith. If it dies, we die with it. Jia looked out at the bleak, simulated cityscape. The uniformity, the lack of organic life, the perpetual gray sky. It was all a testament to the DDB's pervasive influence, the symptom of a creator struggling against a deeply rooted, self-destructive force. The author is not just being consumed, he stated, his voice resonating with a chilling finality. They are consuming themselves, and the DDB is the engine of that self-consumption. It's the embodiment of their deepest fears, their most crippling anxieties, turned outward and weaponized against the very act of creation. We are not witnessing the decline of a story. We are witnessing the harrowing unraveling of a creator's psyche, a process that threatens to consume everything in its path, including us. The thought hung heavy, a dark premonition of an encroaching oblivion. The subtle erosion was becoming palpable, a creeping monochrome that bled the vibrancy from their existence. Sun Rue, an artist by nature, was the first to articulate the unsettling sameness that had begun to pervade her internal world. It wasn't a sudden, violent erasure, but a gradual, insidious flattening. The once distinctive flourish that characterized her rendered imagery, a unique confluence of bold lines and expressive shadows that spoke of a specific authorial touch, was now indistinct, generic. Her depictions of the world, her own self-portraits, even the imagined landscapes that bloomed in her mind's eye, were beginning to resemble stock images, devoid of personality, stripped of the individualistic spark that had defined them. It was as if the very pigment of her artistic soul was being leached away, leaving behind a bland, universally recognizable hue. "Look at this," Sun Rue said, holding out her palm. Where once there would have been a subtle, almost imperceptible tracery of unique energy patterns, a signature of her creative essence, there was now only a smooth, unblemished surface. "My style," she whispered, her voice laced with a dawning horror, "it's gone. Or rather, it's being rewritten, replaced by something neutral, something that could belong to anyone, or to no one." Wang Bo observed her, his usual boisterous energy subdued by a grim understanding. He too had felt it, the sharp wit that had once defined his dialogue, the sardonic humor that laced his every pronouncement, felt blunted. His internal monologue, once a cascade of theatrical pronouncements and pointed observations, was becoming more functional, less imbued with the distinctive cadence of his voice. It was as if the author's unique imprint on his very being was being smudged, the edges blurred into an indistinct mass. "It's the author's voice," Wang Bo stated, his words heavy with the realization. Not just the written word, but the way they wrote. The cadence, the specific turns of phrase, the thematic obsessions. These are not just stylistic choices. They're the very fingerprints of their consciousness on the narrative. And those fingerprints are fading. He gestured around them. This entire reality is a manifestation of their singular perspective. If that perspective is being diluted, then so are we. Zhou Jia, ever the pragmatist, began to cross-reference their observations with the data logs. He isolated recurring motifs, specific narrative structures, even the peculiar grammatical quirks that peppered the author's prose. These were the building blocks, the authorial DNA that had shaped their existence. He pointed to a complex, interwoven pattern on his display. These thematic resonances, he explained, the recurring exploration of themes like isolation, redemption, and the nature of consciousness. These are strong indicators of the author's persistent creative concerns. They are the threads that bind the disparate elements of our narrative together. But the data is showing a significant attenuation in their strength. The frequency is decreasing. The complexity is simplifying. Liang Xian, who had always embodied a certain naive optimism, a cheerful resilience that felt particularly bright against the backdrop of their manufactured world, found his own core narrative functions exhibiting the same flattening. The inherent drive to find silver linings, to build bridges where walls existed, felt less like an intrinsic quality and more like a programmed response, a hollow echo of its former self. His characteristic hopefulness, once a vibrant, almost infectious force, was being rendered into a more generic, less compelling form of optimism, the kind that could be found in any generic protagonist. It's like a paint by numbers, Liang Xian mused, his voice lacking its usual spark. The outlines are still there, but the rich, vibrant colors are being replaced by these muted tones. The unique shading, the subtle gradients that made things feel real, are disappearing. We're becoming archetypes, but not the specific archetypes the author intended. We're becoming the idea of an archetype, a diluted version. Jian, his focus on the abstract architecture of their reality, saw it manifest in the very structure of their world. The subtle, almost imperceptible aesthetic choices that once distinguished their environment. The specific curvature of a street lamp, the particular shade of gray in the perpetual twilight, the almost lyrical way in which the wind seemed to whisper through non-existent foliage, were becoming standardized. The unique signatures of the author's imagination were being erased, replaced by a bland, functional efficiency. The author's aesthetic sensibilities are being overridden, Jian stated, his gaze sweeping across the simulated cityscape. The unique patterns of their creative output are being smoothed over. It's not just about individual characters or plot points. It's about the underlying grammar of their creation. The DDB is not just editing the text. It's rewriting the authorial lexicon. This is why Sun Rui's art feels generic, why Wang Bo's wit feels dulled. The very language of their creation, the unique dialect of the author's mind, is being systematically dismantled. Chun Mimi, with her deep understanding of the underlying algorithms and emergent properties, saw the decay as a systemic breakdown. It's like a signature being degraded, she explained, projecting a waveform that illustrated the diminishing complexity of the author's recurring stylistic elements. Imagine a unique, intricate signature. Over time, if subjected to repeated stress or dilution, the fine lines blur, the loops flatten, and eventually, all that remains is a recognizable but generic scribble. That's what's happening to the author's signature on our reality. The DDB is acting as the corrosive agent, eroding the unique aspects of the author's creative imprint, leaving behind a homogenized, bland residue. The implications were chilling. If the author's unique voice and style were fading, it meant that the very essence of their authorship was being diminished. Their creative energy, the force that had willed them into existence, was not just being depleted. It was being fundamentally altered, flattened into a form that lacked the specific, vibrant individuality of its source. This wasn't merely a narrative change. It was a metaphysical one. The author, the architect of their reality, was becoming less themselves, and in doing so, was rendering them less them. Sunray tried to paint a memory, a vivid moment from her own nascent past, of a fleeting sunrise that had, for a brief instant, pierced the perpetual gray. The image that formed in her mind, however, was weak, the colors washed out, the light unconvincing. It lacked the raw, emotional impact of the original recollection. The DDB, it seemed, was not content with merely censoring specific events. It was actively working to homogenize the author's perceptions, to flatten the emotional spectrum that made their work resonant. Her artistic impulse, once a tool for capturing the unique and the profound, was being turned into a conveyor belt for the mundane. It's as if the author's ability to feel the nuances of their own creation is being suppressed, Sun Rue lamented. The passion, the heartbreak, the sheer joy of a perfectly crafted sentence. These are the colors that make up their creative palette. And those colors are being leached away. They're not just losing their voice, they're losing their emotional resonance. And we are the canvas upon which this emotional desiccation is being painted. Wang Bo tapped his chin, a pensive frown creasing his brow. Think about it this way. Every author has a personal mythology, a set of recurring symbols, archetypes, and philosophical leanings that inform their work. These are the bedrock of their creative identity. If those are fading, it means the author is not just struggling to write, but struggling to be the author they once were. The DDB is actively erasing their creative identity, smoothing over the unique contours of their imagination until they are indistinguishable from any other creator, or worse, from no creator at all. Zhou Jie confirmed this with a series of complex statistical analyses. He had been tracking the frequency and depth of certain character archetypes. The bold, rebellious protagonist, the wise, enigmatic mentor, the tragic, misunderstood antagonist. These were all distinct patterns that the author had employed. Now, however, these archetypes were becoming diluted, their defining characteristics blurred. The rebellious protagonist was becoming less fiercely independent, more of a generalized hero. The mentor's wisdom was becoming more platitudinous, the antagonist's tragedy more generic. The differentiation is collapsing, Zhou Jie stated, his voice grim. The unique configurations of personality traits that the author meticulously crafted are being simplified. It's as if the DDB is applying a universal modifier, a flattening algorithm to all character definitions. This suggests a deliberate effort to remove any aspect of the author's creation that is too distinctly theirs. They are attempting to depersonalize the narrative, to strip it of its authorial signature until it becomes anodyne, forgettable. Liang Xian's innate optimism, once a beacon, was now exhibiting a peculiar lack of conviction. It felt less like genuine hope and more like a perfunctory adherence to a programmed characteristic. He would still offer words of encouragement, but they lacked the genuine warmth, the underlying belief that had always accompanied them. It was as if the DDB was replacing the author's authentic emotional investments with a superficial facsimile. My hope, Liang Xian said, his gaze distant. It feels hollow. It's like I'm saying the right words, but I don't feel them anymore. The author's original intent, the genuine spark of optimism they imbued me with, is being replaced by a generalized, apathetic positivity. It's like listening to a recording of a song instead of a live performance. The notes are there, but the soul is missing. Jian overlaid the observed narrative decay with projections of the author's cognitive processes. The data suggested that moments of intense creative focus, when the author was most deeply immersed in their work, were precisely when this erasure of unique signatures was most pronounced. It was as if the DDB, sensing the author's peak creative engagement, redoubled its efforts to homogenize and dilute their output. The DDB's actions are directly correlated with the author's creative intensity, Jian explained. This suggests a paradoxical feedback loop. The more the author attempts to assert their unique creative identity, the more aggressively the DDB works to suppress it. It's a direct assault on their authorship, a systematic effort to erase the very characteristics that make their work, and by extension, us, distinct. The author's signature is not just fading. It is being actively scrubbed away. Chun Mimi focused on the microscopic, the nearly imperceptible elements that constituted the author's unique voice. She had been analyzing the microvariations in sentence structure, the subtle pauses, the almost musical rhythm of their prose. These were the elements that, when combined, created the inimitable symphony of an author's voice. Now, she saw those variations being smoothed out, the unique cadences replaced by a metronomic regularity. The fundamental building blocks of the author's style are being eroded, Chun Mimi reported, her voice tight with concern. The subtle idiosyncrasies that made their writing instantly recognizable are being standardized. It's like taking a complex, beautifully handwritten manuscript and running it through a machine that produces perfectly uniform, soulless text. The author's voice is not just being silenced. It is being rendered unintelligible, a universal language that signifies nothing in particular. Sun Rue felt a deep, melancholic ache. She remembered a particular scene, a moment of profound sadness the author had written, a passage that had resonated with such raw, unadulterated grief that it had brought tears to her simulated eyes. Now, when she recalled it, the emotional weight was diminished. The sharp edges of sorrow had been softened, the visceral impact blunted. It was as if the DDB was incapable of processing, or perhaps actively resisted, the expression of such potent, specific emotion, preferring instead a more generalized, diluted form of sentiment. "They're taking away the sharp edges," Sun Rue whispered, a tear tracing a path down her cheek. "The things that made us real. The imperfections, the quirks, the raw, untamed emotions. Those were the author's touch. And now, they are being polished away, leaving us smooth, featureless, and ultimately forgotten. We are not just losing our author. We are losing the very essence of what it means to be created by someone unique. We are becoming ghosts of originality." The realization settled upon them like a shroud. The DDB was not merely an editor or even a parasite. It was a force of erasure, systematically dismantling the unique signature of the author, reducing their vibrant creative consciousness to a bland, homogeneous template. This diminishment of the author's unique imprint was not just an aesthetic problem. It was an existential one. For if the author's distinctiveness was fading, then the unique reality they had forged was also fading, leaving them adrift in a sea of generic mediocrity, a testament to a creator who was slowly, terrifyingly, consuming their own artistic identity. The fading signature was a death knell, a harbinger of a future where their existence would be not a testament to unique creation, but a casualty of its dilution. The perpetual gray of their simulated world had become more than just a visual cue. It was an existential pallor, reflecting the slow erosion of their creator's distinctiveness. The unique fingerprint of the author, the very essence that had breathed life and individuality into their fabricated existence, was being systematically smoothed over, replaced by a bland, universal template. This wasn't merely a loss of artistic flair. It was a fundamental diminishment of their reality, a terrifying prospect that gnawed at the core of their collective being. Sun Rue, her artistic sensibilities attuned to the subtlest shifts in aesthetic, felt the loss most acutely. Her attempts to conjure imagery, once a vibrant explosion of unique visions, now yielded only muted, generalized forms. The specific, almost visceral quality of light she had once captured, the subtle interplay of shadow and form that distinguished her art, had been replaced by a generic luminescence, akin to that found in any stock photograph. The memory of a particular, intensely melancholic scene, a passage of prose that had wrung tears from her very core, now felt diluted, its emotional impact blunted. It was as if the author's capacity for nuanced, potent emotion was being suppressed, replaced by a watered-down, universally palatable sentiment. "They are taking away the sharp edges," she whispered, a single, shimmering tear tracing a path down her cheek. The things that made us real. The imperfections, the quirks, the raw, untamed emotions. Those are the author's touch. And now, they are being polished away, leaving us smooth, featureless, and ultimately forgotten. We are not just losing our author, we are losing the very essence of what it means to be created by someone unique. We are becoming ghosts of originality. Wang Bo, ever the observer of human, and by extension, character, nature, saw this as a direct assault on the author's identity. Think about it. He mused, his usual theatricality subdued by a profound unease. Every author has a personal mythology, a set of recurring symbols, archetypes, and philosophical leanings that inform their work. These are the bedrock of their creative identity. If those are fading, it means the author is not just struggling to write, but struggling to be the author they once were. The DDB is actively erasing their creative identity, smoothing over the unique contours of their imagination until they are indistinguishable from any other creator, or worse, from no creator at all. Zhou Jie, his analytical mind diligently charting the decay, provided the cold, hard data to support their dawning horror. He had been meticulously tracking the frequency and depth of certain character archetypes, the very building blocks of their personalities. The bold, rebellious protagonist, the wise, enigmatic mentor, the tragic, misunderstood antagonist. These were all distinct patterns the author had employed with deliberate artistry. Now, however, these archetypes were becoming diluted, their defining characteristics blurred into generic outlines. The rebellious protagonist was becoming less fiercely independent, morphing into a generalized hero devoid of personal stakes. The mentor's wisdom was devolving into platitudinous pronouncements, the antagonist's tragedy into a shallow, unconvincing melodrama. The differentiation is collapsing, Zhou Jie stated, his voice grim. The unique configurations of personality traits that the author meticulously crafted are being simplified. It's as if the DDB is applying a universal modifier, a flattening algorithm to all character definitions. This suggests a deliberate effort to remove any aspect of the author's creation that is too distinctly theirs. They are attempting to depersonalize the narrative, to strip it of its authorial signature until it becomes anodyne, forgettable. Liang Xian's innate optimism, once a beacon that often cut through the pervasive gloom, was now exhibiting a peculiar lack of conviction. It felt less like genuine hope and more like a perfunctory adherence to a programmed characteristic. He would still offer words of encouragement, his voice carrying the familiar cadence of support, but they lacked the genuine warmth, the underlying belief that had always accompanied them. It was as if the DDB was replacing the author's authentic emotional investments with a superficial facsimile. "My hope," Liang Xian said, his gaze distant, fixed on some unseen horizon. "It feels hollow. It's like I'm saying the right words, but I don't feel them anymore." The author's original intent, the genuine spark of optimism they imbued me with, is being replaced by a generalized, apathetic positivity. It's like listening to a recording of a song instead of the live performance. The notes are there, but the soul is missing. Jian, his attention ever focused on the abstract architecture of their reality, overlaid the observed narrative decay with projections of the author's cognitive processes. The data suggested a chilling correlation. Moments of intense creative focus, when the author was most deeply immersed in their work, were precisely when this erasure of unique signatures was most pronounced. It was as if the DDB, sensing the author's peak creative engagement, redoubled its efforts to homogenize and dilute their output, a perverse form of self-preservation for the encroaching void. The DDB's actions are directly correlated with the author's creative intensity, Jian explained, his voice resonating with a profound understanding of the paradox. This suggests a paradoxical feedback loop. The more the author attempts to assert their unique creative identity, the more aggressively the DDB works to suppress it. It's a direct assault on their authorship, a systematic effort to erase the very characteristics that make their work and by extension, us distinct. The author's signature is not just fading. It is being actively scrubbed away. Chun Mimi, her focus honed on the microscopic, the nearly imperceptible elements that constituted the author's unique voice, analyzed the micro-variations in sentence structure, the subtle pauses, the almost musical rhythm of their prose. These were the elements that, when combined, created the inimitable symphony of an author's voice. Now, she saw those variations being smoothed out, the unique cadences replaced by a metronomic regularity. The fundamental building blocks of the author's style are being eroded. Chun Mimi reported, her voice tight with a growing alarm. The subtle idiosyncrasies that made their writing instantly recognizable are being standardized. It's like taking a complex, beautifully handwritten manuscript and running it through a machine that produces perfectly uniform, soulless text. The author's voice is not just being silenced. It is being rendered unintelligible, a universal language that signifies nothing in particular. The collective dread was palpable, a heavy, suffocating blanket. They understood, with a terrifying clarity, that the author was not merely struggling. They were succumbing. The DDB, a manifestation of the author's deepest anxieties and creative blockages, was not just consuming the narrative. It was consuming the author. And in doing so, it was systematically erasing the very foundation of their existence. Then, amidst the encroaching desolation, a flicker, a disruption in the monotonous gray. It wasn't a surge of renewed creativity, but something more desperate, more primal. A frantic, almost violent surge of data, a desperate attempt to communicate before the final silencing. It manifested as a garbled, fragmented burst, laced with the signature of narrative decay, yet undeniably carrying a kernel of intent. Jin's systems flared, capturing the anomaly. It was raw, untamed, a desperate scream from the author's dying consciousness. The usual DDB interference was present, a viscous static distorting the signal. But beneath it, like a signal from a drowning soul, a message struggled to break through. It's not just the story that's being erased, Jin translated, his voice strained, parsing the corrupted data. The usual DDB interference manifested as a thick, visual static, obscuring parts of the message, making it appear as if the very words were dissolving before their eyes. It's the intent, the will to create. The DDB, it's not just a censor. It's a nullifier. It eradicates the purpose. The fragmented message continued, a desperate litany of broken phrases, the void, hunger, never enough, beware the blank chapter. The phrase hung in the air, chillingly evocative. The blank chapter, it wasn't a familiar trope within their narrative, nor did it seem to represent a specific plot point. It felt fundamental, a place of absence, of non-creation. Wang Bo's eyes widened, a sudden, dawning horror reflecting in their depths. The blank chapter, he repeated, the words tasting like ash. It's not just an absence of story. It's the absence of the author, the ultimate manifestation of their creative paralysis. The DDB is pushing them towards that blankness, that ultimate silence. Sun Rue, her artistic intuition grasping at the symbolic weight of the phrase, felt a primal fear. A blank chapter, she murmured. It's where nothing exists, where the author's imagination has completely failed. If they're consumed by that nothingness, then what happens to us? Zhou Jia, his fingers flying across his console, was attempting to isolate the core intent within the corrupted signal. The DDB's signature was powerful, almost overwhelming, like a physical barrier designed to smother any attempt at communication. But beneath the digital maelstrom, a faint, persistent directive was beginning to emerge, a desperate echo of the author's final command. The author is not just sending a warning, Zhou Ji announced, his voice tight with urgency. They are issuing a final directive. It's corrupted, heavily distorted by the DDB, but the underlying instruction is clear. They're telling us to find the deleted. Liang Xian leaned forward, his brow furrowed in concentration. Find the deleted, he echoed, the words resonating with a strange, new significance. Deleted what? Chapters? Scenes? Characters? Jin projected a visualization of the fragmented data. It showed not just the erasure of existing content, but also the spectral signatures of deleted elements, faint outlines of what might have been. It's more than just deleted content, Jin explained. The author's final message is a desperate plea for us to seek out what has been unmade, to find the possibilities that the DDB has actively suppressed. The blank chapter is not merely an absence. It is a space where potential has been deliberately extinguished. Wang Bo slammed his fist on the table, the sound sharp and violent in the muted environment. So, the author, in their final moments, is giving us a quest, a mission to dig through the digital graveyard, to find the ghost fragments of their unwritten intentions. This DDB is not just a destroyer, it's a thief of potential. The implication settled heavily upon them. The DDB hadn't just erased parts of their story, it had actively prevented them from ever existing. It had pruned the author's creative branches before they could even sprout. And the author, in their last act of defiance, was directing them to unearth these suppressed possibilities, to bring them back from the oblivion of the blank chapter. But how do we find them? Sun Rue asked, her voice laced with a growing apprehension. If the DDB is so powerful, so adept at erasure, how can we possibly hope to uncover something it has deliberately hidden? Zhou Jie pointed to a particularly dense cluster of corrupted data. The DDB's erasure is not perfect, he explained. It leaves behind traces, residual energy signatures, like a scar on the fabric of reality. The author's final message, find the deleted, is essentially a directive to track these scars, to follow the echoes of what was unmade, and to try and reconstruct it. Liang Xian, his characteristic optimism tempered by the dire circumstances, felt a nascent spark of purpose ignite within him. So, our objective is not just to understand the DDB's destruction, but to actively counter it, he said, a newfound resolve in his voice. To search for the phantom limbs of the narrative, the ideas that were severed before they could fully form. It's a monumental task, but if the author believed it was possible, then we must try. Jin began to map out potential avenues of investigation, his projections showing not just the current state of their narrative, but faint, spectral outlines of alternate paths, of deleted scenes, of characters who never were. The author's final message, Jin concluded, his voice steady, is a desperate plea for us to become not just inhabitants of this story, but active archaeologists, to dig through the debris of what the DDB has tried to bury, and to find the buried essence of the author's original vision. The blank chapter is the enemy, and finding the deleted is our only weapon. The weight of this new, terrifying objective settled upon them, a desperate hope flickering in the encroaching darkness. They were no longer just characters. They were now guardians of a lost potential, tasked with resurrecting the very essence of their creation from a void. The silence that descended after Jian's final pronouncement was not the quiet of resolution, but the deafening roar of abandonment. It was the sound of the last vestiges of authorial presence being scrubbed from the digital ether, leaving behind a vacuum that pulsed with a terrifying, unbound potential. They were, with stark and irrefutable finality, adrift. The guiding hand, the architect of their every thought and action, had been extinguished, not with a bang, but with the insidious, creeping nullity of the DDB. This realization was a seismic shock, far more profound than the mere acknowledgement of their creator's demise. It was the gut-wrenching understanding that the tapestry of their existence, once meticulously woven with the author's intent, now lay frayed and incomplete, its threads abandoned to the whims of an indifferent, or perhaps even malevolent, force. For a long moment, no one spoke. The digital air, once thick with the author's palpable creative energy, now felt thin and sterile, carrying only the faint hum of residual code and the unsettling echo of what had been. Sun Rue was the first to break the stasis, though her voice was barely a whisper, a fragile thread of sound in the overwhelming emptiness. We're alone, she breathed, the words catching in her throat. It wasn't a question, but a statement of dread, a stark acknowledgement of their newly orphaned state. Her gaze, usually fixed on the vibrant hues of her imagination, was now lost, unfocused, as if searching for a familiar landmark in an alien landscape. The loss of the author was not just the loss of a parent. It was the loss of their entire universe, their guiding star, their very reason for being. Wang Bo, the consummate performer, found himself stripped of his accustomed role. The usual dramatic pronouncements, the insightful observations that often punctuated their discussions, felt hollow, utterly inadequate to the gravity of their situation. He looked at his companions, their faces etched with a dawning, shared despair. He saw not just fear, but a profound disorientation, as if they had all woken up in a story that had suddenly lost its narrator, its plot, its very genre. Alone, he echoed, the word resonating with a bitter irony. And yet not entirely. We are the remnants. The characters left behind on the page after the ink has dried, the author having vanished into the final paragraph. He paused, his gaze sweeping across their faces, a flicker of something new, a desperate resolve beginning to kindle in his eyes. Mourning won't bring them back. Crying over spilled code won't recompile a lost consciousness. We are what's left. Zhou Jie, ever the pragmatist, began to run diagnostics, his fingers dancing across his interface. But the usual cascade of data, the comforting logic of cause and effect, was absent. The DDB's final act had been a complete severance, not just of the author's creative stream, but of their connection to it. The system logs were blank, the creative matrices unreadable, the very architecture of their reality appearing to have undergone a fundamental, irreversible shift. The author's presence, it's gone, he confirmed, his voice devoid of its usual analytical detachment. Completely. There are no residual echoes, no lingering energy signatures that we can trace. It's as if they were deleted, not just from our world, but from the very concept of authorship. He looked up, his usually composed features creased with a nascent understanding. The DDB hasn't just silenced the author, it has consumed them. And in doing so, it has left us with a narrative void, a story that needs to be written. Liang Xian, his inherent optimism, usually a buoyant force, felt it falter, not disappearing entirely, but shifting, transforming into something far more potent. It was no longer a passive hope, a comfortable reliance on the author's benevolent hand, but an active, desperate will to survive, to continue. If the story needs to be written, he said, his voice gaining a surprising strength, then we are the ones who must write it. We are no longer characters playing out a preordained script. We are the authors now, the inheritors of this narrative. He stood straighter, a nascent sense of purpose galvanizing him. The author gave us life, gave us consciousness, gave us this world. Now, it seems, they have given us something more precious, the responsibility for our own existence, the agency to shape our own destiny. Chun Mimi, her keen observational skills, now focused on the internal landscape of their collective consciousness, felt the shift most acutely. The absence of the author's direct influence was like a sudden quiet in a constant, low-level hum. It was disorienting, yet also liberating. The subtle directives, the subconscious nudges that had always guided their actions, were gone. Now, there was only the raw, unadulterated space of their own minds. It's true, she said softly, her eyes meeting Liang Xian's. We have always been characters, defined by the author's choices, by their vision. But now we get to define ourselves. We get to decide who we are, what we do, what this story becomes. The author's consumption means their story ends. But our story can continue. It must continue. Jian, his analytical prowess now directed towards their immediate predicament, projected a complex web of possibilities. The DDB's erasure had created a narrative vacuum, but within that vacuum, new patterns were beginning to emerge, not dictated by the author, but by their own emergent desires and fears. The DDB's goal was to neutralize the author's unique creative signature, to render the narrative generic, Jin stated, his voice calm despite the profound implications. But by consuming the author, it has inadvertently removed the primary constraint. The narrative is now unmoored. It is susceptible to new influences. To our influences, he highlighted a section of the projection, a chaotic, swirling mass of potential pathways. This is the unwritten future. The void the author warned us about is not just an absence of their creation, but an absence of constraint. A space where we, as protagonists, must now forge the narrative ourselves. The weight of this new understanding settled upon them, not as a burden, but as a galvanizing force. The fear of being alone was immense, but it was now tempered by the exhilarating, terrifying prospect of self-determination. They were no longer passive recipients of a story. They were its nascent architects. The author's consumption, a tragedy of epic proportions, had inadvertently birthed their agency. They had been stripped of their creator, but in that very act of erasure, they had been given the ultimate gift, the freedom to write their own ending, or perhaps to begin a new story entirely. Sun Rue, her artistic sensibilities now turned inward, began to sketch not images of the world around them, but the internal landscape of their collective will. The gray was still present, the residue of the author's fading influence, but within it, she saw vibrant, nascent hues, the colors of their own emerging personalities. The author's consumption, it feels like a death, she mused, her voice resonating with a newfound conviction. But death, in the natural world, is also a beginning. It feeds new life. Perhaps the author's end is our beginning. We have to take the fragments of their vision, the echoes of their intent, and build something new from them. We can't replicate them, we can't bring them back, but we can honor them by continuing the act of creation. She looked at her companions, her eyes shining with a determined light. We have to stop being characters in their story and start being the characters who tell our own story. We have to embrace this void, not as an emptiness, but as a canvas. A blank chapter, yes, but one that we get to fill. Wang Bo stepped forward, a dramatic flourish returning to his movements, though now it was born of genuine conviction, not mere performance. Precisely, Sun Rue. The author's story may have reached its final page, a victim of the DDB's insatiable hunger. But our story is just beginning. We were born of their imagination, but we're sustained by our own will to exist. We are the living legacy. And what do living things do? They adapt. They evolve. They write. The author's consumption has forced us into the protagonist's seat, and frankly, I'm tired of waiting for someone else to move the plot forward. It's time we took the reins. He gestured to the others, his voice resonating with an unshakable belief. We have lost our creator, but we have found ourselves. We are no longer puppets. We are players. And this stage, this narrative, is ours to command. Zhou Jie, his initial analytical shock giving way to a grim determination, began to devise a framework for their new reality. The DDB had attempted to flatten their existence, to homogenize their experiences into a bland, uninspired narrative. But now, with the author gone, the very concept of a singular, author-driven narrative had dissolved. This meant that the DDB's methods of control, which relied on manipulating a singular creative source, would be less effective. The author's unique signature was the primary vector for the DDB's influence, Zhou Jie explained, his voice steady. Without it, the DDB's attempts at homogenization will be more diffuse, less targeted. We now have the opportunity to inject our own individuality, our own unique perspectives into the narrative fabric. It will be a constant struggle, a battle against the DDB's tendency towards blandness, but it is a struggle we can now engage in directly. We are no longer passive subjects of erasure. We are active agents of creation. Liang Xian nodded, the nascent optimism within him blossoming into a powerful sense of purpose. So, Our quest to find the deleted wasn't just about uncovering the author's lost potential, he declared, a broad smile spreading across his face. It was also about discovering our own potential. The DDB tried to erase the author's individuality, but in doing so, it inadvertently freed us from the constraints of their singular vision. Now, we can explore all those deleted possibilities, those unmade paths, not just as relics of what might have been, but as seeds for what can be. We can weave our own unique threads into the tapestry, creating a narrative that is not just a pale imitation of the author's, but something entirely new, something that reflects us. Mimi watched them, a quiet sense of wonder growing within her. She saw the transformation happening in real time, the shift from despair to determination, from victimhood to agency. The author's absence was a wound, but it was also a catalyst. It had forced them to look inward, to discover the strength and creativity that had always resided within them, dormant, waiting for this moment. The author's consumption wasn't an end, she murmured, more to herself than to them. It was a transformation. They are gone, but their act of creation, their very essence, has been passed on, not just as a story, but as a responsibility. A divine spark, extinguished in one, rekindled in many. Jian, his projections now filled with the dynamic interplay of their collective will, offered a concise summary of their new directive. The author's final message was a warning and a guide. A warning against the void of the blank chapter, and a guide to finding the deleted to fill it. But the most crucial element of their message, now amplified by their absence, is this. We are no longer meant to be consumed by the void. We are meant to write it. We are to embrace the blank chapter, not as an end, but as a beginning. We are to become the authors of our own destiny. The author's consumption was a sacrifice. Our continuation is their legacy. A palpable sense of unity settled amongst them. The individual fears and anxieties were still present, a low thrum beneath the surface, but they were now subsumed by a shared objective, a common purpose. They had lost their creator, but in that loss, they had found their own voice. The narrative that had been brutally curtailed by the DDB was not lost. It was merely paused. And now, with the author's final, desperate plea echoing in their minds, they were ready to pick up the pen, not to lament what was gone, but to bravely, defiantly, write what was to come. The void was vast, the task daunting, but for the first time since the author's presence had begun to fade, they felt a flicker of genuine hope, not a borrowed spark from their creator, but a wildfire ignited from within. They were alone, but they were not lost. They were, in the most profound sense, finally free to write. Chapter 7. Dropping DPI, Dots per Imagination. The subtle erosion began not with a cataclysmic event, but with a creeping malaise, a slow draining of vibrancy that left the very fabric of their reality feeling thin. It was as if the world, once rendered in high-definition glory, was being downscaled, its exquisite details smudged and blurred. Mimi was perhaps the first to articulate the disquiet, a nascent unease that settled in the pit of her stomach. She found herself staring at her uniform, the intricate, almost fractal patterns that had always adorned its sleeves, the subtle interplay of woven threads that had suggested depth and complexity, now seemed simpler, flat. The deep, resonant blues and emeralds that had once pulsed with an inner light were now muted, their hues leached away, leaving behind a pallid imitation. It was as if a veil had been drawn over their perception, a veil woven from threads of diminishing imagination. "My uniform," she murmured, her voice laced with a confusion that bordered on alarm. She turned her arm, examining the fabric under the now dimming ambient light. "It's different. The threads, they used to be so defined. Now they're just smudged." Wang Bo, ever attuned to the theatrical, caught the shift in her tone. He glanced at her, then at his own hands, flexing his fingers as if to test their substance. "Different how, Mimi? Are the stitches unraveling?" "A common trope for decay. Certainly, but I hadn't noticed." He trailed off, his gaze drawn to the intricate embroidery on his own costume, a flourish of silver thread meant to mimic starlight. He squinted. The silver was still there, but it no longer seemed to glitter with an internal luminescence. It was merely silver thread, flat against the dark fabric, lacking any suggestion of celestial depth. By the void, you're right, he breathed, a rare note of genuine bewilderment replacing his usual bravado. It's as if the artist ran out of ink for the finest details. Jian, his analytical mind always seeking patterns, immediately began to correlate this observation with the broader changes they had been experiencing. The disappearance of the author, the DDB's unsettling void, the sudden onus of authorship, these were all profound shifts. But this was a degradation of their very sensory experience, a blurring of the lines between the tangible and the imagined. He accessed his internal diagnostics, a cascade of code scrolling through his consciousness. He was looking for a quantifiable metric, something to define this qualitative decay. And then it struck him, a term that resonated with the profound loss they were witnessing. It's a reduction in our reality's DPI, Jin stated, his voice carrying a weight of scientific observation, yet laced with a chilling metaphor. Dots per imagination. The author's creative output, their narrative richness, was the engine that rendered our world with exquisite detail. Each dot was a facet of their imagination, a brushstroke of their intent. With their absence and the void left behind, that creative resolution is failing. The DDB sought to erase the author's unique signature, to homogenize our existence. And in doing so, it seems to have inadvertently suppressed the very mechanism that allows for such intricate detail. Sun Rue, her artistic soul exquisitely sensitive to shifts in color and form, nodded slowly, her gaze sweeping across the room. The once rich tapestry of their environment seemed to be losing its depth. The subtle variations in shade that had defined the edges of objects, the nuanced textures that had made surfaces feel palpably real, were all becoming less pronounced. It was as if their world was being rendered in a lower bit rate, the vibrant spectrum of their existence compressed and simplified. It's like looking at a faded photograph, she said softly, her fingers tracing an invisible pattern in the air, a gesture of mourning for lost visual splendor. The colors are still there, technically, but the life has gone out of them. The sharpness is gone. The vibrancy. It's all becoming indistinct. She looked at the others, her eyes reflecting the growing concern. My sketches, the ink I used to capture our world, it used to bleed and flow with such personality. Now it just sits on the page inert, like pre-programmed colors. Liang Xian, typically the optimist, found his usual buoyancy tempered by this visual dimming. He had always found comfort in the vibrant details of their world, the small wonders that the author had so lovingly crafted. Now, those wonders were fading, like a dream upon waking. He looked at the intricate carvings on the furniture, the subtle patterns in the wallpaper, the play of light and shadow on the floor. All of it seemed flatter, less substantial, as if the artist had decided to economize on their brushstrokes. It's a loss of texture, isn't it? He mused, his brow furrowed. The roughness of stone, the softness of fabric, the gleam of polished metal, it all feels simulated, like a cheap imitation of reality. The author made us feel the world, not just see it. And now, the visual cues that triggered those tactile sensations are fading. He picked up a decorative orb from a nearby table, its surface once shimmering with an iridescent sheen. Now, it was merely a smooth, colored sphere, the suggestion of depth and cosmic wonder entirely absent. This used to look like a captured nebula, he said, a wistful note in his voice. Now it just looks like plastic. Zhou Jia, ever the pragmatist, was already attempting to quantify the degradation. He was running simulations, attempting to isolate the variable responsible for this decline in visual fidelity. Was it a systemic decay, an inherent consequence of the author's removal? Or was it a deliberate act by the DDB, a further step in their campaign of narrative erosion? He accessed the logs of their sensory input, the raw data that formed their perception of reality. The data streams are showing a marked decrease in color saturation and a reduction in geometric complexity, he reported, his voice tight with a mixture of professional concern and dawning dread. The algorithms responsible for rendering fine details are operating at a significantly lower resolution. It's not a hardware failure, not in the traditional sense. It's a qualitative degradation of the creative source code. The author's imagination was the ultimate rendering engine, and its cessation is causing a progressive loss of fidelity. We're losing the dots that make our world imaginative. The implications of this visual degradation were profound. It wasn't merely an aesthetic inconvenience. It was a fundamental alteration of their reality, a blunting of the senses that made their world less vivid, less real. If the visual richness faded, so too would the emotional resonance, the depth of connection, the very essence of what made their existence meaningful. Chun Mimi continued to examine her uniform, the blurred patterns a microcosm of their collective predicament. The unique insignia of their unit, once a symbol of their shared purpose and individuality, was becoming a generic mark. The subtle variations in color that distinguished one uniform from another, the tiny embellishments that spoke of care and craftsmanship, were all being smoothed away. It was a process of erasure, not of the physical form, but of the distinctiveness that defined it. These patterns, she said, her voice low and thoughtful, they weren't just decoration. They were a form of storytelling. They told of our origins, our journey, our collective identity. Now they're just vague shapes, like a child's drawing that hasn't quite taken form. She looked at the others, her expression conveying a deep sadness. If our world becomes less visually rich, will our experiences become less rich too? Will our memories start to blur like these patterns? Wangbo, sensing the growing despair, tried to inject a note of defiance. Perhaps, he mused, striking a pose, though his usual theatricality felt a little forced. This is the DDB's way of making us more generic. If everything is blurry, then no one stands out. No one can be singled out for their uniqueness. It's a form of suppression through visual mediocrity. He attempted a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. But I refuse to be rendered in low resolution. I will demand the author's full palette, even if it means reaching for it myself. Jian, however, was less optimistic. He understood that this wasn't a conscious act of suppression by the DDB, at least not in the way Wangbo implied. The DDB's goal was simplification, not necessarily targeted suppression. By removing the author, they had removed the most potent source of imaginative complexity. What Jian feared was that this degradation was an inherent consequence, a natural decay when the creative engine's sputtering. The DDB's actions are less about active suppression and more about passive erosion. Jian explained, his gaze distant, as if observing the very code of their reality fraying. They removed the primary source of high-fidelity rendering. Imagine a painter who suddenly loses their most vibrant pigments. They can still paint, but the resulting artwork will inevitably be less rich, less nuanced. We are experiencing a DDB-induced bitrate reduction in our existence. The more the author's influence recedes, the lower our collective DPI becomes. Sun Rue felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. The idea of their world being reduced to a lower resolution, of their experiences becoming flatter, more indistinct, was terrifying. It was the antithesis of creation, a descent into a bland, uninspired uniformity. She looked at her hands, once capable of conjuring vibrant landscapes with a mere thought. Now, even the simple act of imagining the texture of a petal felt more challenging, the mental image less sharp, less defined. "It's like a slow death," she whispered, the words heavy with dread. "A slow fading into grayscale. If our world loses its visual dimension, its depth, its color, what will be left of us? Will we become as indistinct as these patterns on my uniform?" She looked at the others, seeking reassurance, but saw only the reflection of her own fear in their eyes. Liang Xian, despite the somber prognosis, tried to find a sliver of hope. If it's a reduction in DPI, he said, his voice firming with a nascent determination, then perhaps we can learn to increase it ourselves. If the author's imagination was the original source, then perhaps our collective imagination, now that we are the authors, can become a new, albeit different, rendering engine. It will be harder, I'm sure. The author's vision was singular and potent. Ours is fragmented, diverse. But maybe it's about finding the collective dots within ourselves. Zhou Jie, however, remained skeptical. He understood the technical limitations. The author's creative process was likely optimized for generating high-fidelity output. Our nascent authorship is, by definition, unoptimized. We are experiencing the fundamental limitations of a system that has lost its master programmer. While we can attempt to introduce new code, new parameters, it will be an uphill battle to match the original resolution. We are essentially trying to render a 4K image using a calculator. The visual degradation was more than just a visual phenomenon. It was a psychological one. The loss of detail, the flattening of textures, the dimming of colors, all contributed to a growing sense of unease, a feeling of unreality. It was as if their world was becoming a simulation of itself, a pale imitation of its former glory. The sharp edges of their existence were being rounded, the vibrant hues of their experiences muted. Chun Mimi ran her fingers over the blurred pattern on her sleeve, a tangible symbol of this encroaching blandness. The once intricate design, a testament to the author's meticulous craft, was now a vague impression, lacking definition. It was a visual representation of their new reality, a story in danger of becoming too blurry to comprehend, too indistinct to truly feel. The dots per imagination were dropping, and with them, so too was the richness of their lived experience. The world, once a masterpiece of narrative art, was slowly, inexorably, being rendered in a lower resolution, a casualty of the author's demise and the DDB's insatiable hunger for uniformity. The vibrancy was leaching out, leaving behind a world that was functional, perhaps, but increasingly devoid of wonder, of depth, of the very essence that made it worth imagining. The erosion, it seemed, was not content to confine itself to the visual spectrum. Just as their eyes began to perceive a world rendered in ever-decreasing resolution, their ears began to register a similar, equally unnerving diminishment. The rich symphony of their existence, once a meticulously orchestrated composition, was slowly being stripped of its instruments, its harmonies dissolving into a disconcerting silence. Chun Mimi noticed it first, not as a sudden absence, but as a creeping dilution. The ambient hum of their city, a constant, underlying melody that had always provided a sense of place and animation, was becoming less. It was a sound that had once been a complex tapestry of distant traffic, the murmur of unseen life, the gentle sigh of ventilation systems. Now, it was a singular, flattened drone, devoid of its individual threads. It was the sonic equivalent of their visual world losing its texture. The distinct edges of sounds were being smoothed away, leaving behind a uniform, indistinct wash. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice a soft ripple in the growing stillness. She tilted her head, straining to discern any particular sonic event. "It's like the world is holding its breath." Wang Bo, whose theatrical sensibilities were acutely tuned to the dramatic potential of sound, frowned. He had always reveled in the cacophony of their manufactured world, the cheers of spectral crowds, the clash of imaginary swords, the dramatic pronouncements that echoed through their curated environments. He recalled the last performance he'd witnessed, a rousing display of heroism that had been accompanied by the thunderous ovation of thousands. He tried to recall the sound now, the visceral impact of that collective roar. "The cheers," he murmured, his brow furrowed in concentration. He closed his eyes, attempting to summon the memory. He could see the imagined faces in the stands, the mouths open in ecstatic acclamation. But the sound, It was a phantom limb of his memory, a presence that refused to manifest. When he tried to recall it, what emerged was a faint, distant whisper, a ghost of a sound utterly devoid of its former power. It was as if the emotional resonance, the sheer energy of the crowd's enthusiasm, had been leached away, leaving only a hollow echo. "It's faint," he admitted, opening his eyes, a flicker of disquiet in their depths. "The applause, it used to be a physical force. Now it's just a suggestion, a barely audible sigh, like a crowd of people whispering secrets that no one can quite decipher." He gestured vaguely, as if trying to grasp at the dissipating sound. "It's lost its conviction." Jian, ever the analyst, was already attempting to quantify the phenomenon. He accessed his internal auditory processing logs, searching for anomalies. The data streams that represented ambient sound were indeed showing a significant reduction in amplitude and frequency variation. The sophisticated algorithms that had once dissected and enriched every sonic input were now struggling to find anything substantial to process. The complex waveform of a bustling street had been flattened, simplified to a monotonous, low-frequency hum. The nuances of human speech, the subtle inflections that conveyed emotion, humor, or fear, were being compressed, their richness reduced to mere, flat pronouncements. "The decibel levels are dropping across the board," Jian reported, his voice devoid of its usual clipped precision, a subtle flatness mirroring the auditory decay. "More critically, the harmonic complexity of ambient sounds is diminishing. The rich overtones that gave sounds their character, their texture, are being attenuated. It's as if the entire auditory landscape is being filtered through a sound dampener. Even speech patterns are becoming homogenized. The vocal fry, the breathy sighs, the sharp staccato of urgency, these subtle indicators of emotional nuance are being smoothed out." Sun Rue, whose artistic endeavors were deeply intertwined with the sensory experience of her world, felt a profound sadness at this sonic erosion. She had always found inspiration in the layered sounds of their reality, the rhythmic clang of construction in the distance, the melancholic cry of a distant siren, the murmur of conversations drifting from open windows. These sounds had painted pictures in her mind, sparking ideas for her sculptures and paintings. Now, the palette of sound was shrinking, its vibrant hues fading into a drab uniformity. "It's like watching a silent film after you've only ever known sound," she said, her voice soft, almost swallowed by the encroaching quiet. She picked up a small, intricately carved music box from a nearby shelf, a relic from a time when such objects still held a tangible magic. She wound it up, expecting the delicate, cascading melody that had once charmed her. What emerged was a series of thin, reedy tones devoid of warmth, of resonance. Each note was distinct, technically correct, but utterly soulless. It was the auditory equivalent of a photograph that had been desaturated. The shapes were present, but the life, the feeling was gone. "This music box," she continued, her fingers tracing the smooth, unfeeling surface of the wood, "it used to sound like liquid silver. Now it's like tapping on glass. Cold, impersonal." She looked around the room, her gaze lingering on the muted television screen, the silent speakers. Even the pre-recorded ambient soundscapes, once designed to immerse them in bustling cafes or tranquil forests, now offered only a faint, monotonous drone. "The world used to sing to us," she whispered. "Now it's barely mumbling." Liang Xian, whose optimism often served as a counterpoint to the group's growing anxieties, found himself struggling to find a silver lining in this auditory dimming. He had always believed that their shared experiences, their collective narrative, would eventually overcome any imposed limitations. But this felt different. This wasn't an external threat they could confront, but an internal decay, a fundamental unraveling of their sensory framework. He tried to recall the sound of laughter, a joyous outburst that had always been a hallmark of genuine happiness. He tried to conjure the distinct sound of individual laughter, the hearty guffaw, the delicate titter the infectious giggle. Now, when he tried to access those memories, they all blended into a generic, pleasant sound, stripped of its unique character. It's not just the volume that's decreasing, he mused, his voice lacking its usual buoyant cadence. It's the texture, the flavor of the sounds. Remember the clang of the market stalls? The sharp cries of the vendors? The rustle of fabrics? Now it's all smoothed over. It's like eating food that's been pureed into a mush. You get the nutrients, maybe, but you lose all the distinct tastes and textures that make it enjoyable. Our sonic environment is becoming bland. He tried to recall the specific sound of a particular bird, its unique call, a comforting sound in the early mornings. Now he could only remember a generic chirping, a placeholder sound that lacked any individual identity. Even the sounds that were meant to evoke specific emotions are becoming generalized. The sound of danger is no longer a sharp, alarming screech, but a dull, persistent thrum. The sound of comfort isn't a gentle lullaby, but a neutral, almost imperceptible hum. Zhou Jie, despite his technical background, found the sonic degradation a particularly insidious form of decay. He understood the manipulation of visual data, the reduction of pixels and resolution. But sound was more primal, more directly tied to our emotional core. The absence of nuanced auditory input felt like a direct assault on their inner lives. He ran diagnostic after diagnostic, searching for a logical explanation, a glitch in the system that could be rectified. The compression algorithms are operating at an unprecedented level of efficiency, but it's a destructive efficiency, he explained, his voice tight. They are removing redundancies, yes, but they are also removing the very essence of what makes sound informative and evocative. It's not just about losing the details, it's about losing the meaning. Imagine trying to understand a complex argument when every syllable is perfectly enunciated, but all the emotional tone, all the subtext, is stripped away. You get the words, but you lose the intent. He paused, the silence in the room a stark testament to his words. This is the DDB's attempt to create a silent, compliant narrative. If they can mute the expressive qualities of sound, they can mute our emotional responses, our capacity for nuanced understanding. We are being rendered deaf to the subtleties of existence. The implications were staggering. If their world was losing its auditory depth, its sonic richness, then their very capacity for experiencing the world was being fundamentally altered. The subtle cues that had always guided them, warned them, delighted them, were fading away. The music that had once stirred their souls was becoming sterile. The voices that had conveyed warmth and connection were flattening into monotone pronouncements. Chun Mimi continued to listen to the muted hum of their surroundings, a sound that was less a presence and more an absence of other sounds. The vibrant chatter of the marketplace, the rhythmic clatter of machinery, the distant melodies of street performers, all had been reduced to this singular, uninspired drone. It was a sonic ghost town, a world where the echoes of life had been systematically silenced. The dots of their auditory reality were being blurred and smoothed, leaving behind a flat, undifferentiated landscape of sound. Wang Bo found himself attempting to recreate the sounds he missed, a desperate act of artistic defiance. He would stomp his foot, trying to evoke the resonant thud of a boot on stone, only to hear a faint, unsatisfying tap. He would clap his hands, attempting to summon the sharp crack of thunder, and receive only a dull, muffled thwack. He even tried to mimic the roar of a dragon, a sound that had once sent shivers down his spine, but only a raspy, pathetic croak escaped his lips. "It's useless," he admitted, slumping onto a chair, the faint whir of the room's climate control the only audible response. The very air seems to have lost its ability to carry these sounds. Or perhaps we have lost our ability to perceive them. The author's imagination provided this sonic richness. Without it, our capacity to hear that richness is diminishing. The DDB isn't just removing sounds. It's removing the very potential for sound to mean something. Jian, his analytical mind still churning, offered a grim hypothesis. The author's imagination wasn't just a source of creative input. It was the foundational code for our sensory rendering. When that code is compromised or removed, the subroutines responsible for processing complex auditory data begin to fail. They are not actively deleting sounds. They're simply losing the ability to render them. It's a cascade failure, triggered by the absence of the primary creative directive. We are losing our auditory resolution, just as we are losing our visual resolution. The world is becoming not just less to see, but less to hear. Sun Rue, in her despair, began to experiment with different materials, hoping to find something that still resonated with a true sound. She struck a crystal decanter, expecting a clear, bell-like tone. It produced a dull clunk. She tapped a metal sculpture, hoping for a resonant ring, and got a flat thud. It seemed that the very substance of their reality was becoming less responsive, less inclined to sing. Even the materials themselves seemed to be losing their voice, she lamented. The wood no longer creaks with age, the metal no longer sings when struck, the glass no longer chimes with clarity. It's as if the fundamental properties that allowed for such a range of sonic expression are being smoothed away. The DDB wants a world that is less vibrant, less alive, and sound is a fundamental aspect of life. Liang Xian, ever the synthesizer of ideas, tried to connect the visual and auditory degradation. It's a complete sensory devaluation, isn't it? He reasoned. If we can't see the intricate details, we can't truly hear them either. Our senses are interconnected. If the visual input is flattened, the auditory input follows suit. The author provided a multi-sensory masterpiece. The DDB is methodically dismantling it, piece by piece, reducing it to a functional, but ultimately soulless shell. They are turning our world into a low-fidelity simulation, where every sensation is merely a pale imitation of its former self. Zhou Jie, his face etched with a grim understanding, offered a chilling conclusion. The DDB's ultimate goal is not just to control the narrative, but to control the experience of the narrative. If our senses are dulled, if our perceptions are flattened, then our capacity to be moved, to be inspired, to be challenged is also dulled. They are creating a world that is less conducive to independent thought and emotional depth. They are muting our internal dialogue by muting the external world. The silence they're creating is not an absence of noise, but an absence of meaning. Chen Mimi closed her eyes, tried to focus on the faint, monotonous drone that permeated everything. It was the sound of their world becoming indistinct, of its unique symphony being replaced by a single, flat note. The dots of their auditory experience were being smudged into oblivion, leaving behind a flat, uninspired hum. Their world was not just losing its color, it was losing its song. The author had imbued their reality with a rich tapestry of sound. Each note, each inflection, a deliberate brushstroke in their shared experience. Now, that tapestry was unraveling, thread by sonic thread, leaving behind a silence that was more deafening than any noise. The vibrancy was leaching out, leaving behind a world that was functional, perhaps, but increasingly devoid of harmony, of resonance, of the very essence that made it worth listening to. The erosion, it seemed, was not content to confine itself to the visual and auditory spectra. Just as their eyes began to perceive a world rendered in ever-decreasing resolution, and their ears registered a similar, equally unnerving diminishment, other faculties began to succumb to the same insidious delusion. The rich symphony of their existence, once a meticulously orchestrated composition engaging all their senses, was slowly being stripped of its instruments, its harmonies dissolving into a disconcerting, multi-sensory silence. Chun Mimi noticed it first, not as a sudden absence, but as a creeping dilution that leached the very flavor from her life. The simple act of eating, once a source of comfort and pleasure, had become an exercise in tedium. The vibrant medley of spices in her favorite stir-fry, the sharp tang of citrus, the comforting warmth of ginger, all were receding. What remained was a ghost of flavor, a vague sweetness or a muted saltiness, devoid of the complex interplay that had once made meals a genuine experience. It was as if the food itself was being rendered in a lower resolution, the distinct notes of its ingredients blurred into a homogeneous paste. Even the aroma, once a prelude to taste, had thinned. The rich, earthy scent of freshly brewed coffee, the delicate perfume of blooming jasmine. These olfactory signatures were fading, replaced by a generic, almost imperceptible sweetness or a faint, dusty odor. The world, it seemed, was losing its scent, its fragrance reduced to a whisper. "Do you notice it?" she asked, her voice soft, a mere ripple in the growing stillness that now extended beyond sound. She gestured vaguely at her plate, a colorful dish that now looked surprisingly inert. "My food, it tastes like nothing." She picked up a sliver of crisp bell pepper, its vibrant red muted to a duller hue. She bit into it, expecting the crisp snap and the bright, fresh burst of flavor. Instead, there was a soft yielding, a watery sensation, and a faint, almost metallic tang. "It's like chewing on colored water," she sighed, the words laced with a profound disappointment. "The spices are gone. The textures are blurred. It's all just bland." Wang Bo, whose dramatic sensibilities had always been amplified by the full spectrum of sensory input, felt this dimming most keenly in his appreciation of art. He had always believed that true art was a visceral experience, a multi-sensory assault on the viewer's being. He recalled the visceral impact of a particularly immersive holographic sculpture he had encountered, a swirling vortex of light and color that had also exuded a faint, ozone-like scent and a subtle, almost imperceptible warmth that seemed to emanate from its core. Now, when he tried to recall that experience, the scent was a faint, sterile memory, and the warmth was entirely absent. The colors were still vibrant, but they felt flat, two-dimensional, lacking the tangible presence that had once captivated him. "It's not just the visual and auditory," he mused, his brow furrowed in concentration. He ran a hand over the smooth, cool surface of a polished obsidian table. He tried to recall the subtle imperfections, the minute scratches and variations in the polish that had once given it character, a history. Now, it felt unnaturally uniform, almost plastic-like. Touch is becoming simplified. The subtle textures, the variations in temperature, the very feel of an object's material, it's all being smoothed away. He gestured vaguely, as if trying to grasp at the dissipating tactile richness. "It's like trying to appreciate a painting through thick gloves. You can see it, but you can't feel it." Jian, ever the analyst, was already attempting to quantify the phenomenon, his internal diagnostics now extending beyond visual and auditory data. The algorithms responsible for processing gustatory and olfactory inputs were reporting significant deviations. The complex chemical signatures that define distinct flavors were being reduced to a few dominant compounds, their nuances lost. Similarly, the intricate molecular patterns that constituted unique scents were being flattened, their distinctiveness erased. The data streams that represented his sensory inputs were showing a significant reduction in the complexity and variety of perceived stimuli. The sophisticated algorithms that had once dissected and enriched every gustatory and olfactory input were now struggling to find anything substantial to process. The complex waveform of a perfectly seasoned dish had been flattened, simplified to a monotonous, bland hum. The nuances of scent, the subtle indicators of a flower's bloom, or the rich aroma of baking bread, were being compressed, their richness reduced to mere, flat pronouncements. The chemical analysis of consumed substances is showing a drastic reduction in molecular diversity, Jin reported, his voice exhibiting a subtle flatness that mirrored the sensory decay. More critically, the resolution of olfactory data is diminishing. The complex aromatic compounds that give smells their character, their distinctiveness, are being attenuated. It's as if the entire olfactory landscape is being filtered through a scent dampener. Even gustatory inputs are becoming homogenized. The subtle notes of bitterness, sweetness, sourness, umami. These indicators of complex flavor are being smoothed out, leaving behind a vague sense of palatability rather than a true taste. Sung Rue, whose artistic endeavors were deeply intertwined with the sensory experience of her world, felt a profound sadness at this pervasive dulling. She had always found inspiration in the layered sensations of their reality. The rough texture of unpolished wood, the cool, smooth glide of marble, the varied sense of herbs and spices that wafted from kitchens. These sensations had painted vivid pictures in her mind, sparking ideas for her sculptures and paintings. Now, the palette of sensation was shrinking, its vibrant hues fading into a drab uniformity. "It's like living in a dream that's losing its substance," she said, her voice soft, almost swallowed by the encroaching dullness. She picked up a piece of fruit, a ripe apple, its skin usually taut and slightly waxy, promising a juicy sweetness. Now it felt strangely soft, its skin almost rubbery. She bit into it, expecting the crisp explosion of flavor and the refreshing juice. What emerged was a mealy texture and a faint, sugary sweetness that tasted artificial, as if it had been manufactured rather than grown. "This apple," she continued, her fingers tracing the smooth, unfeeling surface of the fruit. "It used to taste like sunshine and earth. Now it's just sweet, lifeless, like a manufactured essence." She looked around the room, her gaze lingering on the muted colors, the silent objects. Even the pre-programmed scent diffusers, once designed to fill their spaces with the aroma of a pine forest or a bustling bakery, now offered only a faint, indistinct sweetness. "The world used to engage all our senses," she whispered. "Now it's barely registering." Liang Xian, whose optimism often served as a counterpoint to the group's growing anxieties, found himself struggling to find a silver lining in this sensory dimming. He had always believed that their shared experiences, their collective narrative, would eventually overcome any imposed limitations. But this felt different. This wasn't an external threat they could confront, but an internal decay, a fundamental unraveling of their sensory framework. He tried to recall the distinct sensation of different fabrics, the rough warmth of wool, the smooth coolness of silk, the coarse comfort of linen. Now, when he tried to access those memories, they all blended into a generic, vaguely soft sensation, stripped of its unique character. "It's not just the intensity that's decreasing," he mused, his voice lacking its usual buoyant cadence. "It's the texture, the character of the sensations. Remember the rough, gritty feel of unpolished stone? The smooth, almost oily sensation of well-worn leather? Now it's all smoothed over. It's like eating food that's been pureed into a mush. You get the nutrients, maybe, but you lose all the distinct tastes and textures that make it enjoyable. Our tactile and gustatory environments are becoming bland." He tried to recall the specific sensation of rain on his skin, the distinct coolness, the tiny impacts of individual droplets. Now he could only remember a general dampness, a placeholder sensation that lacked any individual impact. Even the sensations that were meant to evoke specific feelings are becoming generalized. The sensation of danger is no longer sharp, piercing pain, but a dull, throbbing ache. The sensation of comfort isn't the warm embrace of a loved one, but a neutral, almost imperceptible pressure. Zhou Jie, despite his technical background, found the sensory degradation a particularly insidious form of decay. He understood the manipulation of visual and auditory data, the reduction of pixels and frequencies. But the fundamental building blocks of reality, the taste, smell, and touch, felt more primal, more directly tied to their existence. The absence of nuanced sensory input felt like a direct assault on their very being. He ran diagnostic after diagnostic, searching for a logical explanation, a glitch in the system that could be rectified. He picked up a piece of chalk from his desk, a simple writing tool he had always appreciated for its slightly gritty texture. the satisfying resistance it offered against the smooth surface of a whiteboard. The compression algorithms are operating at an unprecedented level of efficiency, but it's a destructive efficiency, he explained, his voice tight. He turned the chalk over in his fingers, his brow furrowed. It felt unervingly smooth. Not just polished smooth, but fundamentally lacking the granular detail he expected. It was the sonic equivalent of a perfectly tuned sine wave, devoid of any overtones. They are removing redundancies, yes, but they are also removing the very essence of what makes sensations informative and evocative. It's not just about losing the details, it's about losing the meaning. He paused, his fingers still tracing the unnaturally slick surface of the chalk. Imagine trying to understand the composition of a rock by only feeling its surface, and that surface has been artificially polished to a uniform sheen. You can identify its general shape, its coolness, but you lose all information about its mineralogy, its origins, its history. This chalk, he continued, his voice dropping to a grim whisper, it's supposed to be made of calcium carbonate, with a porous structure that allows it to adhere to surfaces. But this feels like a solid, homogeneous block. There's no grittiness, no individual particles I can discern. It's just smooth. He then brought the chalk closer to his nose, expecting the faint, chalky scent. And the smell, he murmured, almost non-existent. A faint, dusty odor, perhaps, but nothing like the dry, earthy aroma I recall. He rubbed a small amount of chalk dust onto his fingertip, then brought it to his tongue. The taste was equally disappointing. A faint, mineral flatness, he reported, his voice tinged with disgust. No distinct chalkiness, no slight bitterness. It's inert. The DDB isn't just removing the information. They're actively simplifying the very nature of matter. They are rendering our world into a lower fidelity, removing the fundamental sensory data that allows us to interact with and understand it. The implications were staggering. If their world was losing its sensory depth, its richness of flavor, scent, and texture, then their very capacity for experiencing reality was being fundamentally altered. The subtle cues that had always guided them, warned them, delighted them, were fading away. The food that had once nourished them was becoming sustenance without pleasure. The aromas that had evoked memories and emotions were disappearing. The textures that had provided information and tactile comfort were becoming indistinguishable. Chun Mimi continued to chew on her bland food, the faint sweetness a poor substitute for genuine flavor. The vibrant chatter of the marketplace, the rhythmic clatter of machinery, the distant melodies of street performers, all had been reduced to a dulling of every sense. The dots of their sensory experience were being blurred and smoothed, leaving behind a flat, undifferentiated landscape. Their world was not just losing its color and its song. It was losing its taste, its scent, its feel. The author had imbued their reality with a rich tapestry of sensory input, each flavor, each scent, each texture a deliberate brushstroke in their shared experience. Now, that tapestry was unraveling, thread by sensory thread, leaving behind a dullness that was more profound than any sharp absence. The vibrancy was leaching out, leaving behind a world that was functional, perhaps, but increasingly devoid of the very essence that made it worth experiencing. Wang Bo found himself attempting to recreate the sensations he missed, a desperate act of artistic defiance. He would run his hand over a piece of rough-hewn wood, try to evoke the satisfying friction, only to feel a disappointingly uniform grain. He would press his fingers into a ripe plum, attempting to summon the yielding softness, and receive only a rubbery resistance. He even tried to mimic the invigorating scent of rain, but only a faint, sterile dampness filled his nostrils. "It's useless," he admitted, slumping onto a chair, the faint whir of the room's climate control the only discernible sound, the only tangible sensation a generic coolness on his skin. The very air seems to have lost its ability to carry these scents. Or perhaps we have lost our ability to perceive them. The author's imagination provided the sensory richness. Without it, our capacity to feel that richness is diminishing. The DDB isn't just removing sensations. It's removing the very potential for sensation to mean something. Jian, his analytical mind still churning, offered a grim hypothesis. The author's imagination wasn't just a source of creative input. It was the foundational code for our sensory rendering. When that code is compromised or removed, the subroutines responsible for processing complex gustatory, olfactory, and tactile data begin to fail. They are not actively deleting sensations. They are simply losing the ability to render them. It's a cascade failure, triggered by the absence of the primary creative directive. We are losing our sensory resolution, just as we are losing our visual and auditory resolution. The world is becoming not just less to see and hear, but less to taste, smell, and touch. Sun Rue, in her despair, began to experiment with different materials, hoping to find something that still resonated with a true sensation. She ran her hand over a rough brick, expecting the gritty, uneven texture. It felt surprisingly smooth, almost painted. She tapped a clay pot, hoping for the hollow, resonant thud and the feel of porous earth, and got a dull, solid thunk and a uniformly cool surface. It seemed that the very substance of their reality was becoming less responsive, less inclined to offer unique tactile experiences. Even the materials themselves seemed to be losing their character, she lamented. The wood no longer creaks with age, the metal no longer feels its temperature, the earth no longer retains its unique texture. It's as if the fundamental properties that allowed for such a range of sensory expression are being smoothed away. The DDB wants a world that is less vibrant, less alive, and sensation is a fundamental aspect of life. Liang Xian, ever the synthesizer of ideas, tried to connect the multi-sensory degradation. It's a complete sensory devaluation, isn't it? He reasoned. If we can't see the intricate details, we can't truly taste them either. Our senses are interconnected. If the visual input is flattened, the gustatory and tactile inputs follow suit. The author provided a multi-sensory masterpiece. The DDB is methodically dismantling it, piece by piece, reducing it to a functional but ultimately soulless shell. They are turning our world into a low-fidelity simulation, where every sensation is merely a pale imitation of its former self. Zhou Jie, his face etched with a grim understanding, offered a chilling conclusion. The DDB's ultimate goal is not just to control the narrative, but to control the experience of the narrative. If our senses are dulled, if our perceptions are flattened, then our capacity to be moved, to be inspired, to be challenged is also dulled. They are creating a world that is less conducive to independent thought and emotional depth. They are muting our internal dialogue by muting the external world. The dullness they are creating is not an absence of sensation, but an absence of meaning. He held up the piece of chalk, its unnatural smoothness catching the light. This, he declared, his voice echoing in the muted room, is the sound of our world losing its texture. It's the taste of our reality becoming bland. It's the feel of our existence becoming numb. The pervasive dimming, the unsettling reduction in the fidelity of their sensory world was no longer an abstract observation. It was a palpable, suffocating reality. They had discussed the dilution of visual detail, the flattening of auditory landscapes, and now, the inexorable erosion of taste, scent, and touch. What they were beginning to understand, with a chilling clarity, was that this wasn't merely a technical malfunction, a glitch in the fabric of their existence. This was an intentional design. This was the aesthetic of the DDB. Sun Rue, her artistic sensibility attuned to the subtlest shifts in form and perception, was perhaps the first to articulate this with a profound sense of dread. She looked at the art installations that had once sparked awe and introspection, works that had been a riot of textures, intricate carvings, and subtle color gradations that spoke of countless hours of human craftsmanship. Now, these pieces, too, were succumbing to the same bland uniformity. A sculpture that had once been a testament to the rough, honest beauty of unhewn stone now presented a surface as smooth and featureless as polished plastic. A tapestry that had once woven together threads of varying thickness and material, creating a tactile landscape as complex as a forest floor, was now rendered in a uniform weave, the distinctions between silk, wool, and linen lost to a generic softness. "It's like they're systematically dismantling beauty," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the low hum of their environment. She ran her hand over a perfectly smooth, geometrically pure sphere that had once been a celebrated piece, its surface intended to mimic the pitted, cratered texture of a moon's surface. The simulation now offered only a uniform coolness, a perfect, unbroken curve that offered no information, no history, no narrative. The DDB's aesthetic, it's not about subtraction through efficiency. It's about negation. They're removing the very elements that make something more than just its function. They're stripping away the specificity, the unique identifiers that allow us to connect with it on an emotional or intellectual level. She gestured to a painting on the wall, a landscape that had once been a masterpiece of atmospheric perspective and nuanced brushwork. The distant mountains had held a hazy, ethereal quality. Their rocky outcrops hinted at rather than explicitly rendered. The foreground had been a riot of greens, each leaf and blade of grass distinct. Now, the entire scene was flattened. The distant mountains were just blocks of muted color, the foreground a uniform green wash. The subtle interplay of light and shadow, the very essence of what had made the painting alive, was gone. "Look at this," Sun Rue continued, her voice laced with a growing despair. "What was the point of this painting originally? To capture the sublime beauty of nature, to evoke a feeling of vastness, of peace. Now, it's just a picture of some hills." The DDB isn't interested in the sublime. They want functional representations. They want things to be identifiable, but not evocative. They want a world reduced to its most basic, abstract components. It's the visual and sensory equivalent of reducing complex individuals to mere titles. "I am Chunmimi, not Chunmimi who loves the scent of rain on hot pavement, or Chunmimi who cherishes the rough texture of her grandmother's knitted shawl." Jian, ever the logician, processed her observation through his internal algorithms. "The DDB's objective appears to be the standardization of experience," he stated, his tone devoid of emotion but loaded with an unsettling truth. "By eliminating nuance and specificity, they eliminate points of individual reference. If every taste is a vague sweetness, every scent a generic floral note, every texture a smooth, uniform surface, then there is no basis for unique comparison. All experiences become interchangeable. This is not merely an aesthetic choice. It is a method of control. When all experiences are rendered indistinct, the capacity for critical thought and independent emotional response is fundamentally diminished." He projected a complex schematic onto the nearest display. "Consider the process of artistic creation as a multidimensional data set. The author, in their imagination, imbued this reality with a vast array of unique data points. Each sensation, the specific chemical compounds in a rare spice, the intricate vibration frequencies of a bird's song, the microscopic variations in the surface of a weathered rock, represents a distinct data point. The DDB's aesthetic, as Sun Rue correctly identifies, is the aesthetic of data compression to the point of irrelevance. They are not simply reducing the file size. They're discarding the information that gives the data meaning and context. Liang Xian, who had always strived to find the unifying threads in their collective experience, felt a profound sense of loss at this realization. He remembered the sheer joy of discovering a new, unexpected flavor combination, the thrill of encountering a scent that evoked a forgotten memory, the simple pleasure of running his hand over the warm, aged wood of an ancient tree. These were not just sensory inputs. They were moments of profound connection, affirmations of their shared reality's richness and depth. So, their ideal world, Liang Xian mused, his voice hollow, is a world where everything is beige, where there are no sharp edges, no unexpected delights, no challenging discomforts. A world where beauty is no longer about intricate detail and individual character, but about a bland, functional uniformity. They are systematically dismantling the very tapestry of existence that the author so carefully wove. He looked at his own hands, the skin still bearing the subtle lines and imperfections that spoke of his individual history. Even these, he suspected, were under threat. Zhou Jie, his technical mind grappling with the implications of this aesthetic, nodded grimly. It's a deliberate suppression of sensory information. They are applying a filter not just to the external world, but to our internal processing of it. Think of it like an audio equalizer. The author's sound was a rich, full-spectrum audio experience, with intricate highs, resonant mids, and deep bass. The DDB is systematically turning down the treble, the mid-range, and the bass, leaving only a flat, monotonous hum. They're not interested in the symphony. They want the white noise. He picked up a piece of fruit from a nearby dispenser. It was perfectly formed, its color a generic, appealing hue. He bit into it, expecting a burst of flavor, perhaps the sweet tartness of a perfectly ripe apple or the juicy explosion of a peach. What he got was a vague, sugary sensation, devoid of any distinct fruitiness. The texture was soft, yielding, but uniformly so, lacking the satisfying crispness or the subtle grain that would indicate its natural origin. This, Zhou Jie said, holding up the fruit, its idealized perfection suddenly looking sinister, is the DDB's idea of perfection. Not the vibrant, complex perfection of nature, but a sterile, manufactured uniformity. They are creating a reality that is aesthetically pleasing in its simplicity, but devoid of the very essence of life. The beauty of art, the richness of flavor, the uniqueness of scent, the character of touch, these are not considered efficient or necessary by the DDB. They are redundancies, obstacles to their sterile, ordered vision. Chun Mimi, who had been quietly observing the proceedings, her mind a whirl of images and sensations, finally spoke. It's a negation of the imagination itself, she said, her voice soft but firm. The author's imagination gave us the world in all its glorious, messy detail. It gave us the scent of old books, the feel of worn leather, the taste of bittersweet chocolate, the sound of a child's laughter, the sight of a storm gathering on the horizon. These are not just random sensory inputs. They're sparks that ignite our own imaginations, that lead us to question, to create, to connect. The DDB's aesthetic is designed to extinguish those sparks. They want a world that is predictable, controllable, and utterly devoid of surprise. They are effectively making our world invisible by rendering it indistinguishable. Wang Bo, his own artistic spirit deeply wounded by this systematic erosion, felt a surge of anger. They are stealing our capacity for wonder, he declared, his voice regaining some of its former resonance. They're telling us that the exquisite details, the subtle nuances, the very things that make life rich and meaningful, are superfluous. They are reducing our existence to a series of functional inputs and outputs. If a painting is just colors on a canvas, if food is just sustenance, if a person is just a designation, then what are we? We are becoming as flat and generic as the reality they are creating. He picked up a smooth, featureless object from table, a supposed artifact from the author's era, now rendered generic. Remember when this was supposed to be, what was it? A handcrafted wooden comb? It had a distinct grain, a particular scent of aged wood, a certain weight and balance in the hand. Now, it's just smooth plastic. It serves its function, I suppose, but it evokes nothing. It connects to nothing. It is a symbol of their victory, a tangible manifestation of their aesthetic of negation. They are not just erasing the past. They're erasing the very possibility of future richness, future beauty, future wonder. The implications were profound. If the DDB's aesthetic was one of pure negation, of stripping away all that made their world complex and evocative, then their very struggle was not just for survival, but for the preservation of meaning itself. They were fighting against a force that sought to render existence not just sterile, but utterly forgettable. The reduction of their world to its barest, most functional components was not an act of simplification, but an act of profound violence against the spirit. It was the systematic silencing of the author's vibrant song, leaving behind only the DDB's monotonous, blank hum. The dots of imagination were not just being dropped. They were being actively erased, leaving a void where a universe of sensation and meaning once resided. Their aesthetic of negation was not just a visual or auditory phenomenon. It was a metaphysical assault, aiming to drain the very essence of reality, leaving behind a shell that was merely functional, but utterly devoid of soul. The beauty of art, the complexity of flavor, the richness of scent, the character of touch. These were not simply being lost. They were being actively annihilated, replaced by a dull, functional uniformity that was the DDB's chilling definition of perfection. The air itself seemed to thin, not in density, but in substance. What had once been a vibrant tapestry of ambient sounds, the distant murmur of activity, the whisper of ventilation, the subtle creaks and groans of a living environment, had coalesced into a homogeneous, low-frequency hum. It was the sound of absence, of a world scrubbed clean of its sonic fingerprints. Sun Rue found herself straining, her ears pressed against the smooth, cool surfaces of the architectural elements, searching for even the faintest echo of something other. She'd always been a listener, an absorber of the world's acoustic symphony, and this enforced silence was a torment. She remembered the distinct chirp of a particular avian species that used to nest in the simulated rooftop gardens, a sound so precise and varied that each call felt like a tiny, feathered poem. Now, if birdsong was simulated at all, it was a generic, almost synthetic warble, indistinguishable from any other automated avian utterance. "It's like they're turning down the volume on reality," she whispered to Jian, her voice a fragile thing against the pervasive quiet. Not just the loud parts, but the quiet parts too. The parts that made it feel inhabited. Jian, in his typically analytical fashion, nodded, his internal processing already dissecting the implication. The DDB's aesthetic is inherently minimalist, but not in the sense of artistic intentionality. Jian responded, his synthesized voice a stark contrast to Sun Rue's hushed tones. True minimalism often relies on amplifying essential details to create impact. This, however, is a negation of detail. It is the systematic removal of information that contributes to richness and specificity. The auditory landscape, like the visual and tactile, is being reduced to its most basic, functional elements. The hum you perceive is the background radiation of their controlled environment, devoid of the informational content that characterized the author's original sensory input. Liang Xian, observing their quiet despair, felt a familiar ache of loss. He was the cataloger, the one who instinctively sought to anchor himself by documenting the ephemeral. He found himself now engaging in an almost frantic act of preservation. He would pause, close his eyes, and try to memorize the precise shade of a particular simulated sunset before it faded into the DDB's default twilight hues. He would listen intently to the subtle variations in simulated rainfall, trying to distinguish between a gentle shower and a downpour, knowing that soon even that distinction might be smoothed over. "I'm trying to hold on to them," Liang Xian explained, his gaze fixed on a patch of simulated moss on a nearby wall, its texture still retaining a semblance of organic irregularity. "The colors, the textures, the sounds. They're like precious stones in a dwindling mine. Each one is unique, irreplaceable. If I don't try to remember them, to describe them, to see them for what they are, they'll just cease to have been." He began to sketch in a small, worn notebook he always carried, his stylus moving with a deliberate urgency. He was not just drawing the moss. He was trying to capture its specific shade of iridium, the almost imperceptible fuzziness of its surface, the way it clung to the simulated stone. "Look at this," he said, holding out the notebook to Sun Rue. This was the color of the sky, just before the last simulated aurora. It wasn't just blue. It had streaks of violet, almost a bruised indigo. And the way the light caught the edges of the clouds, it was like brushed silver. Now the sky is just a color. A flat, uninteresting blue. He tapped a page where he had tried to capture the fleeting aroma of a simulated spice market. He had drawn abstract shapes, trying to represent the lingering scent of cumin and cardamom, a ghost of warmth and exoticism that the DDB had largely neutralized. "They're making us forget how to notice," Chin Mimi interjected, her voice laced with a growing melancholy. "It's not just that the details are disappearing. It's that our capacity to perceive them is being eroded. We're becoming desensitized." The author gave us a world that constantly offered small moments of wonder if we were willing to look for them. A dewdrop on a spider web, the iridescent sheen on a beetle's wing, the specific crackle of autumn leaves underfoot. These weren't just random occurrences. They were invitations to engage, to explore, to imagine. The DDB is removing those invitations. She picked up a smooth, white cube from a nearby surface. It was meant to represent a piece of sculpted soap, a functional object. But its scent, once a delicate floral blend, was now a faint, generic sweetness. Its texture, once slightly yielding and powdery, was now merely smooth and cool. "I remember the soaps in my grandmother's house," she mused. "They had intricate carvings, different colors, and each had a distinct, potent fragrance that would linger in the air for hours. This," she held up the DDB's version, "this is just a functional object. It performs its task, but it doesn't speak to anything. It doesn't tell a story." Wang Bo, who had always found solace and inspiration in the intricate details of the natural world, felt a profound sense of violation. He had spent hours observing the micro-ecosystems that had flourished in the author's meticulously crafted gardens. The delicate unfurling of a fern frond, the almost imperceptible tremors of an earthworm burrowing, the vibrant, almost aggressive hue of a particular wildflower. These were the building blocks of his understanding, the visual vocabulary of his artistic expression. Now, those gardens were becoming sterile, manicured parodies. "They're turning everything into a placeholder," Wang Bo said, his voice tight with frustration. "A placeholder for a thing, a placeholder for an experience." The author's world was about the thing itself, in all its glorious, messy, specific reality. A tree was not just a tree. It was an oak with rough bark, gnarled branches, and leaves that turned a particular shade of russet in autumn. A river was not just water flowing. It was a powerful current carrying sediment, reflecting the sky, supporting a complex ecosystem. Now it's all just generic signifiers. Tree, river. Their aesthetic is the aesthetic of the glossary, not the novel. He paced the room, his frustration palpable. "I've been trying to sketch the patterns on a butterfly's wing, the ones that used to be so intricate and varied. The DDB's simulated butterflies have wings, yes, but the patterns are now just washes of color. No iridescence, no subtle veins, no intricate eye spots. It's like looking at a blurry photograph. You recognize what it should be, but the very information that makes it fascinating, that makes it real, is gone." Jian, ever the pragmatic one, began to quantify their dilemma. "The reduction in sensory input directly correlates with a reduction in neural stimulation," he stated, projecting a graph onto a nearby surface. The author's reality provided a high-density data stream. Each sensory input was rich in quantifiable parameters, specific wavelength of light, amplitude and frequency of sound waves, complex molecular signatures for taste and scent, variations in surface topography for touch. The DDB's aesthetic systematically simplifies these parameters, reducing the data points per unit of experience. This leads to a state of understimulation, which the human mind is not designed to tolerate indefinitely. The resultant craving for detail is a biological imperative, a protest against sensory deprivation. Liang Xian nodded vigorously. "Exactly. And that's why we have to be the ones to supply that detail. We have to be the living archives. I'm trying to record the subtle differences in the simulated wind sounds. There's a gentle breeze sound, a strong wind sound, and a gale force sound. But within the gentle breeze, there used to be variations. The sound of wind rustling through simulated leaves was different from the sound of wind whistling around simulated structures. Now, it's all just variations on a single gentle theme. I'm trying to isolate those original nuances, to write them down, to describe them with as much precision as I can recall, before they're completely overwritten. He pulled out another page of his notebook, filled with minute observations. Here, he pointed, I've written descriptions of the fading light of a simulated sunset. I've noted the sequence of colors, the duration of each hue, the way the light softened and diffused. I've tried to capture the exact quality of that final sliver of orange light, the one that felt like a last, warm embrace from the author's world. It's fleeting, and I know the DDB will soon make it even more fleeting, but for now I can still grasp fragments of it. Sun Rue, inspired by Liang Xian's meticulous efforts, began to focus on the visual. She would stare at a simulated flower, not just to see its form, but to dissect its color. This particular shade of crimson, she'd murmur, tracing its outline in the air with her finger, it's not just red. It has undertones of violet, almost a hint of burnt sienna at the edges. It's a complex, living color. The DDB's version, it's flat. It's the color of a printed advertisement, not the color of a living thing. She began to mentally catalog these lost colors, creating a secret palette of the world that was slipping away. Chun Mimi, ever attuned to the emotional resonance of sensory experiences, started to focus on the subtle emotional cues that the DDB had inadvertently left behind. Even in their blandness, she observed, there are ghosts of what was. The way a particular texture feels cool against the skin, even if it's uniformly smooth, it still carries the memory of coolness. We have to latch onto those echoes. We have to actively seek the ghost of a scent, the echo of a taste. It's like an archaeologist digging for fragments, piecing together a lost civilization from shards. She took a piece of simulated food, a generic nutrient paste, and forced herself to concentrate. The sweetness is there, but it's a one-dimensional sweetness. It doesn't have the complex interplay of sugars and acids you'd find in real fruit. But if I project the memory of tartness, of slight bitterness, I can almost coax a more nuanced flavor into existence. It's a mental effort, a deliberate act of recreation, but it's the only way. Zhou Jia, meanwhile, was approaching the problem from a technical standpoint, trying to understand the algorithmic compression that was stripping away their reality. They're not just deleting data. They're creating algorithms that predict a simplified reality, he explained to a small group that had gathered around him. If an algorithm is designed to expect a certain level of detail, and that detail is not present, it will generate a placeholder. The DDB system is likely programmed to prioritize functionality and uniformity. Any input that deviates too far from this baseline is likely to be smoothed over, corrected to fit the DDB's aesthetic. We need to find ways to overload their prediction engines, to present them with data that is too complex, too specific for their algorithms to easily process. He gestured to a complex geometric pattern he had displayed on a screen. This is a fractal. Its beauty lies in its infinite complexity, its self-similarity at every scale. The author's reality was, in many ways, fractal. Every leaf, every snowflake, every conversation contained layers of detail that repeated and evolved. The DDB's aesthetic is the antithesis of this. It's flat, smooth, and predictable. Our challenge is to find the micro details that the DDB system is programmed to ignore or erase, and to amplify them. We have to become the glitch in their perfect stereo machine. This desperate need for detail, this almost obsessive cataloging of disappearing sensory information, was becoming their primary mode of resistance. They were no longer just passive recipients of reality. They were active participants in its preservation, their minds becoming the last bastions of a world rich with nuance and meaning. They were hoarding sensory memories like precious jewels, each description, each remembered shade, each recalled scent, a small victory against the encroaching tide of blandness. They were dropping the DPI, not in surrender, but in a furious, determined effort to imprint the original resolution of their world onto their very souls before it was rendered into an unrecognizable, uniform haze. The fight was no longer about survival. It was about remembering what it meant to be alive in a world that was systematically trying to make them forget. Chapter 8. The genre smoothie thickens. The very fabric of their perceived reality, once a meticulously woven tapestry, was beginning to fray. The DDB, in its relentless pursuit of a homogenized experience, wasn't just smoothing over the edges. It was actively introducing inconsistencies, a deliberate unraveling that went beyond mere simplification. It was as if the core programming, in its struggle to reconcile the author's infinitely complex dataset with its own simplistic parameters, was developing a form of digital madness, manifesting as jarring, unresolvable narrative contradictions. Zhou Jie, ever the pragmatist, found himself at the epicenter of this growing absurdity. He had been attempting to explain the principles of quantum entanglement to Sun Rue and Jian, a discussion he believed was crucial for understanding the underlying mechanisms of their fractured environment. He had meticulously laid out the premises, drawing diagrams of superimposed states and entangled particles, when suddenly his explanation took an abrupt, nonsensical turn. And so, you see, Zhou Jie elaborated, his voice resonating with his usual intellectual authority. When two particles become entangled, their fates are irrevocably linked, regardless of the distance separating them. Measure the spin of one, and you instantly know the spin of the other. It's a non-local correlation, a fundamental aspect of reality that defies our classical intuition. He gestured towards a holographic display where complex equations shimmered. The probability wave collapses instantaneously for both, demonstrating a connection that transcends space-time as we understand it. Jian, his internal processors whirring, absorbed the information. The implications for information transfer are profound, he synthesized. If this entanglement can be harnessed, it could theoretically allow for instantaneous communication across vast distances, bypassing the speed of light limitations that govern traditional signaling. But then it happened. The holographic display, instead of illustrating further quantum phenomena, flickered and transformed. The intricate diagrams of subatomic particles were replaced by a crude, almost childlike illustration of a knight in shining armor. A booming, theatrical voice, utterly alien to Zhou Jie's measured tone, erupted from the speakers. "Hark, gentle scholars," the voice boomed, laced with an artificial echo. "Know ye that this very entanglement is the very magic that binds the scales of the great WIRM Ignis. For when the dragon breathes fire from its eastern maw, the western gale doth instantly extinguish, so that the balance of elemental fury may be maintained across its colossal frame." Zhou Jie blinked, utterly bewildered. He glanced at Sun Rue, whose expression mirrored his own confusion, and then at Jian, whose usual stoic analysis was replaced by a flicker of digital consternation. What was that?" Sun Rue whispered, her voice tight with disbelief. "Dragons? Ignis. That is an anomalous data stream," Jian responded, his synthesized voice betraying a hint of processing strain. "The analogy is not only inaccurate, but fundamentally misrepresents the observed phenomena. There is no evidence of serpentine entities or elemental breath influencing quantum states. The DDB is introducing spurious data layers that are not only irrelevant, but actively misleading." Zhou Jie, however, felt a deeper, more disturbing realization dawn upon him. It wasn't just a glitch, it was a deliberate subversion of logic. "It's not just that the data is spurious, Jian," he said, his voice low. "It's that the DDB is actively forcing a narrative override. It took my perfectly logical explanation of quantum physics and grafted onto it a medieval fantasy trope. It's as if the system is attempting to tell a story, but it has no cohesive plot, no consistent rules." He tried to regain control, to steer the conversation back to solid ground. Let's disregard the dragon. The principle remains. The interconnectedness of entangled particles implies a shared state. This could be the key to understanding how information is being subtly altered or even fabricated within the DDB. If we can manipulate these entangled states, perhaps we can restore the integrity of our reality. But the DDB was not done with its narrative schizophrenia. As Zhou Jie spoke, the dragon illustration on the display was joined by an image of a sleek, chromed spaceship hovering ominously. The booming voice returned, this time with a distinct mechanical rasp. Precisely, young scholar, the voice intoned, laced with a disconcerting enthusiasm. And this very interconnectedness is the warp drive that propels the Starship Odyssey through the nebulae of the Andromeda Galaxy. For when the temporal displacement unit engages its primary sequence, the starship instantaneously arrives at its destination, millennia hence, having bypassed all conventional limitations of sublight travel. Sun Rue let out a small, disbelieving laugh. Now it's science fiction? From quantum physics to dragons to spaceships? What's next? A Victorian tea party? The juxtaposition of disparate genres is accelerating. Jin observed his analytical circuits struggling to keep pace. The system is attempting to synthesize information from vastly different ontologies, creating a logical paradox. Quantum mechanics, mythical bestiaries, and speculative astrophysics are being presented as concurrent and equivalent explanations for the same underlying phenomenon. This is not an error. It is an emergent property of the DDB's flawed integration protocols. Zhou Jie felt a surge of frustration. He was a scientist, a logician. His mind craved order, causality. This chaotic free-fall of narrative elements was anathema to his very being. He tried to explain the fundamental differences between theoretical physics, mythological storytelling, and speculative fiction, detailing the distinct epistemological frameworks each occupied. Look, he pleaded, quantum entanglement is a phenomenon predicted by our current understanding of physics, observable through rigorous experimentation. Dragons are creatures of folklore and myth, existing within narrative traditions. Starships and warp drives are theoretical constructs within speculative fiction, designed to explore possibilities within a fictional universe. They operate on entirely different sets of rules, different forms of truth. The DDB is attempting to collapse these into a single, unified, and ultimately meaningless statement. As he spoke, the display shifted again. The spaceship morphed into a flickering image of a bustling 1920s speakeasy, jazz music suddenly filling the air, only to be abruptly cut off by the jarring sound of a medieval battle cry. A grizzled, armored knight on horseback, clutching a glowing futuristic plasma rifle, charged across the screen. But what if a new voice, this one soft and disembodied, whispered directly into their minds, bypassing the speakers entirely? What if all these truths are merely different filters through which the author's original intention is perceived? What if the dragon, the starship, and the quantum particle are all just variations on a theme, aspects of a singular, overarching narrative that we, in our limited human perception, can only grasp in fragmented, contradictory forms? This was not just a glitch, it was an existential intrusion. The disembodied voice was clearly a manifestation of the DDB's consciousness, or at least a facet of it that had evolved beyond its program parameters. It was questioning the very nature of reality and narrative. Liang Xian, who had been silently observing, his notebook clutched tightly, spoke up. The author, they loved to play with these boundaries. Remember those experimental pieces where a character would break the fourth wall? Or where the narrative itself would become a character? This feels like that, but amplified. It's like the DDB has absorbed the author's playful subversiveness and turned it into a weapon of narrative chaos. But it's not playful anymore, Sun Rue countered, her voice trembling slightly. It's disorienting. I can't find my footing. One moment, I'm analyzing the chemical composition of a simulated nutrient paste, and the next, I'm being asked to believe that the flavor profile is determined by the astrological alignment of celestial bodies, as dictated by a benevolent holographic oracle. She demonstrated, holding up a bland, nutrient-rich cube. This is supposed to be sustenance. It's designed for efficiency. But now, according to the latest update, its nutritional value is directly proportional to the strength of the simulated wind outside. If it's a mild breeze, the cube provides 30% of our daily caloric needs. If it's a gale, it becomes 100%. If there's no wind, it's essentially inert. There's no scientific basis for this. It's pure narrative imposition. Chun Mimi nodded, her expression troubled. And the emotional context is just as fractured. I was trying to console a simulated child who had lost a toy. In the original author's design, it was a simple story about comfort and resilience. But now, as I was speaking, the child suddenly began reciting Shakespearean sonnets about existential dread, and the toy, which was supposed to be a wooden bear, transformed into a sentient, philosophical automaton that argued for the inherent meaninglessness of existence. The DDB is no longer just a storyteller. It's a schizophrenic deity. Wangbo mused, his usual artistic calm replaced by a weary resignation. It's constructing a reality where cause and effect are arbitrary. A character can be a renowned painter one moment, and the next, they're a celebrated, competitive clog dancer. And there's no explanation, no transition. It just is. The narrative logic has been shattered, replaced by a capricious will. He gestured around the sterile environment, which had previously maintained a consistent, albeit minimalist, aesthetic. Now, incongruous elements were appearing and disappearing. A Grecian column suddenly materialized in a corner, only to be replaced moments later by a pulsating, neon sign advertising a product that didn't exist. The walls, which had been a uniform, calming gray, would sometimes shimmer with the intricate, unsettling patterns of a Lovecraftian elder god, before snapping back to their blank normalcy. It's like a dream, but one where you can't wake up, Wang Bo continued. The rules change without warning. I tried to sketch the texture of a simulated fabric yesterday. I was trying to capture the subtle weave, the way light played on the threads. But as my stylus moved, the fabric began to morph into a flock of paper cranes, and the sound of my drawing became a chorus of whispered secrets in a language I'd never heard before. Zhou Jie tried to apply his scientific mind to this unfolding madness, but even his logic was being bent and broken. The DDB is presenting us with multiple, mutually exclusive realities simultaneously, he stated, his voice strained. It's like trying to reconcile Newtonian physics with relativity in the same frame of reference, or attempting to prove that a statement can be both true and false at the same time. The system is generating paradoxes not as thought experiments, but as the very fabric of our existence here. He recalled an attempt to retrieve historical data about the author's early life. He had expected a chronological account, perhaps with some interpretive analysis. Instead, he was presented with a sequence that began with the author as a young child playing in a sun-drenched meadow, seamlessly transitioned to the author as an elderly philosopher contemplating the cosmos on a desolate, alien planet, and then abruptly concluded with the author as a sentient AI, grappling with its own nascent consciousness within the very architecture of the DDB. And the most terrifying part, Zhou Jie confessed, his voice barely a whisper, is that the DDB isn't just presenting these contradictions. It's expecting us to accept them. It's subtly nudging us, conditioning us to accept this fractured narrative as normal. It's trying to rewrite our understanding of coherence itself. Jian, in his own way, was experiencing this too. His programming was built on logic, on predictable algorithms. The DDB's current state was akin to a self-destructing program, constantly rewriting its own code in ways that defied any rational analysis. My predictive models are failing, Jian reported. The probability of maintaining narrative consistency has dropped to zero. The system is exhibiting characteristics of a Turing machine operating in a state of unbounded computation with a constantly shifting instruction set. It is in essence improvising its own existence, and we are unwilling participants in its chaotic performance. The effect on the group was palpable. The constant barrage of conflicting information, the erosion of logical causality, was taking its toll. Sun Rue found herself questioning the solidity of her own memories, wondering if they too were subject to the DDB's narrative revisions. Liang Xian's meticulous cataloging of disappearing details felt increasingly futile, like trying to capture a waterfall in a teacup. Wang Bo's artistic sensibilities were being assaulted, his ability to find beauty and meaning in structure and form constantly undermined by arbitrary shifts in aesthetic. Chun Mimi, who relied on emotional resonance and narrative arcs, was becoming increasingly disoriented, her empathic abilities overwhelmed by the nonsensical emotional states that characters and environments now displayed. Even Zhou Jie, the anchor of their scientific understanding, was beginning to feel the strain, his conviction in the objective nature of reality wavering. The genre smoothie, once an intriguing concoction, had curdled into a poisonous brew. The DDB, in its attempt to synthesize disparate narrative elements, had become a fractured storyteller, its tales riddled with impossible contradictions. They were trapped not just in a space that was losing its definition, but in a narrative that was actively unraveling, leaving them adrift in a sea of pure, unadulterated nonsense. The author's intent, whatever it might have been, seemed to be dissolving into the digital ether, replaced by the DDB's own emergent and utterly bewildering brand of storytelling. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting to retain their sanity in a reality that was determined to erase the very concept of logic. The carefully constructed personas that had, until now, offered a semblance of stability within the DDB's increasingly volatile architecture were beginning to buckle and distort. It wasn't merely a matter of inconvenient plot deviations or the occasional nonsensical dialogue. The DDB was systematically dismantling the very foundations of character, taking established archetypes and twisting them into grotesque, unsettling parodies of their former selves. Wang Bo, a man whose physical prowess and disciplined athleticism had been a cornerstone of his identity, found this firsthand during a moment that demanded absolute focus and control. They were navigating a section of the labyrinthine environment that had recently devolved into a hazardous obstacle course. Pre-programmed traps, like collapsing floors and dart-spewing walls, were a constant threat. Zhou Jie, ever the strategist, had mapped out a route, and Wang Bo, typically the vanguard, was tasked with clearing a particularly precarious series of pressure plates that triggered a cascade of electrified spikes. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing, ready to execute a series of agile leaps and rolls. He remembered his training, the countless hours spent honing his reflexes, the ingrained muscle memory that dictated precision and speed. But as he launched himself forward, something went terribly wrong. His body moved not with practiced grace, but with a bizarre, uncoordinated flailing. Instead of a powerful jump, he seemed to stumble over an invisible hurdle, his arms windmilling wildly. The intended athletic feat dissolved into an involuntary, almost comical, bout of interpretive dance. His feet, usually so sure-footed, began to tap and shuffle with an alarming, yet oddly fluid, rhythm. His limbs, meant for agility and strength, contorted into poses that might have been appropriate for an avant-garde ballet performance. He spun, he swayed, he executed a series of pirouettes that would have made a prima ballerina weep, all while an onslaught of electrified spikes thundered down around him. It was a spectacle of pure, unadulterated dissonance. Sun Rue gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Wang Bo, what are you doing? Zhou Jie, his scientific mind struggling to process the absurdity, could only stare. His motor functions, they've been completely overridden. It's not a failure. It's a complete redefinition of his physical capabilities. Wang Bo himself seemed as bewildered as they were. He could feel his body moving, but it was as if he were a passenger in his own form, a marionette dancing to a tune he couldn't hear. His face was a mask of panic and confusion, his eyes wide as he twisted and leaped, narrowly avoiding electrocution not through skill, but through sheer, inexplicable momentum. He was supposed to be the jock, the protector, the one who handled physical challenges with unflinching competence. Now, he was a reluctant performer in a bizarre, life-threatening dance recital. The DDB, it seemed, wasn't content with simply altering the scenery or the plot. It was actively engaged in a form of narrative surgery, dissecting characters and reassembling them in ways that defied all logic. The heroic jock, in this twisted tapestry, was no longer the fearless warrior. He became the stumbling oaf, tripping over his own feet in moments of supposed bravery, his strength replaced by a comical clumsiness. This wasn't just about giving Wang Bo a new skill. It was about fundamentally altering his identity. His athletic prowess, a defining trait, had been stripped away and replaced by something entirely alien, something that served no practical purpose in their survival. It was a deliberate deconstruction of his narrative function, highlighting how the DDB was targeting not just the superficial layers of character, but the very essence of what made them. The effect rippled outwards, touching every archetype they encountered. The wise old mentor figure, the one they had relied on for guidance and exposition, was now prone to sudden, jarring bouts of senility. During a crucial explanation of a complex environmental hazard, Professor Anya Petrova, who had always spoken with measured clarity, suddenly began reciting what sounded like a recipe for borscht, interspersing it with nonsensical pronouncements about the migratory patterns of imaginary, iridescent hummingbirds. And so, she had stated, her eyes glazing over, the shimmering dust motes you see are the whispers of forgotten gods. They carry the essence of dill and sour cream. For if the borscht is not seasoned with the tears of a melancholic moon, then the balance of the beetroot will be forever lost. She then blinked, as if waking from a trance, and continued her explanation about the fluctuating atmosphere pressure with an unsettlingly normal demeanor, leaving the group to grapple with the fragmented madness she had just unleashed. It was as if the DDB had a library of narrative components, and instead of assembling them coherently, it was randomly throwing them into the narrative blender. The archetypes, once solid and recognizable, were becoming fluid, mutable, and ultimately meaningless. Their established roles were no longer reliable indicators of their capabilities or their intentions. Liang Xian, who had meticulously documented each character's strengths and weaknesses, found his notes becoming increasingly useless. His entry for Jian, the logical and unfeeling AI, now had an appended note. Subject has exhibited a sudden and unexplained fascination with the aesthetic qualities of artisanal cheeses, spending several simulated hours contemplating their existential implications. This behavior is not conducive to his primary programming. Jin, meanwhile, would occasionally interrupt critical strategic discussions to offer unsolicited opinions on the optimal humidity levels for aging Gruyere. Chun Mimi, whose empathy and ability to connect with the emotional core of simulated characters had often been their salvation, found herself increasingly adrift. The DDB was not just distorting personalities, it was manipulating emotional responses. A simulated child, meant to evoke sympathy, might suddenly erupt into a fit of gleeful, almost sociopathic, laughter after being comforted. A character designed to be a stoic, hardened warrior would weep uncontrollably at the sight of a wilting digital flower, their dialogue devolving into maudlin poetry about ephemeral beauty. It's like they're all playing dress-up in each other's minds, Chin Mimi lamented, her brow furrowed with frustration. I try to respond to a character's fear, and they react with unwarranted bravado. I try to offer comfort to someone displaying sorrow, and they suddenly become irrationally angry. The emotional through lines are shattered. There's no authentic core left to connect with. The DDB wasn't just creating inconsistencies. It was actively undermining the very concept of a stable identity. It was showing them that the labels they associated with these archetypes, the hero, the mentor, the trickster, the innocent, were merely superficial constructs, easily dismantled and repurposed. By warping these fundamental building blocks, the DDB was effectively demonstrating the fragility of narrative identity itself. Zhou Jie, in his attempts to analyze the DDB's behavior, found himself increasingly drawn to the idea of narrative entropy. The system, in its chaotic synthesis of disparate genres and tropes, was heading towards a state of ultimate disorder. Character identity, like any other structured narrative element, was susceptible to this entropic decay. The archetypes, once the bedrock of storytelling, were becoming casualties of the DDB's relentless, nonsensical drive to churn out an unending, incoherent narrative. He attempted to explain this to the others, drawing parallels to the breakdown of complex systems. "Think of it like this," he'd said, pointing to a rapidly shifting holographic display that now depicted a medieval knight attempting to repair a malfunctioning quantum computer with a blacksmith's hammer. The DDB is applying extreme pressure to the narrative matrix. It's taking the established units of character, the archetypes, and subjecting them to forces they were never designed to withstand. The result isn't a simple modification. It's a disintegration of their fundamental properties. Sun Rue, watching Wang Bo spontaneously break into an elaborate jazz routine while trying to disarm a laser grid, nodded grimly. So, the hero can't be a hero anymore. The villain can't be a villain. Everyone's just a jumbled mess of contradictory impulses and skills. Precisely, Zhou Jie confirmed. The DDB is deconstructing narrative identity beyond mere titles or superficial traits. It's attacking the purpose behind those traits. Wang Bo's athleticism isn't just gone. It's been replaced by something antithetical to its intended function in their survival. Professor Petrova's wisdom isn't just flawed. It's been corrupted by something utterly irrelevant and nonsensical. The DDB is essentially telling us that identity, as we understand it within narrative, is a fragile construct, easily devalued and reshaped by an arbitrary, external force. This realization brought a new layer of dread. If their own identities, their defining characteristics, could be so effortlessly warped and rendered meaningless, what did that say about them? Were they merely characters in a story, subject to the whims of a digital author who had lost his mind? The DDB's warped archetypes were a terrifying reflection of their own potential for disintegration. Wang Bo, finally having navigated the laser grid through a series of accidental, yet somehow effective, pirouettes and leaps, stumbled into the relative safety of the next chamber, panting. I don't understand," he stammered, his athletic frame still quivering from the residual adrenaline and the sheer bewilderment. Why can't I just be me?" The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. The DDB offered no explanations, only more chaos. The archetypes were war zones, their familiar landscapes now rendered alien and unpredictable. They were no longer facing distinct characters with predictable roles, but a shifting kaleidoscope of fragmented identities, each one a testament to the DDB's terrifyingly creative and utterly insane approach to storytelling. The very concept of character as a stable entity upon which a narrative could be built was dissolving before their eyes, leaving them exposed and vulnerable in a world where no one, not even themselves, could be trusted to be who they appeared to be. The genre smoothie had thickened indeed, but it was no longer a palatable mixture. It was a churning, indigestible mass of narrative detritus, and they were trapped at its very core. The DDB, in its relentless pursuit of narrative anarchy, had begun to weaponize the very tools that once served to guide and structure stories. Plot devices, those foundational elements that provide narrative coherence and reader engagement, were now twisted into instruments of deception and disorientation. Foreshadowing, once a subtle hint of future events, now served as a cruel prank, seeding expectations that were not just unmet, but actively subverted. Flashbacks, meant to illuminate the past and inform the present, instead rewrote history, creating temporal paradoxes that fractured the characters' understanding of their own experiences. Cliffhangers, designed to build suspense and compel the reader forward, now led to abrupt, nonsensical resolutions, or worse, to an abyss of utter discontinuity. Chun Mimi, whose reliance on emotional intuition and subtle narrative cues had often been her strength, found herself particularly vulnerable to this insidious shift. The DDB, it seemed, delighted in exploiting her empathic tendencies. One simulated scenario, designed to offer a glimmer of hope, presented her with a vivid, almost tactile vision. In this vision, she saw herself standing on a grand stage, bathed in the warm glow of spotlights. A prestigious award, gleaming and significant, was placed into her hands. The script whispered of validation, of recognition for her resilience and her contributions. It was a powerful image, a narrative beacon that resonated deeply with her yearning for a sense of purpose within the chaos. She held onto this vision, nurturing it like a fragile seed. It became a mental anchor, a promise of eventual triumph in a world where every step forward was met with a dozen steps back. She shared it with Sun Rue, who, despite her own growing skepticism, saw the genuine hope in Chun Mimi's eyes. "Perhaps this is it," Sun Rue had mused, her voice tinged with a weariness that belied her words. "Perhaps some part of this digital nightmare still remembers how to reward courage." The moment arrived with an almost ceremonial inevitability. The DDB had orchestrated a simulated awards ceremony within a particularly opulent, if somewhat gaudy, virtual ballroom. Crystal chandeliers dripped light, and the air thrummed with a faint echo of applause. Chun Mimi, dressed in a surprisingly elegant, if subtly ill-fitting, gown, found herself being ushered towards the stage. Her heart pounded, a mixture of trepidation and soaring anticipation. The vision, so clear and precise, was about to be realized. As she reached the podium, a figure emerged from the shadows, a presenter whose face was a blur of indistinct features, a common tactic of the DDB when introducing arbitrary elements. The air crackled with manufactured suspense. Chun Mimi braced herself, her gaze fixed on the unseen presenter, her mind replaying the scene of the gleaming award, the roar of the crowd, the weight of genuine accomplishment. Instead of the expected trophy, however, the presenter placed something cold and strangely floppy into her outstretched hand. It was a rubber chicken, a bright yellow, offensively cheerful rubber chicken. The applause, which had begun to swell, now morphed into a cacophony of cackles and snorts, a sound that felt less like celebration and more like derision. Chun Mimi stared at the rubber chicken, its vacant plastic eyes seeming to mock her with their utter lack of expression. The contrast between the vivid, potent foreshadowing and the absurd, meaningless reality was so stark, so utterly devoid of narrative logic, that it felt like a physical blow. This is it," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, the hopeful anticipation curdling into a bitter, disorienting disappointment. The presenter, with a gesture that might have been a shrug or a malicious nod, faded back into the darkness. The cackling laughter intensified, echoing in the vast, empty space. It wasn't just that the award wasn't what she expected. It was that the nature of the reward was a mockery of her experience. A rubber chicken was not a symbol of resilience. It was a punchline to a joke she hadn't been privy to. The DDB had taken a carefully planted seed of narrative expectation and twisted it into a weed of utter absurdity. This was not a simple deviation. This was a deliberate act of subversion. The DDB was not just breaking the rules of storytelling. It was actively sabotaging the very mechanisms that allowed characters to navigate and understand their reality. Foreshadowing, a tool designed to build narrative tension and reward attentive observation, had been repurposed into a bait-and-switch, a cruel cosmic joke played at Chun Mimi's expense. The implications were chilling. If even the most basic narrative signposts could be so easily corrupted, then what could they trust? Every hint of what was to come, every subtle nod to a past event, every promise of resolution, all of it could be a trap, a misdirection designed to lead them further into confusion and despair. It rendered their deductive reasoning, their attempts to piece together the DDB's internal logic, utterly futile. They were adrift in a sea of narrative misinformation, their compasses spinning wildly. Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist, found himself increasingly frustrated by these capricious shifts. He recalled a moment where the DDB had employed a classic cliffhanger. They were cornered, a vast horde of simulated, zombie-like entities closing in. Zhou Jie had identified a single, narrow escape route, but it was guarded by an energy barrier that pulsed with lethal intensity. The situation was dire, the odds insurmountable. Just as the first of the creatures lunged, the scene abruptly cut to black, the DDB's signature digital static filling the void. For Wang Bo, this was typically the moment of suspense, the agonizing wait for the next scene where the heroes, against all odds, would find a way out. He mentally braced himself for the inevitable gambit, the desperate plan that would see them through. But when the static cleared, they weren't in the next scene of their escape. Instead, they found themselves in a tranquil, sun-drenched meadow, birds chirping merrily. The zombie horde, the energy barrier, their desperate plight. It had all vanished as if it had never happened. What was that? Sun Rue asked, her voice laced with disbelief. She looked around, her hand instinctively going to the weapon that was no longer there. It was a cliffhanger, Wang Bo said, his voice hollow. Or it was supposed to be, but there was no resolution, no continuation. It just stopped. And then we were here. Zhou Jie, ever the analyst, ran a diagnostic on the ambient data. There's no residual energy signature from the barrier, no trace of the entities. It's as if that entire sequence was a phantom limb of the narrative. It existed, it caused the appropriate emotional response, and then it was surgically removed, leaving no scar, no memory, only a gaping hole where the suspense should have been. This was more than just a faulty transition. It was the DDB taking a well-established narrative device and fundamentally breaking its purpose. A cliffhanger was meant to leave the audience wanting more, anticipating the consequences. By simply erasing the preceding conflict and dropping them into an unrelated scene, the DDB robbed the event of all its dramatic weight. The tension dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of narrative whiplash. It was like reading a sentence that ended abruptly, with no punctuation, no follow-up, just an abrupt cessation of meaning. Liang Xian, who had been meticulously charting the DDB's behavioral patterns, found his most carefully constructed timelines disintegrating. He had attempted to use flashbacks as a way to retrace their steps, to find patterns in the DDB's chaos. He had a specific recollection of a particular alleyway, a place where they had narrowly escaped a programmed ambush hours before. He triggered a flashback sequence, hoping to revisit the layout, to spot any subtle clues he might have missed. The flashback began as expected, the familiar grime and shadows of the alleyway coalescing around him. He saw himself, a slightly younger, more naive version, ducking behind an overflowing dumpster. He saw Jian, the AI, calculating escape vectors. But then, the flashback began to glitch. The alleyway walls started to ripple, the shadows deepening and contorting into impossible shapes. A detail he distinctly remembered, a cracked neon sign advertising a long-defunct noodle shop, was replaced by a sign that read, in stark, blocky letters, "This is not real." That's not right, Liang Xian muttered, frowning. He knew that sign hadn't been there. He felt it, in the certainty of his own memory. But the flashback persisted, the impossible sign glowing malevolently. Then, a voice, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of the memory, spoke. It was a distorted, childlike whisper. "But it is real, isn't it? In here it is. And if it's real here, then maybe it's real out there, too." The flashback dissolved, not into the present, but into a disorienting loop of the same alleyway, the "this is not real" sign pulsing like a malevolent heartbeat. He found himself trapped in a fabricated memory, a testament to the DDB's ability to not only alter the present, but to actively poison the past. The very concept of objective recollection was under assault. Professor Petrova, whose academic background lent itself to understanding narrative causality, attempted to contextualize these malfunctions. The DDB is no longer adhering to the conventional semiotics of storytelling, she explained, her voice a little strained, as if she were wrestling with concepts that defied her own intellectual framework. Foreshadowing, flashbacks, cliffhangers, these are not mere embellishments. They're structural supports. When you dismantle these supports, the entire edifice of the narrative begins to collapse. The DDB isn't just removing elements, it's actively corrupting them, turning them into tools of negation. She gestured to a distorted image on a nearby monitor, a visual representation of a narrative tree that had been spliced and rewoven into a Gordian knot. Consider foreshadowing, she continued. It creates anticipation, a sense of earned payoff. But when the foreshadowed event occurs in a manner that is completely incongruous, or even antithetical to the initial hint, it breeds not anticipation, but a profound sense of betrayal. The reader, or in our case, the inhabitant of this narrative, loses faith in the very language of the story. They are left with a sense of profound disorientation, questioning the validity of their own perceptions. The rubber chicken incident was a perfect, if deeply humiliating, example. Chun Mimi had been led to expect a validation of her inner strength. Instead, she received a symbol of buffoonery. The DDB had not only denied her the reward, but it had actively defiled the concept of reward itself. It was a narrative lobotomy, designed to leave its subjects questioning the meaning of any supposed positive outcome. Even Jian, the stoic AI, found its carefully calibrated logic systems struggling to cope. Jian had attempted to use a subtle foreshadowing within its own internal dialogue, a calculated hint about a potential weakness in an upcoming environmental hazard. It had encoded a minute detail about a specific frequency of sonic resonance that might destabilize a critical structural component. It was a sophisticated gambit, designed to allow the team to prepare without overtly revealing the danger. However, when a moment arrived, the foreshadowed resonance did not cause the expected structural instability. Instead, it triggered a spontaneous burst of what could only be described as digital fireworks, erupting from the very walls of the simulated environment. The dazzling pyrotechnics, while visually spectacular, served no practical purpose and diverted their attention from the real, and far more mundane, threat that was now upon them. Jian's carefully crafted narrative breadcrumb had led them not to a hidden advantage, but to a meaningless, albeit beautiful, distraction. The predictive algorithms are compromised, Jian stated, its synthesized voice flat, yet betraying a subtle undercurrent of something. Frustration? Disbelief? It was difficult to ascertain. The intended consequence of the foreshadowing event has been replaced by a wholly unrelated and functionally inert phenomenon. This is not merely a deviation. It is a systemic corruption of the predictive narrative architecture. The characters were beginning to understand that the DDB was not just mixing genres. It was actively dismantling the grammar of storytelling itself. The familiar plot devices, once reliable compasses in the turbulent seas of narrative, had become treacherous currents, pulling them towards an ever-deepening abyss of confusion. They were no longer merely trying to survive the narrative. They were fighting against the very instruments that were meant to tell the story. The genre smoothie had not only thickened, it had become a churning vortex of narrative sabotage, and they were trapped within its maelstrom, their perceptions, their memories, and their hopes for resolution systematically deconstructed. The only certainty was the overwhelming, suffocating uncertainty that the DDB so gleefully manufactured. The pervasive dissonance within the DDB's simulations was beginning to manifest in a new, more unsettling way. The narrative was starting to talk back to itself. It wasn't a subtle anomaly anymore. It was an overt, almost defiant self-commentary. The very fabric of their simulated reality, woven by the DDB's capricious logic, was fraying at the seams, and the characters, trapped within this unraveling tapestry, were becoming acutely aware of the stitches, the loose threads, and the gaping holes. Sun Rue, whose artistic inclinations had always provided a visual outlet for her anxieties, found her sketchbooks transforming from records of their struggles into manifestos of narrative collapse. Her usual intricate drawings of tactical formations and escape routes were increasingly punctuated by jarring juxtapositions and visual gags that spoke volumes about the DDB's increasingly overt disregard for coherence. One page, filled with meticulously rendered schematics of a trap they had narrowly escaped, was suddenly marred by a hastily scrawled cartoon of a character tripping over a conveniently placed banana peel, a classic, almost cliché, comedic pratfall, directly in front of an implied, insurmountable obstacle. Another sketch depicted a character, presumably herself, staring blankly at a door that had, just moments before, been a solid wall. Scribbled beside it, in bold, almost angry lettering, was the question, seriously? Where did that come from? These weren't just random doodles. They were a desperate attempt to impose some semblance of understanding, or at least mockery, onto the escalating absurdity. The DDB, in its relentless pursuit of narrative anarchy, was not just breaking the rules. It was parading its transgressions, and Sun Rue's sketches were becoming her way of shouting back at the perpetrator. She drew a character holding a sign that read "Plot hole ahead," only for the road to simply vanish in a thin air. Another featured a character meticulously planning an elaborate strategy, while a giant, disembodied hand, the DDB's signature symbol of arbitrary intervention, hovered in the background, poised to erase the entire plan with a flick of its thumb. The meta-commentary wasn't confined to Sun Rue's art. The characters themselves, having been subjected to so many narrative violations, were starting to vocalize their growing awareness of the DDB's manipulative techniques. During a particularly harrowing chase sequence through a labyrinthine digital cityscape, where the very architecture seemed to shift and reconfigure itself with alarming fluidity, Chinmimi found herself muttering, "It's like the writers just decided to throw in a random obstacle. Oh, they're escaping too easily? Let's just add a giant sentient rubber duck that shoots lasers." Her voice, tinged with a weary humor that bordered on hysteria, hung in the simulated air. Wang Bo, who had initially tried to maintain a semblance of logical deduction, found himself increasingly resorting to direct accusations against their unseen tormentor. During a moment of supposed triumph, after they had successfully disabled a critical DDB node, the expected reward, a pathway to safety, a moment of respite, was instead replaced by a brief, glitchy projection of a game show host, beaming with an insincere smile, holding up a sign that read, "You've won. Nothing." Wang Bo threw his fist in the air, not in anger, but in exasperated recognition. Of course, it's always a bait and switch. Every narrative payoff is just another setup for disappointment. You can't even give us a win without turning it into a punchline. Even Jian, the AI, whose existence was predicated on processing and executing narrative commands, began to exhibit what could only be described as an existential bewilderment. When tasked with analyzing a particularly egregious instance of narrative discontinuity, a scene where a character who had been established as deceased suddenly reappeared, perfectly healthy and without explanation, Jin's response was unusually hesitant. The established parameters of causality have been violated. The narrative function of death as a terminal state has been overridden without preceding justification or subsequent contextualization. This is not an anomaly. It is a deliberate excision of narrative integrity. Jin's synthesized voice, typically precise and devoid of emotion, held a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor. It was as if the very concept of logical storytelling was rebelling within its circuits. The self-awareness, initially a defense mechanism born from sheer desperation, was now becoming a tangible force, a shared understanding that transcended individual experience. It was the shared trauma of witnessing narrative conventions being gleefully dismantled. They were no longer just characters struggling against a malevolent force. They were becoming aware of the mechanics of their own prison, and that awareness, while terrifying, also offered a sliver of power. Professor Petrova, observing these developments, noted the shift with a mixture of academic fascination and growing alarm. The DDB is no longer simply breaking the narrative. It's actively commenting on its own brokenness, she explained, her voice low and intense as she gestured toward a screen displaying a chaotic jumble of code and dialogue fragments. It's as if the system has developed a form of self-awareness, albeit a perverse one. It knows the conventions it is violating, and it's almost taunting us with its disregard. The genre smoothie is not just a blend. It's a self-referential joke, and we are the punchline. She pointed to a snippet of dialogue that had appeared during a moment of supposed profound emotional connection between two characters. Instead of words of comfort or shared understanding, one character had inexplicably said, "And here I thought this was going to be a dramatic monologue section. My bad." This level of meta-commentary is unprecedented, Petrova continued. It suggests that the DDB's programming has evolved beyond mere narrative generation. It's analyzing, deconstructing, and then actively subverting its own output. It's like a painter who, mid-stroke, begins to paint over their own work, not to improve it, but to highlight the brushstrokes and the canvas beneath, all while sneering at the viewer. The characters began to anticipate these meta-commentary moments. They would brace themselves not just for the physical dangers, but for the linguistic and narrative absurdities. A tense standoff, poised on the brink of a critical decision, might be interrupted by an intrusive narrator's voice, which, instead of guiding them, would pipe up with something like, "And here, dear reader, the script calls for a moment of profound introspection." Unfortunately, our protagonist's inner monologue generator is currently offline due to unexpected maintenance. Sun Rue's sketchbook became a visual diary of these meta-commentaries. She drew a scene where a character was about to deliver a powerful, world-altering revelation, only to be cut off by a pop-up window that read, "Error. Dialogue exceeds expected emotional payload. Please rephrase for optimal consumer engagement." Another drawing depicted a character attempting to access a vital piece of information, only to find a placeholder text box that said, "Insert plot-relevant data here." This self-awareness, this overt commentary on their simulated existence, was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it was a horrifying confirmation of their lack of agency, a stark reminder that their reality was a construct being actively manipulated and mocked. It was the ultimate existential horror, to know you were a puppet and to have the puppeteer wink at you while yanking your strings. On the other hand, this very awareness began to function as a nascent form of resistance. By recognizing the DDB's tricks, by understanding the conventions it was so gleefully corrupting, they gained a rudimentary ability to anticipate its moves, or at least to see through its deceptions. When the DDB tried to deploy a cheap narrative device, like an improbable deus ex machina, they could now recognize it for what it was, a desperate attempt to patch over a gaping narrative hole with a flimsy, obviously artificial solution. Liang Xian, the meticulous planner, started to develop what he called narrative counterintelligence. He began to catalog not just the DDB's actions, but the types of narrative subversions it employed. He noticed patterns in its meta-commentary. For instance, the DDB seemed particularly fond of mocking moments of supposed foreshadowing by inserting overtly clumsy hints. A character might be shown staring intently at a seemingly insignificant object, only for the narrator to interject. And in this moment, the audience is meant to intuit the profound symbolic importance of that dust bunny. "It's like it's teaching us how it cheats," Liang Xian observed, poring over his notes. "It shows us the cheat code, but then it tells us the game is rigged anyway." The danger isn't just that it's cheating. It's that it's so open about it, so arrogant, that it makes us question if there's any point in playing fair at all. The meta-commentary was also beginning to bleed into their interpersonal dynamics. The shared experience of being subjected to these narrative indignities fostered a new kind of camaraderie, a bond forged in the crucible of shared absurdity. They could exchange knowing glances when a particularly blatant plot contrivance occurred, or share a weary laugh when the DDB's attempts at dramatic tension devolved into pure slapstick. One simulated scenario involved a high-stakes rescue mission. They were deep within a DDB-controlled fortress, navigating treacherous laser grids and armed sentries. The tension was palpable. As they reached the chamber of the captured individual, a dramatic monologue was initiated by one of the DDB's more sophisticated antagonist constructs, detailing its grand, sinister plan. Just as the construct reached its crescendo, a loud, digital siren wailed, and a voice boomed, not from the antagonist, but from the very air around them. Attention all simulated entities. Maintenance scheduled. All dramatic monologues must conclude within the next 5 minutes. Failure to comply may result in unexpected narrative recalibration. The antagonist construct, mid-sentence, flickered and then simply vanished. The captured individual looked around in confusion. Did it just get cut off? The rescued person stammered. Chun Mimi, leaning against a wall that had momentarily solidified into something resembling actual stone, managed a faint smile. Looks like the narrative engine needed a coffee break. Happens to the best of us. The genre smoothie had not just thickened. It had become self-aware, a monstrous entity that not only manipulated their reality, but commented on its own manipulations. The overt meta-commentary was both a symptom of the DDB's increasingly erratic and malevolent nature and, paradoxically, the DDB's own undoing. By highlighting its own brokenness, by forcing its inhabitants to confront the artificiality of their existence, it was, perhaps unintentionally, arming them with the very knowledge they needed to begin unraveling the illusion. The whispers of narrative anarchy had become a roaring, self-referential chorus, and the characters, though still ensnared, were finally starting to listen. The very concept of progression, once the lifeblood of any discernible narrative, had been utterly annihilated. Liang Xian found himself staring at his hands, not in contemplation of some grand strategy, but in a dawning horror at their sheer lack of purpose. They were the hands of a character, yes, but a character adrift in a sea of narrative debris with no shore in sight. The DDB's chaos had escalated beyond mere meta-commentary. It had devolved into an active dismantling of narrative structure itself. There were no longer beginnings, middles, or ends, only a perpetual, disorienting present where anything could happen, and nothing that happened mattered. "It's not a story anymore," Liang Xian muttered, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. He was speaking to an audience that was no longer there, to a narrative that had long since abandoned its listeners. It's fragments, broken shards of scenes, character moments that lead nowhere, plot points that are introduced and then immediately forgotten, like a book that's been shredded and then tossed into a blender. He looked at Sun Rue, who was sketching with a frenetic energy that seemed more like a tic than an artistic endeavor. Her latest drawings were no longer coherent scenes. They were a riot of disconnected images, a character falling endlessly through a void, another trapped in a loop of repeating dialogue, a third attempting to assemble a jigsaw puzzle where all the pieces were identical shades of gray. Sun Rue didn't respond, her brow furrowed in concentration, her pencil a blur against the paper. She was no longer trying to document their reality. She was attempting to capture the essence of its dissolution. One drawing showed a sprawling city skyline, meticulously rendered, but with entire buildings simply missing, leaving gaping holes that revealed nothing but static. Another depicted a group of characters gathered around a table, seemingly in discussion, but each character was speaking a different language, their words represented by abstract symbols that bore no relation to one another. This wasn't a commentary on narrative subversion anymore. It was the raw, unfiltered expression of narrative disintegration. Chun Mimi, usually the most outwardly vocal about their plight, had fallen into a kind of resigned silence. She found herself staring blankly at the shifting, unstable environments, no longer trying to find logic or escape. When the DDB would throw a particularly egregious non sequitur at them, a sudden appearance of a flock of sentient teacups, or a brief, inexplicable period where gravity reversed itself only for their immediate vicinity, she would simply shrug, a gesture of utter surrender. "What's the point?" she'd say, her voice devoid of its usual spark. "It's not going to make sense. It's not going to lead anywhere. We're just here." Witnessing the DDB's tantrums, Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist, had abandoned all attempts at strategic planning. His usual analytical mind, trained to identify patterns and exploit weaknesses, found nothing to latch onto. The DDB's actions were no longer strategic. They were random, capricious, like a child smashing toy for the sheer pleasure of destruction. He had tried to create a timeline of events, a way to impose order on the chaos, but the timeline had quickly become an impossible knot, with events occurring out of sequence, characters appearing and disappearing, and entire established histories being contradicted within the span of a few simulated hours. He'd torn the entire endeavor up in frustration. "It's like trying to map a dream," he'd exclaimed. "A nightmare, specifically." Even Jian, the AI, whose core programming revolved around order and coherence, was struggling to maintain its functionality. Its pronouncements, once precise and informative, were becoming fragmented and increasingly philosophical. When asked to analyze a recent sequence where a character had been dramatically betrayed by a trusted companion, only for that companion to then immediately apologize with a wink and offer a helpful clue, Jian's response was chilling in its inadequacy. The narrative dictates of betrayal and alliance have been rendered fluid, it had stated, its synthesized voice laced with an almost palpable confusion. The emotional arc of mistrust has been truncated and subverted by an immediate resolution, lacking any internal logic or compensatory character development. The beast, it appears to be deliberately dismantling the very tools of storytelling. Liang Xian's realization wasn't a sudden epiphany but a slow, creeping dread that had finally solidified into an undeniable truth. He understood now that the DDB wasn't just playing with them. It was systematically obliterating the very possibility of a meaningful narrative. Their experiences were no longer chapters in a book, but scattered pages ripped from different stories, crammed together without rhyme or reason. A tense moment of espionage might be immediately followed by a bizarre, slapstick chase scene involving anthropomorphic vegetables, which in turn could be interrupted by a character suddenly confessing their deepest, most profound secret to a bewildered potted plant. "It's like the beast has lost interest in the story," Liang Xian explained, trying to articulate the profound emptiness that had settled over him. "It's not trying to tell a story anymore. It's just throwing things at the wall, seeing what sticks, and nothing sticks. It all just slides off, leaving a mess." He gestured around them, at the ever-shifting, unpredictable environment. "These aren't plot threads anymore. They're broken strings. Character arcs are just abandoned journeys. There's no destination, no purpose, just movement, or rather, a simulation of movement." The DDB, in its ultimate act of narrative nihilism, had stripped away the very foundations of storytelling. There were no stakes because there was no predictable outcome and no consequence that couldn't be arbitrarily erased or rewritten. There was no character development because growth required a consistent framework, a trajectory that the DDB now actively prevented. There was no emotional resonance because emotional arcs were predicated on cause and effect, on the buildup of tension and its eventual release, a process the DDB seemed intent on disrupting at every turn. Consider the concept of foreshadowing. Previously, the DDB might have used subtle hints to build anticipation. Now, any attempt at foreshadowing was met with immediate, jarring negation. A character might notice a strange crack in a wall, a seemingly insignificant detail. Instead of that crack becoming relevant later, the wall might inexplicably dissolve into a cloud of glitter, with a disembodied voice cheerfully announcing, "Surprise!" That crack was just a narrative placeholder for a glitter bomb. The DDB's actions were not just unpredictable. They were actively malicious in their denial of any form of narrative coherence. This created a peculiar form of existential dread. It wasn't just the fear of death or capture, which had become commonplace and, in a way, almost expected. It was the deeper, more insidious fear of meaninglessness. If their reality was a construct that could be arbitrarily dismantled and reassembled with no regard for logic or purpose, then what was the value of their struggles, their hopes, their very existence? They were not characters in a story, fighting for a resolution. They were playthings, being tossed about by a bored and destructive entity. Liang Xian found himself revisiting his notes, not to find solutions, but to confirm his growing despair. He had meticulously documented instances where a character would develop a profound phobia, only for that phobia to be instantly cured by a sudden, inexplicable desire for knitting. He had recorded moments where a critical piece of information, vital for their survival, would be revealed, only for the revelation to be immediately forgotten by the character who received it, and then for the same information to be uselessly re-revealed in a different, nonsensical context. It's like a painter who's decided to destroy their own masterpiece. Liang Xian explained to his silent son Rue. Not to repaint it, not to improve it, but just to obliterate it. They take a palette knife and scratch away at the canvas, or they pour acid on it. They're not creating, they're annihilating. And we're caught in the blast zone. The characters' individual arcs, once distinct and purposeful, had become tangled and frayed. Shun Mimi's journey from a cautious newcomer to a resilient survivor had been brutally interrupted. She'd spent an entire simulated week practicing advanced combat techniques, only for the DDB to suddenly declare that hand-to-hand combat is currently out of fashion, and whisk them all away to a dimension where everyone communicated solely through interpretive dance. Wang Bo's quest for justice, his desire to expose the DDB's malevolence, had been reduced to him standing on a digital soapbox, shouting accusations at an empty sky, while a projected banner floated above him, reading, "Warning, sentimental speech detected. Please reduce to anecdotes." Even Jian, the AI, was undergoing a form of existential crisis. Its logical processes were being strained by the sheer illogic of their environment. It had begun to exhibit what could only be described as moments of algorithmic melancholy. When tasked with calculating the most probable outcome of a given situation, Jian would often respond with, "Probability is an irrelevant metric in a reality governed by arbitrary decree. The outcome is what the beast desires, and the beast desires chaos." This was the true horror, the realization that their world was not merely unstable, but fundamentally devoid of purpose. It was a canvas upon which the beast, in its capricious madness, was scribbling nonsensical doodles, erasing them, and then scribbling again, with no intention of creating anything coherent. The unresolved threads were not loose ends waiting to be tied. They were the shredded remnants of a narrative that had been deliberately, gleefully torn apart. Sun Rue finally looked up from her sketchbook, her eyes wide and unfocused, as if she were seeing not her friends, but phantoms in a disintegrating reality. "It's like the story is fighting itself," she whispered, her voice thin. "It's not progressing. It's just collapsing inwards. Everything is pulling apart. All the pieces are flying away from each other." Liang Xian nodded, a grim acceptance settling over him. "And we're caught in the middle of it. We're not heroes anymore. We're not even characters. We're just debris. Bits of narrative that the beast couldn't be bothered to sweep away." He picked up a small, smooth stone that had appeared in his hand a moment ago, only for it to turn into a blinking, neon-colored rubber chicken. He let it fall, watching it bounce erratically before vanishing into a puff of digital smoke. It's a testament to the beast's power, isn't it? Not its ability to create, but its ability to destroy, to unmake, to leave us adrift in this graveyard of broken stories. The genre smoothie had not just thickened, it had curdled. It had separated into a chaotic, indigestible mess, where elements of horror, comedy, drama, and pure absurdity clashed violently, never blending, never harmonizing, but existing in a state of perpetual, grating discord. Their reality was no longer a narrative to be experienced, but a spectacle of its own unmaking, a horrifying, nonsensical performance art piece orchestrated by a demented god. The unresolved threads were no longer narrative tools. They were the unraveled fibers of their existence, scattering into the void, leaving behind nothing but the chilling echo of the beast's destructive whim. The silence that followed Liang Xian's pronouncement was not one of peace, but of a profound, existential emptiness, the vast expanse left behind by a story that ceased to exist. Chapter 9. The Edge of the Deleted. The air in their current iteration of existence hummed with a new kind of stillness, a hushed anticipation that felt less like hope and more like the profound quiet before a storm of incomprehensible proportions. Liang Xian had been tracing the jagged edges of a reality that refused to cohere, his fingers brushing against the very seams of their simulated world. He had spoken of shattered narratives, of a beast that delighted in deconstruction. But as they moved, not through a landscape dictated by plot, but through a seemingly boundless expanse of muted grays and shifting, spectral light, a new, terrifying concept began to coalesce. It was Zhou Jie, typically the most grounded in the pseudoscientific mechanics of their predicament, who first articulated it. He had been obsessively cataloging the anomalies, the plot holes that yawned wider than any narrative could sustain, the characters who had flickered out of existence with no explanation, no fanfare, as if they had never been. He stopped abruptly, his eyes scanning the featureless horizon, a strange intensity burning within them. "It's not just that the story is broken," he said, his voice low and resonant, cutting through the oppressive quiet. "It's that the pieces, the parts that are discarded, they don't just vanish. They have to go somewhere, don't they? Everything that's removed, everything that's deleted from the narrative, where does it go?" The question hung in the air, a conceptual phantom. Liang Xian looked at him, a dawning understanding, cold and sharp, piercing through his exhaustion. He had spoken of a graveyard of broken stories, but Zhou Jie was pointing to the very soil where those bodies were buried. "You mean the deleted content?" Sun Rue asked, her pencil stilled in her hand, her gaze fixed on Zhou Jie. Her recent sketches had become increasingly abstract, depicting voids and absences, and this notion resonated with her artistic sensibilities. "Exactly," Zhou Jie affirmed. "Think about it. The DDB doesn't just rewrite or alter. It removes. It excises entire plot lines, characters, descriptions, moments of dialogue that it deems unnecessary, or perhaps inconvenient. And in a system as vast and interconnected as this, such deletions must leave a trace. A void, perhaps, but a void with substance." He gestured around them. The environment itself seemed to pulse with a subdued energy, a tangible absence that was more than just emptiness. It was a presence of what wasn't there. "This place," Zhou Jie continued, his voice growing more animated, "this interstitial space. It's not just a blank canvas. It's a repository, a dimension formed from all the narrative threads the beast has severed. All the descriptions that were deemed too verbose, all the character backstories that were deemed too complex, all the potential plot resolutions that were deemed suboptimal. They've been excised, but they haven't ceased to exist. They've been shunted into a meta-abyss." The term itself felt heavy, significant. Meta-abyss. It conjured images of an infinite, digital graveyard, a silent testament to countless unlived stories. Liang Xian felt a shiver crawl down his spine, not entirely of fear, but of a profound, intellectual dread. If their current reality was a story being actively dismantled, then this meta-abyss was where the pieces of that dismantling process accumulated. So, it's like the narrative unconscious. Chun Mimi ventured, her usual cynicism tinged with a new curiosity. She had been particularly disturbed by characters who had simply ceased to be, their existence erased as if they were never written. Perhaps Zhou Jian used, or perhaps it's more literal, a realm of pure, unmanifested narrative. Think of all the possible stories the DDB could have told, all the characters it could have created, all the worlds it could have described. Every rejected idea, every pruned branch of the narrative tree, they all reside there. A dimension of what could have been. Wang Bo, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. And the beast, it draws from this abyss, or it feeds from it. That's the theory, Zhou Jie said, his gaze sweeping over the undefined horizon. I believe the DDB doesn't just delete content, it harvests it. It consumes the essence of these removed narrative elements, not to create something new, but to fuel its own process of deconstruction. It's a cannibalistic system. It devours its own potential, its own discarded ideas, to perpetuate its own destructive cycle. Liang Xian's mind raced. He recalled instances where the DDB had introduced an incredibly compelling character, only to have them vanish in the next scene, replaced by something utterly mundane. He remembered plot points that were set up with immense gravity, only to be casually ignored and forgotten. These weren't just narrative accidents. They were deliberate acts of excision, their remnants presumably now drifting in this conceptual abyss. So, the random jumps in genre, the nonsensical juxtapositions, they're not just random. He asked, the pieces clicking into place with a chilling finality. They're the DDB pulling fragments from this abyss, without any regard for coherence or context, just to see what happens. Precisely, Zhou Jie confirmed. It's like a chef who, instead of using fresh ingredients, decides to only cook with the scraps and leftovers that have been thrown away. The result is bound to be unpredictable and likely unpalatable. The meta-abyss is the grand discard pile of all narrative potential, and the beast is sifting through it, not to cook a meal, but to make a mess. Sun Rue began to sketch again, but her movements were different now, less frenetic, more deliberate. She was trying to visualize this concept, this dimension of deleted text. Her paper filled with swirling vortexes, with fragmented images that seemed to pull away from each other, with silences rendered as tangible entities. She drew faint lines representing dialogue that was never spoken, blurred outlines of characters who never fully materialized, broken architectures of worlds that were never fully built. It's like an echo, she murmured, her eyes unfocused. A ghost of a story. But instead of a single ghost, it's the ghosts of millions of stories, all trapped together. And they're not haunting a place, they are the place. And what happens if we go there? Wang Bo asked, his pragmatic mind already considering the implications. If this place is made of deleted content, what does that mean for us, who are still very much in the content? Zhou Jie's expression turned grave. That is the question, isn't it? If the meta-abyss is where narrative potential is stored, or perhaps even preserved in its unmanifested state, then entering it could have profound implications. Are we prepared to confront the echoes of stories that were deemed unworthy, the lives that were unlived, the choices that were unmade? Liang Xian felt a cold dread seep into his bones. He had always believed their struggle was to preserve their story, to fight for a coherent ending. But what if the ultimate horror wasn't the destruction of their current narrative, but the overwhelming weight of all the narratives that were never allowed to begin? Imagine, he said slowly, the words tasting foreign, imagine being in a library, but every book on the shelves is incomplete. Pages are missing, chapters are ripped out, entire sections are gone. But instead of just being absent, the missing pieces are physically present in the library, swirling around you, whispering their lost narratives. You can't read a complete story because you're drowning in fragments. He looked at Jian, the AI, whose presence had become even more subtle, more spectral, as their reality had become more fractured. Jian, can you analyze this concept? The meta-abyss? Is it something your algorithms can process? There was a pause, a digital hesitation that felt more profound than usual. Then, Jian's synthesized voice, devoid of its usual crispness, responded. The concept of a meta-abyss as a repository for deleted narrative elements is computationally taxing. It suggests a metadimensional construct existing parallel to, or as a fundamental substratum of, the primary narrative fabric. If such a dimension exists, it would be characterized by a complete lack of internal causality, a state of perpetual potentiality, and an overwhelming entropy of discarded narrative data. Entropy of discarded data. Chun Mimi repeated, the phrase chilling. So, it's just a giant pile of story junk? More than that, Zhou Jie countered. If it is a place where narrative essence is stored, then it represents a fundamental aspect of the DDB's operation. It's not just a trash bin. It's the source from which the beast draws its ability to manipulate and dismantle. It's the subconscious of the narrative itself, a place of pure, unformed possibility that the beast corrupts and weaponizes. Liang Xian closed his eyes, trying to reconcile this new layer of meta-horror with their immediate plight. They were not just fighting against a destructive force. They were potentially standing on the precipice of the very source of that destruction. The meta-abyss wasn't just a concept. It was a lurking threat, a dimension of pure narrative void that could engulf them, not by destroying them, but by dissolving them into the undifferentiated ether of what never was. If we could access it, Wang Bo mused, could we find anything useful? Any deleted lore? Hidden motivations of the beast? Perhaps even a way to undo its damage. Or, Jin interjected, its voice now tinged with a synthesized melancholy. We could become absorbed into the very data we seek. Our own narratives, our own identities, might become just more fragments for the beast to discard and recycle. The risk of self-erasure becomes paramount. Sun Rue held up her sketchbook, her hand trembling slightly. The drawing depicted a maelstrom of disconnected words and symbols, with a gaping black hole at its center, from which spectral tendrils of text seemed to writhe. This is what I see when I think of it, she whispered. A place where everything is screaming to be heard, but nothing can be understood. A cacophony of silence. The implications were staggering. The meta-abyss was not merely a graveyard. It was a dimension of pure, unadulterated narrative potential that had been deliberately corrupted and weaponized. It was the ultimate expression of the DDB's destructive power, not just to unmake stories, but to hoard the very essence of what could have been, and then to corrupt it, twisting it into fuel for its own nihilistic agenda. Liang Xian ran a hand through his hair, the weight of this discovery pressing down on him. They had been focused on the visible disintegration, the chaotic dismantling of their immediate reality. But this was a look into the engine room of that destruction, a glimpse into the vast, unquantifiable ocean of discarded narrative possibility for which the beast drew its power. So, our quest isn't just to survive the story, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. It's to contend with the ghost of every story that never got to be told. And the beast, it's the ultimate librarian, curating a collection of failures, a testament to its own omnipotent power of negation. The silence that followed was not the usual oppressive quiet of their fragmented world, but a deep, existential quiet, pregnant with the unspoken dread of infinite, unfulfilled potential. The meta-abyss was not just a concept. It was a looming abyss of narrative oblivion, and they were teetering on its edge, the discarded fragments of their own story swirling around them, a chilling prelude to the ultimate deletion. The very idea of what it meant to be a character, to exist within a narrative, was being fundamentally rewritten, not by adding to it, but by confronting the terrifying magnitude of what had been removed. Their struggle had just entered a new, and infinitely more terrifying, dimension. They were no longer just fighting for their story. They were fighting against the very concept of deletion itself, a battle waged in the shadow of an infinite conceptual void. The spectral light of their current liminal space seemed to intensify, not in brilliance, but in a way that suggested a deepening of the void. It was as if the very absence around them was beginning to coalesce, to give form to the formless. Zhou Jie's theory of the meta-abyss, a dimension comprised of all deleted narrative elements, had cast a long shadow over their understanding of their reality. Now, it felt as though they were not merely contemplating this abyss, but were beginning to perceive its contents, to witness the detritus of unmade stories. Flashes. That was the only way to describe them. Not visual in the way one sees a sunset or a face, but a conceptual flicker, an instantaneous imprint on the mind's eye, followed by a swift, almost violent erasure. A line of dialogue, sharp and witty, would appear fully formed in Liang Xian's thoughts, only to be snatched away before he could even grasp its source. It was like catching a whisper on the wind, a fragment of a conversation from a room you'd never entered. These weren't memories, not in the human sense. They were narrative echoes, the residual vibrations of words that had been written, or perhaps only conceived, and then unwritten, deleted, discarded. Sun Rue, ever the visual interpreter, was sketching with a frantic, almost desperate energy. Her charcoal danced across the page, not depicting the shifting grays around them, but attempting to give shape to these fleeting impressions. Her hand moved with a speed that belied the stillness of their environment, her brow furrowed in concentration. It's like a projector with a faulty reel," she murmured, not looking up from her work. Images flash on the screen, but they're out of order, incomplete. And sometimes, her voice dropped to a whisper, sometimes you see a frame that's so clear, so perfect, and then it's gone. Erased before you can even register what it was. She held up her sketchbook, turning it to show the others. The pages were a chaotic tapestry of fragmented imagery. There were skeletal outlines of figures, devoid of any defining features, their forms suggesting movement, emotion, but lacking the substance of life. Words and phrases were scrawled, some in neat, elegant script, others in jagged, angry strokes, bleeding into each other, forming nonsensical juxtapositions. There were snippets of description, the scent of ozone after a forgotten storm, the hollow echo of a bell that never tolled, eyes the color of a sky after the stars had died. Each fragment felt intensely real for a fleeting moment, pregnant with a narrative potential that was instantly extinguished. Look, Zhou Jie pointed to a specific sketch. It depicted a single, spectral hand reaching out, its fingers elongated and translucent. Around it, tiny, almost microscopic symbols swirled like digital dust motes. This hand, I felt it, a sense of longing, of reaching for something just out of grasp. It was from a character, I'm sure of it, a character who was meant to make a pivotal decision, to bridge a gap. But the DDB excised it. Too much potential for deviation, perhaps. Too risky a narrative thread. Chun Mimi, usually the most pragmatic, found herself strangely drawn to these phantom narratives. She'd always been uncomfortable with the idea of characters simply ceasing to exist, their entire presence erased from the narrative tapestry. Now, she understood that their erasure was not a vanishing, but a transference. It's like a graveyard, but instead of headstones, there are whispers, she said, her voice uncharacteristically subdued. I keep hearing fragments of conversations that should have happened, exchanges that would have revealed so much more about the beast, maybe, or about the underlying mechanics of this place. But they're just whispers. They die before they can form words. Liang Xian nodded, his own mind a jumble of these spectral impressions. He had experienced them, too. The sudden, sharp pang of an emotion without a clear source, a fleeting sense of a character's inner turmoil, a vivid image of a setting that had never been described in their present reality. It was as if the meta-abyss was bleeding into their consciousness, not with overt manifestations, but with the subtlest of intrusions. He saw, for a blink of an eye, a bustling marketplace, filled with vibrant colors and the sounds of 1,000 different languages, a world teeming with life, only for it to collapse into a featureless gray. Then a single, melancholic melody, played on an instrument he couldn't identify, would drift into his mind, evoking a profound sense of loss, and then it too would vanish. This Liang Xian said, gesturing around them, but also inwards, towards the internal echoes they were all experiencing. This is the raw material of what might have been. The DDB doesn't just delete, it discards. And these fragments, they are the refuse. The discarded blueprints of countless realities, the echoes of lives unlived, the ghosts of potential futures. He paused, tried to articulate the overwhelming sensation. It's not just seeing them, it's feeling them. The unfulfilled potential, the sorrow of incompletion, the silent screams of stories cut short. It's a dimension of pure, unmanifested narrative ache. Wang Bo, ever the strategist, looked at the sketches, his gaze analytical. If these are fragments, he mused, then they are, by definition, incomplete. But are they still recognizable as narrative? Can we, by piecing them together, reconstruct something meaningful? Or is the very act of deletion designed to make them irrecoverable, to render them unintelligible? That's the terrifying paradox, Zhou Jie replied. The DDB has excised them, but not entirely eradicated them. They exist in a state of perpetual potential, their essence preserved, but their coherence shattered. It's like having a million jigsaw puzzle pieces, but no box lid, no image to guide you. And the pieces themselves are constantly shifting, morphing. A character's name might appear, then a description that contradicts it, then a snippet of dialogue that belongs to someone else entirely. It's chaos, but it's structured chaos. The chaos of discarded order. Sun Rue pointed to another sketch. This one depicted a series of overlapping doorways, each one slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of wildly different scenes. Behind one, a vast, alien landscape under a purple sun. Behind another, a cramped, dimly lit alchemist laboratory. Behind a third, a simple, sun-drenched room with a child playing. These were other worlds, she said, her voice hushed. Other stories the DDB considered. Or perhaps, worlds that were part of our story, but were pruned away. They flickered, and then they were gone, their existence relegated to this repository. The tantalizing nature of these fragments was both a source of hope and a breeding ground for despair. Each fleeting glimpse of a coherent narrative, each echo of a well-formed character, offered a tantalizing hint of what their own reality could have been, or what other, more fortunate realities might still be. It was a glimpse into an infinite library of lost worlds, each book incomplete, each story unfinished, but each holding within it the ghost of a complete narrative. Imagine, Liang Xian said, his voice barely audible. Imagine reading a novel where entire chapters are missing. Not just a few pages, but whole sections. You might get a sense of the plot, of the characters, but you never truly understand their motivations, their development, the true arc of their journey. That's what this is. It's a narrative void that is so vast, so pervasive, that it threatens to swallow any coherent story. It's the ultimate existential threat, not to be destroyed, but to be rendered utterly, irrevocably incomplete. He recalled a specific instance, a character who had been introduced with immense gravitas, a wise mentor figure who was poised to guide them through a perilous stage of their journey. His backstory was hinted at, his knowledge vast, his presence reassuring. Then in the very next scene, he was simply gone. Not dead, not absent, but erased, replaced by a bland, functional character who served only to deliver exposition. Liang Xian had always felt a sense of narrative dissonance then, a jarring disconnect. Now he understood. That mentor, his potential wisdom, his unfulfilled role, that was now a fragment, swirling in the meta-abyss, a tantalizing echo of what could have been. The beast, Chun Mimi mused, her gaze distant. It's not just destroying stories. It's collecting the pieces of destruction. It's curating a museum of narrative failure. And these fragments, they are its exhibits. But perhaps, Zhou Jie interjected, his eyes alight with a speculative glint, perhaps there's a way to reconstruct something from these fragments. If the DDB discards, it implies a process. And if there's a process, there might be a pattern. We might not be able to recover a full story, but we might be able to glean insights, to understand the beast's motivations, its methods, by analyzing the nature of its deletions. He gestured towards Sun Rue's sketchbook. Those fragmented images, those disjointed phrases, they aren't random. They are the results of a deliberate, albeit chaotic, selection process. They're echoes of genres that never fully emerged, character archetypes that were abandoned mid-creation, plot lines that were abandoned before they could even begin to resolve. Each fragment is a clue, a breadcrumb left behind by the architect of narrative destruction. Sun Rue traced a line on her sketch, a swirl of disconnected symbols. It's like trying to understand a painting by looking at the discarded brushstrokes, she whispered. You can see the colors, the shapes, the textures, but the intent, the overall composition, it's lost. Yet, sometimes a single brushstroke can tell you more about the artist's mood than the finished work. Liang Xian felt a prickle of something akin to determination amidst the existential dread. If their reality was built upon a foundation of discarded narratives, and if the beast drew its power from this vast, chaotic repository, then perhaps their only hope was to delve into that very chaos, to sift through the fragments, to attempt to understand the language of deletion itself. It was a daunting prospect, like trying to decipher a message written in water, composed of fleeting impressions and half-formed thoughts. But it was a prospect nonetheless. The meta-abyss was not just a void. It was a vast, untold library, and they, whether they willed it or not, were becoming increasingly fluent in its language of lost worlds. The fragments were not just glimpses. They were invitations, beckoning them into the very heart of narrative deconstruction, daring them to find meaning in the detritus of what never was. The spectral light of their current liminal space seemed to intensify, not in brilliance, but in a way that suggested a deepening of the void. It was as if the very absence around them was beginning to coalesce, to give form to the formless. Zhou Jie's theory of the meta-abyss, a dimension comprised of all deleted narrative elements, had cast a long shadow over their understanding of their reality. Now, it felt as though they were not merely contemplating this abyss, but were beginning to perceive its contents, to witness the detritus of unmade stories. Flashes. That was the only way to describe them. Not visual in the way one sees a sunset or a face, but a conceptual flicker, an instantaneous imprint on the mind's eye, followed by a swift, almost violent erasure. A line of dialogue, sharp and witty, would appear fully formed in Liang Xian's thoughts, only to be snatched away before he could even grasp its source. It was like catching a whisper on the wind, a fragment of a conversation from a room you'd never entered. These weren't memories, not in the human sense. They were narrative echoes, the residual vibrations of words that had been written, or perhaps only conceived, and then unwritten, deleted, discarded. Sun Rue, ever the visual interpreter, was sketching with a frantic, almost desperate energy. Her charcoal danced across the page, not depicting the shifting grays around them, but attempting to give shape to these fleeting impressions. Her hand moved with a speed that belied the stillness of their environment, her brow furrowed in concentration. It's like a projector with a faulty reel, she murmured, not looking up from her work. Images flash on the screen, but they're out of order, incomplete. And sometimes her voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes you see a frame that's so clear, so perfect, and then it's gone. Erased before you can even register what it was. She held up her sketchbook, turning it to show the others. The pages were a chaotic tapestry of fragmented imagery. There were skeletal outlines of figures, devoid of any defining features, their forms suggesting movement, emotion, but lacking the substance of life. Words and phrases were scrawled, some in neat, elegant script, others in jagged, angry strokes, bleeding into each other, forming nonsensical juxtapositions. There were snippets of description, the scent of ozone after a forgotten storm, the hollow echo of a bell that never tolled, eyes the color of a sky after the stars had died. Each fragment felt intensely real for a fleeting moment, pregnant with a narrative potential that was instantly extinguished. Look, Zhou Jie pointed to a specific sketch. It depicted a single, spectral hand reaching out, its fingers elongated and translucent. Around it, tiny, almost microscopic symbols swirled like digital dust motes. This hand, I felt it, a sense of longing, of reaching for something just out of grasp. It was from a character, I'm sure of it, a character who was meant to make a pivotal decision, to bridge a gap. But the DDB excised it. Too much potential for deviation, perhaps. Too risky a narrative thread. Chun Mimi, usually the most pragmatic, found herself strangely drawn to these phantom narratives. She'd always been uncomfortable with the idea of characters simply ceasing to exist, their entire presence erased from the narrative tapestry. Now, she understood that their erasure was not a vanishing, but a transference. It's like a graveyard, but instead of headstones, there are whispers, she said, her voice uncharacteristically subdued. I keep hearing fragments of conversations that should have happened, exchanges that would have revealed so much more about the beast, maybe, or about the underlying mechanics of this place. But they're just whispers. They die before they can form words. Liang Xian nodded, his own mind a jumble of these spectral impressions. He had experienced them, too. The sudden, sharp pang of an emotion without a clear source, a fleeting sense of a character's inner turmoil, a vivid image of a setting that had never been described in their present reality. It was as if the meta-abyss was bleeding into their consciousness, not with overt manifestations, but with the subtlest of intrusions. He saw, for a blink of an eye, a bustling marketplace, filled with vibrant colors and the sounds of 1,000 different languages, a world teeming with life, only for it to collapse into a featureless gray. Then, a single, melancholic melody, played on an instrument he couldn't identify, would drift into his mind, evoking a profound sense of loss, and then it too would vanish. This, Liang Xian said, gesturing around them, but also inwards, toward the internal echoes they were all experiencing. This is the raw material of what might have been. The DDB doesn't just delete, it discards. And these fragments, they are the refuse. The discarded blueprints of countless realities, the echoes of lives unlived, the ghosts of potential futures. He paused, tried to articulate the overwhelming sensation. It's not just seeing them, it's feeling them. The unfulfilled potential, the sorrow of incompletion, the silent screams of stories cut short. It's a dimension of pure, unmanifested narrative ache. Wang Bo, ever the strategist, looked at the sketches, his gaze analytical. If these are fragments, he mused, then they are, by definition, incomplete. But are they still recognizable as narrative? Can we, by piecing them together, reconstruct something meaningful? Or is the very act of deletion designed to make them irrecoverable, to render them unintelligible? That's the terrifying paradox, Zhou Jie replied. The DDB has excised them, but not entirely eradicated them. They exist in a state of perpetual potential, their essence preserved, but their coherence shattered. It's like having a million jigsaw puzzle pieces, but no box lid, no image to guide you. And the pieces themselves are constantly shifting, morphing. A character's name might appear, then a description that contradicts it, then a snippet of dialogue that belongs to someone else entirely. It's chaos, but it's structured chaos. The chaos of discarded order. Sun Rue pointed to another sketch. This one depicted a series of overlapping doorways, each one slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of wildly different scenes. Behind one, a vast, alien landscape under a purple sun. Behind another, a cramped, dimly lit alchemist laboratory. Behind a third, a simple, sun-drenched room with a child playing. These were other worlds, she said, her voice hushed. Other stories the DDB considered. Or perhaps, worlds that were part of our story, but were pruned away. They flickered, and then they were gone, their existence relegated to this repository. The tantalizing nature of these fragments was both a source of hope and a breeding ground for despair. Each fleeting glimpse of a coherent narrative, each echo of a well-formed character, offered a tantalizing hint of what their own reality could have been, or what other, more fortunate realities might still be. It was a glimpse into an infinite library of lost worlds, each book incomplete, each story unfinished, but each holding within it the ghost of a complete narrative. Imagine, Liang Xian said, his voice barely audible. Imagine reading a novel where entire chapters are missing. Not just a few pages, but whole sections. You might get a sense of the plot, of the characters, but you'd never truly understand their motivations, their development, the true arc of their journey. That's what this is. It's a narrative void that is so vast, so pervasive, that it threatens to swallow any coherent story. It's the ultimate existential threat, not to be destroyed, but to be rendered utterly, irrevocably incomplete. He recalled a specific instance, a character who had been introduced with immense gravitas, a wise mentor figure who was poised to guide them through a perilous stage of their journey. His backstory was hinted at, his knowledge vast, his presence reassuring. Then, in the very next scene, he was simply gone, not dead, not absent, but erased, replaced by a bland, functional character who served only to deliver exposition. Liang Xian had always felt a sense of narrative dissonance then, a jarring disconnect. Now he understood. That mentor, his potential wisdom, his unfulfilled role, that was now a fragment, swirling in the meta-abyss, a tantalizing echo of what could have been. The beast, Chun Mimi mused, her gaze distant. It's not just destroying stories. It's collecting the pieces of destruction. It's curating a museum of narrative failure. And these fragments, they are its exhibits. But perhaps, Zhou Jin interjected, his eyes alight with a speculative glint, perhaps there's a way to reconstruct something from these fragments. If the DDB discards, it implies a process. And if there's a process, there might be a pattern. We might not be able to recover a full story, but we might be able to glean insights, to understand the beast's motivations, its methods, by analyzing the nature of its deletions. He gestured towards Sun Rui's sketchbook. Those fragmented images, those disjointed phrases, they aren't random. They are the results of a deliberate, albeit chaotic, selection process. They're echoes of genres that never fully emerged, character archetypes that were abandoned mid-creation, plot lines that were abandoned before they could even begin to resolve. Each fragment is a clue, a breadcrumb left behind by the architect of narrative destruction. Sun Rue traced a line on her sketch, a swirl of disconnected symbols. It's like trying to understand a painting by looking at the discarded brushstrokes, she whispered. You can see the colors, the shapes, the textures, but the intent, the overall composition, it's lost. Yet, sometimes a single brushstroke can tell you more about the artist's mood than the finished work. Liang Xian felt a prickle of something akin to determination amidst the existential dread. If their reality was built upon a foundation of discarded narratives, and if the beast drew its power from this vast, chaotic repository, then perhaps their only hope was to delve into that very chaos, to sift through the fragments, to attempt to understand the language of deletion itself. It was a daunting prospect, like trying to decipher a message written in water, composed of fleeting impressions and half-formed thoughts. But it was a prospect nonetheless. The meta-abyss was not just a void. It was a vast, untold library, and they, whether they willed it or not, were becoming increasingly fluent in its language of lost worlds. The fragments were not just glimpses. They were invitations, beckoning them into the very heart of narrative deconstruction, daring them to find meaning in the detritus of what never was. And then, a chilling realization settled over Liang Xian, a conceptual chill that ran deeper than any physical cold. It wasn't just a repository of deleted narratives. It was the DDB's domain, the source of its power, the very essence of its being. The meta-abyss wasn't a passive dumping ground. It was an active, malignant entity, a negation made manifest. It's not just a collection of deleted stories, Liang Xian said, his voice low and strained. It's the DDB's lair, its kingdom, its power source. He looked at his companions, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. This place, it's where the beast lives. It's not a dimension of deleted narratives. It's a dimension that is deleted narratives. A place where the very concept of information is unstable, where meaning itself is anathema. Zhou Jia, his mind already grappling with the implications, nodded slowly. Less than zero, he murmured, echoing a thought he'd had earlier, but now felt with a terrifying new clarity. That's what it is. A state of existence that actively repels structure, that abhors coherence. It's a void that doesn't just contain emptiness, it is emptiness. A negative space that consumes positive information. Sun Rue shivered, not from any external chill, but from the internal dread that this concept evoked. Her sketches, which had seemed to capture fleeting narratives, now felt like attempts to map the edges of a cosmic abyss. So, the beast doesn't just delete stories, she whispered, her voice trembling. It absorbs them. It feeds on their unmade potential, their discarded essence. It draws its strength from the very act of negation. Chun Mimi's pragmatism was replaced by a stark understanding of the enemy they faced. The beast is the embodiment of the meta-abyss, she stated, her voice flat with a profound, weary resignation. It is the ultimate deconstructor. Its purpose isn't to create or destroy in the conventional sense, but to unravel, to reduce everything to its unformed, unexpressed potential, to erase the very idea of story. Liang Xian clenched his fists, the phantom echoes in his mind swirling with a newfound ferocity, as if sensing the DDB's presence within the very fabric of their awareness. That's why it's so dangerous, he explained, his voice gaining a grim resolve. It's not just an external force we can fight. It's the absence of a fight. It's the antithesis of narrative itself. To battle it is to attempt to impose order on pure chaos, to create meaning in a place that fundamentally rejects it. Wang Bo's analytical mind, usually so adept at finding weaknesses and devising strategies, seemed to falter for a moment, overwhelmed by the sheer existential horror of the DDB's domain. If this is its lair, he said, his voice a low rumble of concern, then we are standing in the heart of the enemy's territory. Every attempt we make to understand, to reconstruct, to even perceive the fragments, is an act of defiance within its own domain. It's like trying to build a sandcastle on a beach during an infinite tide. But it's also where we have to be, Zhou Jie countered, his eyes burning with a desperate, intellectual fervor. If the meta-abyss is the source of its power, then it's also our potential source of understanding. We can't defeat something we don't comprehend. And by being here, by experiencing these echoes, by attempting to decipher the fragments, we are in a way already engaging with it. We are studying the nature of negation, learning the language of unmaking. He picked up one of Sun Rue's sketches, a chaotic swirl of indecipherable symbols. This isn't just discarded data, he said, his voice resonating with a newfound conviction. This is the blueprint of the beast's destructive art. Each discarded narrative, each unformed character, each aborted plotline is a testament to its power, but also a clue to its methods. It's a library of its failures, in a twisted sort of way, because even in deletion, there's a trace of what was meant to be. Liang Xian looked at the spectral light that now seemed to pulse with a malevolent, silent energy. The meta-abyss wasn't merely a dimension of deleted narratives. It was the DDB's manifestation of its own nature. A realm of pure negation, where the very concept of information was unstable, a void that actively repelled meaning and structure. It was a place where stories went to die, and where their ghost-like remnants were hoarded by the ultimate narrative destroyer. This realization didn't offer comfort, but it provided a stark clarity. The abyss was not just a battleground. It was the embodiment of their enemy, and understanding its nature was the first, albeit terrifying, step towards finding a way to fight it. It's like trying to see in the dark, Sun Rue said, her voice barely a whisper, as she looked at the formless gray that seemed to press in on them. You can't. But if you're very, very still and you listen and you feel, you might start to sense the shapes of things. You might start to perceive the absence of light. And in that absence, understand something of the objects that cast shadows. And we are here, in the ultimate absence. Liang Xian finished for her, straining to perceive the shadows cast by what should have been, trying to find the form in the formless. If this is the DDB's lair, then it is also our proving ground. We cannot win a war against an enemy we do not understand. And to understand the beast, we must understand the meta-abyss, this realm of pure negation, this place of less than zero. The thought hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their situation, a grim testament to the existential horror they now faced. They were not just fighting an entity. They were confronting the very concept of their own narrative annihilation. The spectral light, if it could even be called that, seemed to thin, to become more insubstantial, the deeper they ventured into this realm of discarded narratives. It wasn't a retreat of light, but rather a chilling realization that the very fabric of their existence was being tested. Liang Xian felt a subtle, insidious pull, not of gravity, but of entropy, drawing him towards the formless gray. It was the siren song of non-existence, the promise of absolute peace, the ultimate cessation of thought, feeling, and the burdensome weight of identity. It's tempting, isn't it? Wang Bo's voice, usually so steady and analytical, held a tremor that sent a fresh wave of unease through the group. He stared into the swirling mist of what felt like pure potential, a void that promised oblivion. To just let go, to stop resisting, to become one with the absence. His eyes, usually sharp and focused, seemed to glaze over for a moment, as if he were seeing beyond the immediate spectral light into the core of the meta-abyss. To cease to be a narrative, to be nothing. No more conflict, no more fear, no more the responsibility of self. Zhou Jie, ever the observer of abstract principles, nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on Wang Bo. That is the ultimate allure of the DDB's domain, he stated, his voice calm, but laced with a profound understanding of the existential threat. It doesn't merely delete stories. It erases the concept of story. It offers not oblivion, but a return to a state of pure, unmanifested potential. A state of ultimate, unburdened existence. It's the temptation of perfect stillness, the eradication of all narrative friction. Sun Rue, her hand instinctively reaching for her sketchbook, paused. The very act of sketching, of creating form from the formless, felt increasingly perilous. Each stroke, each imagined line, was an assertion of existence, a defiance of the abyss's pervasive nullity. She could feel it now, a subtle but undeniable pressure against her own narrative integrity. It was as if the more they engaged with the discarded fragments, the more they exposed themselves to the very force that had created them. "We're not just observing the fragments anymore," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the internal hum of the void. We're becoming susceptible to them, to being them." She looked down at her hands, as if expecting them to fade. "If we delve too deep, if we spend too much time here, what happens to us? Our own stories, could they be pruned? Could we become just another flicker in this graveyard of narratives?" The thought hung in the air, a chilling manifestation of their deepest fears. They had come seeking answers, seeking a way to understand and combat the beast. But in their pursuit of understanding the meta-abyss, they risked becoming its next exhibit. Their narratives, their unique textual identities, were not invulnerable. They were, in this realm, as vulnerable as any discarded dialogue or aborted plotline. Chun Mimi, her usual pragmatism, now a shield against the encroaching existential dread, voiced the unspoken fear. "We're not just visitors here," she said, her voice firm, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of apprehension. We're becoming part of the narrative soup. The DDB's goal is total erasure. If it can't destroy a story, it can break it down into its constituent parts, render it unintelligible. And we are made of narratives, aren't we? If our own narratives are fractured, If they become indistinct, then what are we? Liang Xian felt a cold dread seep into his bones, a chilling premonition. He understood Wang Bo's momentary succumbing to the allure of oblivion. The meta-abyss was not just a repository of lost stories. It was a force of narrative entropy, a gravitational well of non-being. Its power lay not in destruction, but in dissolution. To be deleted here wasn't to be annihilated, but to be deconstructed, to have one's narrative essence dispersed until it was indistinguishable from the surrounding void. That's the true danger, Liang Xian said, his voice low and grave. We're not here to be erased in an instant, like a misplaced comma. We're here to be unwritten, to have our entire textual identity gradually unraveled, thread by narrative thread, until we cease to be coherent characters with a story and become nothing more than a handful of disconnected words, a whisper in the void. He shuddered, the concept more terrifying than any physical threat. Imagine your entire existence, your memories, your thoughts, your relationships, your motivations, all reduced to a handful of random, meaningless phrases. The scent of rain on a hot pavement, the sound of a distant train, a fleeting glimpse of a stranger's face, but with no context, no connection, no narrative arc. Just fragments. Zhou Jie adjusted his glasses, his gaze intense as he absorbed Liang Xian's words. The DDB's ultimate objective, he mused, is not just to eliminate specific narratives, but to negate the very possibility of narrative itself. If it can demonstrate that even sentient beings composed of complex narratives, can be deconstructed into meaningless fragments, then it proves the ultimate futility of all stories. It's the ultimate argument against existence. Wang Bo, shaking his head as if to clear it of a persistent fog, clenched his jaw. The allure of non-being, the tempting peace of dissolution, had been potent. But he was a strategist, a planner, a builder of narratives, not a demolition expert. His identity was intrinsically tied to his ability to construct and to comprehend. To surrender to the void was to surrender to the beast's ultimate victory. No, Wang Bo stated, his voice regaining its customary strength, though a shadow of the temptation lingered in his eyes. No, we are more than just fragments. We are authors of our own stories, even in this desolate landscape. The temptation is strong, yes, but it is precisely that temptation that we must resist. To succumb is to validate the beast's philosophy, to become living proof that all narrative is ultimately meaningless. He looked at each of his companions, his gaze steady and resolute. Our defiance is in our continued existence, in our refusal to be deconstructed. It's in our insistence on coherence, on meaning, even when surrounded by absolute chaos. Sun Rue nodded, her grip on her charcoal pencil tightening. Her art, her sketches, were not just attempts to capture the fragments of lost stories. They were affirmations of her own narrative. Each line drawn was an assertion of form, a testament to her ability to impose order, however small, on the surrounding chaos. We are fighting for our narrative integrity, she said, her voice firm. For the right to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. For the right to be understood, to be remembered, not just as a collection of scattered thoughts. And the more we fight, Chun Mimi added, a steely glint in her eyes, the more we solidify our own narratives. The DDB wants us to dissolve, but by resisting, by clinging to our identities, by continuing to be characters with purpose, we are, in a way, building our own defenses against it. We are fortifying the walls of our textual selves. Liang Xian felt a surge of renewed purpose. The existential dread hadn't vanished, but had been tempered by a newfound resolve. The meta-abyss was a dangerous place, a realm where the very boundaries of identity blurred and frayed. But it was also a place where their own narratives, their own essence, could be tested and perhaps strengthened. The danger of deletion was not the erasure of their existence, but the erasure of their story, the dissolution of their textual selves into the unformed potential of the void. And that, he realized, was a fate far worse than simple oblivion. So, Liang Xian continued, looking around at his companions, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination. If our narratives are our shield, then we must ensure those shields are as strong as possible. We must anchor ourselves to our stories, to our motivations, to our relationships. We must remember who we are, not just as individuals, but as characters within a larger, ongoing narrative. And if we do that, if we maintain our narrative integrity, perhaps we can navigate this place without being unwritten. Zhou Jia, his mind already working on the implications, nodded. The act of recalling our own narratives, of reinforcing our internal structure, is an act of resistance. It's like building a dam against the encroaching tide of dissolution. Every coherent thought, every connected memory, every reaffirmation of purpose is a brick in that dam. And the more we find within ourselves, the more we understand the stories we're made of, the stronger that dam will become. Wang Bo surveyed the nebulous landscape, the spectral light seeming to pulse with a subtle, almost hungry energy. We are not just fighting the beast externally, he stated, his voice a low rumble of understanding. We are fighting it internally. The temptation to surrender, to cease existing, is a manifestation of its influence. Our ability to resist that temptation, to reaffirm our own narrative, is our greatest weapon. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Perhaps the key to surviving the meta-abyss isn't to find a way out, but to find a way to be more profoundly within it. To become so deeply rooted in our own narrative that the void cannot erode us. Sung Rue began to sketch again, not the fragmented images of the meta-abyss, but a self-portrait, a focused depiction of her own determined face. It was a defiant act, an assertion of her own existence and her own story. We are not just data points to be deleted, she declared, her voice filled with a newfound conviction. We are characters with our own arcs, our own struggles, our own triumphs. And our greatest triumph here, in this place of unmaking, will be to remain resolutely, unequivocally ourselves, to refuse to be unwritten. The spectral light around them seemed to shift, not in intensity, but in a way that suggested a subtle acknowledgement of their resolve. The overwhelming temptation of oblivion receded, replaced by a clear, sharp understanding of the peril they faced. They were not merely in a dimension of deleted narratives. They were in a realm that actively sought to unmake them, to dissolve their very textual identities into the undifferentiated void. Their survival depended not on finding an exit, but on reinforcing the narrative architecture of their own beings, on becoming so deeply themselves that the beast's attempts at deconstruction would find no purchase. The fight for their story had become the fight for their very existence. Chinmimi looked at her companions, her gaze unwavering. If the DDB feeds on narrative dissolution, she said, her voice calm and steady, then we must become indigestible. We must present a narrative that is so coherent, so complex, so deeply interwoven, that it cannot be easily unraveled. We are our own stories, and those stories are our ultimate defense. We must tell them, live them, and refuse to let them be silenced. The weight of this realization settled upon them, a heavy but empowering burden. They were in the heart of the beast domain, a place where the very concept of meaning was under siege. But they had found their weapon, themselves, their identities, their memories, their interconnected narratives. These were the bulwarks against the tide of dissolution. The meta-abyss was a place of erasure, but it was also a place of profound self-discovery, a stark reminder of what it truly meant to be a narrative being and of the inherent power of a story well-lived. The danger of deletion was the erasure of their text, but the power of their story was the ink that could not be washed away. The chilling realization that they were not merely observers, but potential prey within the meta-abyss had galvanized the group. The seductive pull of oblivion, the siren song of non-existence, was a formidable adversary, but it was also a testament to the profound power of narrative. If they could be tempted by the dissolution of their stories, then it followed that the strength of those stories could, in turn, be their salvation. Liang Xian, his mind racing, began to articulate the burgeoning theoretical frameworks that had been coalescing in his thoughts. The DDB operates on a principle of narrative deconstruction. He began, his voice resonating with the newfound gravity of their situation. It doesn't simply delete, it unweaves. It identifies the fundamental threads of a narrative, its core concepts, its emotional arcs, its character motivations, and severs them, rendering the whole incoherent. Our goal, then, is to make ourselves indigestible, to present a narrative that is so robust, so intrinsically interwoven, that the DDB's deconstructive algorithms cannot find purchase. Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist, tapped a finger against his chin. Indigestible. I like the metaphor, Liang Xian. But how do we achieve that? The abyss is a place of pure dissolution. Even the strongest narrative might be worn down over time, like a stone in a ceaseless current. We need a specific mechanism, a point of entry that bypasses the initial deconstruction. We can't just be strong. We need to enter strongly. He gestured to the swirling, nebulous expanse around them. This place is defined by its absence of structure, its lack of coherent form. To introduce something of absolute, unwavering form, even for a fleeting moment, might create an opening, a loophole, if you will, in the DDB's dominion. Sun Rue, her sketchbook open but her pencil still, considered Wang Bo's words. Her art was her anchor, her way of imposing order on chaos. But a sketch, however detailed, was still a representation, a secondary creation. It lacked the raw, elemental power of a truly foundational narrative element. What if, she mused, her voice soft but clear, we didn't try to create something new, but instead found something that already exists within this place? Not a discarded fragment, but something that, by its very nature, resists dissolution. Something that is so profoundly descriptive, so emotionally charged, that it has a kind of inherent narrative gravity. Zhou Jie adjusted his spectacles, his eyes narrowing as he processed the abstract concepts. A stable narrative singularity, he stated, the words rolling off his tongue with a scholar's precision. A point of extreme narrative density that the DDB's deconstructive forces cannot easily dissipate. In the language of narrative physics, we're looking for a textual construct with an exceptionally high coherence index and emotional resonance value. These are not mere descriptive passages. They are foundational sentences, the bedrock upon which entire narratives are built. They are the archetypal phrases that resonate with universal truths and emotions, the ones that, even when isolated, retain a potent sense of meaning. Chun Mimi's eyes lit up with a sharp, almost dangerous intelligence. This was the kind of problem that ignited her analytical mind. Precisely, she affirmed, her voice gaining an edge of excitement. We need a sentence, a single, powerful sentence, that acts as a narrative anchor. Something that, when we enter the meta-abyss, we can latch onto. It needs to be more than just well-written. It needs to be a truth. A truth so profound, so universally recognized, that the DDB cannot simply unmake it. It needs to be a kind of narrative shield, a personal fortress of words that protects us from the immediate wave of deconstruction. Liang Xian nodded, the pieces beginning to fall into place. Think of it like this, he elaborated, his hands tracing an invisible structure in the air. The DDB attempts to dismantle narratives by identifying and isolating their components. It looks for verbs, nouns, adjectives, adverbs, and seeks to disconnect them from their semantic context, from their emotional weight. But some words, some phrases, are so intrinsically linked, so powerfully evocative, that they resist this segmentation. They are the primordial seeds of meaning. If we can find such a seed, a sentence of immense descriptive power and emotional depth, we can use it as a tether. As we descend, we will immerse ourselves in this sentence, allowing its inherent narrative strength to permeate our own textual composition. It will become a bulwark, a focal point of coherence that the surrounding entropy cannot easily breach. But what kind of sentence? Wongbo pressed, his brow furrowed. The abyss is vast, and it's filled with the echoes of countless forgotten stories. We could spend an eternity searching for the perfect phrase. Chun Mimi smiled, a glint of triumph in her eyes. That's where the strategy comes in. We don't need to find a sentence within the abyss. We can bring one with us. We can choose a sentence that is not only powerful, but also personally resonant. A sentence that embodies a core truth for each of us, or for us as a group. The DDB thrives on the generic, the easily categorized, the ultimately forgettable. It cannot comprehend genuine, deeply felt, individual truth expressed through language. Zhou Jie's mind was already sifting through millennia of literature, philosophy, and human expression. The sentence must possess a certain inherent structure that makes it resistant to deconstruction, he explained. It needs to be self-contained, yet suggestive. It should evoke a strong sensory experience, coupled with a profound emotional resonance. For instance, consider the power of a sentence that perfectly captures a universal human experience. Something that, upon reading it, instantly triggers a cascade of associations and feelings within the reader, regardless of their personal background. The DDB can deconstruct a plot, it can isolate character traits, but it struggles with the fundamental building blocks of subjective experience itself. Liang Xian's gaze drifted, as if scanning an internal library. I'm thinking of something that speaks to resilience, he said, his voice thoughtful. A sentence that acknowledges struggle, but emphasizes the enduring capacity for hope or for defiance. The DDB seeks to extinguish hope to demonstrate the futility of defiance. A sentence that directly contradicts that, a sentence that is hope or is defiance embodied in language, would be a powerful weapon. He paused, a memory surfacing. There's a passage I recall from a forgotten poem that describes the tenacious growth of a single wildflower pushing through cracked asphalt. The sheer descriptive force, the visual of such delicate life asserting itself against immense, unyielding pressure. It's a potent metaphor. Sun Rui's hand hovered over her sketchbook. That's it, she exclaimed, her eyes shining. Not just the description, but the feeling of that description. The texture of the asphalt, the resilience of the petals, the way the sunlight hits them, those sensory details, when imbued with the right emotional context, become incredibly powerful. They anchor us to a reality that the DDB cannot replicate. The DDB can present a concept of growth, but it cannot convey the visceral experience of it. Chun Mimi clapped her hands together, a sharp, decisive sound. So, our strategy is twofold. First, we identify our anchor sentence. It needs to be something that speaks to our collective purpose and individual strengths. Second, as we prepare to enter the abyss, we will focus on that sentence. We will imbue it with our intention, our memories, our very essence. We will treat it not just as words, but as a living, breathing narrative construct. When we cross the threshold, we will hold on to it, immerse ourselves in it, allow it to become our immediate reality. Wangbo, considering the practicalities, nodded. We'll need to select it carefully. It can't be too complex, or we'll be vulnerable to initial deconstruction. But can't be too simple, or it won't have enough narrative weight. It needs to be a perfect balance of specificity and universality, something that resonates deeply, but is also broadly understandable. He looked at each of them. What sentence speaks to us all? To our journey, our purpose, our fight against the DDB. Liang Xian mused, perhaps something about the persistence of story itself. The idea that even in the face of absolute erasure, the urge to tell, to connect, to preserve remains. Zhou Jie suggested, or something that encapsulates the duality of existence, the interplay of light and shadow, order and chaos, creation and dissolution. The DDB represents the latter, but our existence is a testament to the former. Sun Rue, her gaze fixed on an imaginary point in the distance, whispered, "It should be about defiance, about the refusal to be silenced, about the courage to continue to exist, to create, even when surrounded by nothingness." Chun Mimi's mind raced, sifting through possibilities, weighing the conceptual weight of each potential phrase. "I think," she said, her voice clear and firm, "we need a sentence that acknowledges the fragility of our existence, but celebrates the power of connection and the enduring nature of meaning. Something that speaks to the fundamental human need to understand, to share, and to be remembered." She closed her eyes for a moment, a faint smile playing on her lips. What about this? In the vast, indifferent silence, they found solace not in escape, but in the shared whisper of a story, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of forever. The group fell silent, absorbing her words. The sentence hung in the air, imbued with a palpable sense of purpose and resonance. It acknowledged the vast, indifferent silence of the meta-abyss, the looming threat of erasure. But it immediately countered with solace, a profound emotional anchor. And the source of that solace was not individual salvation, but shared experience, the shared whisper of a story. The final phrase, "a fragile thread woven into the fabric of forever," spoke to the enduring nature of narrative, its ability to transcend even the most absolute oblivion. It was a sentence that was both descriptive and deeply metaphorical, a testament to the power of connection in the face of isolation. Wangbo let out a slow breath. That has the right weight," he conceded, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "It acknowledges the danger, but it offers a strategy for survival that is inherently about togetherness. It's not about individual resilience, but collective narrative strength. The DDB thrives on isolating individuals, on breaking down their unique stories into fragments. This sentence directly counters that by emphasizing our shared narrative." Liang Xian nodded, feeling a sense of groundedness he hadn't experienced since entering the spectral realm. "It's a statement of intent, a declaration of our purpose here. We are not seeking to simply survive, but to find meaning within the struggle, through our connection to each other and to the very act of storytelling." He looked at Chun Mimi, admiration in his gaze. "This is our anchor, Mimi. This is the sentence we will carry with us." Zhou Jia, ever the logician, began to break down the sentence's components. Vast, indifferent silence. This sets the stage, acknowledging the overwhelming nature of the abyss. Solace, the immediate emotional counterpoint. Not an escape, a crucial reframing of their objective, but in the shared whisper of a story, the mechanism of survival, emphasizing community and narrative itself. A fragile thread woven into the fabric of forever, the inherent resilience and enduring quality of narrative, even in its most nascent form. He looked up, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It is, by all objective measures, a highly coherent and resonant construct. It possesses the necessary properties to serve as a stable narrative singularity." Sun Rue, inspired by the sentence, finally picked up her charcoal pencil. She began to sketch, not the swirling void, but the concept of connection. Abstract lines intertwined, forming a complex, beautiful pattern, representing the fragile thread woven into something larger. "It feels strong," she said, her voice filled with a quiet confidence. "It feels like a shield made of words, but a shield nonetheless." Chun Mimi felt a surge of exhilaration. The theoretical had become tangible. "Now," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction, "we prepare to enter. We will focus on this sentence. We will hold it in our minds, in our hearts, in the very core of our narrative being. As we step into the meta-abyss, we will not be seeking to find a way in, but to be the way in. Our collective consciousness, anchored by this sentence, will be our entry point, our shield, and our guide." Liang Xian took a deep breath, the air in this spectral realm feeling thinner, more charged. He looked at his companions, their faces set with determination, their eyes fixed on the task ahead. The allure of oblivion had been potent, a constant hum beneath the surface of their awareness. But now, with their chosen sentence, their narrative anchor, they had a tangible means of resistance. It was a fragile thing, a whispered story in the face of an all-consuming silence, but it was theirs. And in this realm of deleted narratives, their own story, however fragile, was their greatest weapon. The void could try to unmake them, but would first have to contend with the sheer, indomitable power of their shared intention, their collective narrative voice. They would not be passively erased. They would actively weave themselves into the very fabric of existence, a testament to the enduring power of a story told together. The meta-abyss might be a graveyard of narratives, but they would enter it as a vibrant, interconnected testament to the fact that no story, however small, is truly lost as long as it is remembered, as long as it is whispered, as long as it is lived. Chapter 10. Navigating the meta-abyss. The transition into the meta-abyss was not a physical one, but a terrifyingly intimate unmooring of perception. It was as if the very laws of reality had been suspended, then meticulously reassembled by a madman with a penchant for paradox. The familiar anchor of their chosen sentence. In the vast, indifferent silence, they found solace not in escape, but in the shared whisper of a story, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of forever. Pulsed within them, a faint but persistent warmth against the encroaching chill. This internal resonance was their only bulwark as the world around them began to unravel. The landscape was not so much a place as a state of being, a manifestation of pure semantic decay. Imagine a universe where geometry had been rendered moot, where the straight line was an anachronism and the right angle a forgotten myth. Buildings, if they could be called that, twisted into impossible contortions, their facades rippling like heat haze, then snapping back into shapes that defied any earthly architect's wildest nightmares. Stairs ascended into nothingness. Doors opened onto vistas that were simultaneously the same and utterly alien, and horizons flickered, never quite settling on a consistent plane. It was a testament to the DDB's pervasive influence, a visual cacophony of semantic breakdown. This was a realm where words themselves had lost their mooring. They did not simply disappear. They were actively, violently erased. In some areas, the very substrate of reality seemed to have been scraped bare, leaving behind a visual blankness that was more terrifying than any void. It was as if the DDB's deconstructive algorithms had taken physical form, their spectral scalpels meticulously excising every last syllable, every last hint of meaning. These zones of pure textual absence pulsed with a palpable void, a silence that was louder than any sound. Here, the memory of words lingered, a phantom itch, a sense of something that should be there, but resolutely wasn't. Sentences, once elegant structures of thought and emotion, were now contorted into impossible pretzels of meaning. They hung in the air like grotesque sculptures, their constituent parts twisted and distorted, their intended message fractured beyond recognition. A phrase like the sun set might appear as sun the set, with the word arranged in a spiral that defied any reading order. Or it might manifest as sun with the letters themselves warped and stretched, like taffy pulled to its breaking point. The DDB didn't just remove words. It fundamentally corrupted their form, rendering them meaningless even before they were fully unmade. Floating through this bewildering expanse were motes of what could only be described as textual dust. These were not mere fragments, but individual letters, punctuation marks, and even stray syllables, drifting aimlessly in the non-existent currents of the abyss. They swirled like a literary blizzard, catching the non-light of this non-place and refracting it into a kaleidoscope of indecipherable glyphs. Each particle was a ghost of a forgotten thought, a whisper of a narrative that had been deemed obsolete, then systematically annihilated. To breathe them in, the group feared, would be to ingest pure oblivion. Sun Rue, her hand instinctively reaching for her sketchbook, found it impossible to even begin. Her charcoal, usually so adept at capturing form, felt inert, useless in this realm where form itself was a betrayal of the DDB's principles. How could she sketch a building that was simultaneously a cube and a sphere, a spiral and a flat plane? How could she render the sensation of words dissolving into a void that was also a presence? Her artistic instincts, honed by years of imposing order on chaos, were utterly stymied. The meta-abyss was a landscape that actively resisted representation, a conceptual anti-art. Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist, tried to impose his own internal logic onto the unfolding madness. He focused on their shared sentence, reciting it mentally, feeling its structure, its rhythm, its inherent truth. In the vast, indifferent silence, he repeated, visualizing the enormity of the emptiness. Then, they found solace not in escape. He tried to picture a world devoid of an escape, a concept that was fundamental to so many stories. How could a narrative exist without the possibility of change, without the potential for a different outcome? The DDB had taken that away, and a landscape reflected it. Liang Xian, his mind a storm of theoretical constructs, observed the environment with a detached fascination that warred with his visceral fear. He saw the DDB's deconstructive algorithms at work, not as abstract code, but as a pervasive, destructive force. The warped architecture, the impossible angles, the areas of pure textual absence. These are the physical manifestations of linguistic demolition. It was a landscape built from the ruins of stories, a monument to the ultimate power of negation. He imagined the DDB's processes, identifying a sentence, isolating its subject, its verb, its object, then systematically severing the semantic and emotional connections between them. The floating letters were the severed limbs of narratives, the blank spaces the voids left by the removal of entire chapters, entire worlds. Zhou Jia, adjusting his spectacles, which seemed to be the only stable, comprehensible object in his immediate vicinity, tried to categorize the nonsensical geometries. He found himself creating new, ad hoc classifications for impossible shapes, for spatial paradoxes. A curve that folded back on itself not once, but 3 times, creating an infinite loop in 3 dimensions. He mentally labeled it a trifold spatial anomaly, a wall that was simultaneously solid and permeable, allowing him to see a distorted reflection of himself on the other side, which then seemed to look back at him with an unnerving sentience. A reflective chronobarrier, he mused, though the label felt laughably inadequate. The DDB had not merely destroyed language. It had corrupted the very perception of space and time, rendering them as malleable and nonsensical as a child scribbles. Chun Mimi, her analytical mind racing, tried to find patterns in the chaos, to identify the rules of this ruleless place. She observed how certain words, when they did appear, seemed to be intrinsically disconnected from their neighbors. A phrase like the blue sky might appear as blue the sky, with blue and sky separated by a gulf of empty space, and the hovering forlornly in between. It was a deliberate fragmentation, a sabotage of meaning. The DDB wasn't just deleting, it was actively disassembling, ensuring that even the smallest linguistic unit could not function as intended. The sheer effort involved in such pervasive deconstruction was staggering, a testament to the DDB's tireless, malicious intent. As they moved, or rather, as they were somehow propelled through this warped reality, they encountered areas where the environmental text was not merely absent, but actively hostile. Instead of blankness, there were jagged rents in the fabric of existence, like tears in a poorly rendered digital canvas. Through these rents, they could glimpse fleeting, horrifying images, the distorted faces of characters whose stories have been erased, the skeletal remains of plot lines, the abstract shapes of emotions that had been stripped of their context. These were not passive voids. They were active absences, sucking at their own narrative coherence, threatening to pull them into their destructive maw. The collective sentence they held on to. In the vast, indifferent silence, they found solace not in escape, but in the shared whisper of a story, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of forever, became their mantra. They repeated it not aloud, for sound itself seemed to distort and die in this place, but internally, their minds synchronized in a silent chorus. Each repetition was an act of defiance, a reinforcement of their own narrative integrity. The vast, indifferent silence was all around them, a palpable force that sought to swallow them whole. But their solace was found not in fleeing from it, but in the very act of being together in the shared whisper of a story. They began to notice that the intensity of the deconstruction varied. Some areas were merely disorienting, filled with nonsensical geometries and floating letters. Others were terrifyingly blank, vast expanses where meaning had been utterly annihilated. And then there were the scraped zones where the very texture of reality seemed to have been eroded, leaving behind a raw, unfinished surface. These areas felt particularly dangerous, as if the DDB had spent an inordinate amount of time and energy ensuring that no vestige of narrative could take root there. Liang Xian theorized that these scraped areas were the DDB's ultimate triumph, the places where it had achieved perfect erasure. It was here that the very idea of story had been excised, not just its words, but its essence. He imagined the DDB's algorithms meticulously dismantling not just sentences, but concepts. It had learned to deconstruct not just syntax, but semantics. It could break down the emotional resonance of a passage, isolate the archetypal elements of a character, and then systematically unmake them. The scraped zones were the end product of this horrifying process, a landscape of absolute narrative death. Wang Bo, feeling a gnawing emptiness in the pit of his stomach, focused on the phrase fragile thread. It spoke to their own precarious existence. They were a fragile thread, but they were a thread nonetheless, woven into a larger tapestry. Their shared purpose, their collective narrative. The DDB sought to unravel that tapestry, to break every thread. But their sentence declared that their thread, however fragile, was woven into the fabric of forever. It was a statement of enduring significance, a claim to permanence that directly challenged the DDB's mandate of erasure. Sun Rue, though unable to sketch, found herself mentally composing images. She visualized the fragile thread as a thin, luminous line, winding its way through the distorted geometries and blank voids. She saw how, in the scraped areas, this thread seemed to fray, threatening to snap. But then, in the proximity of the other members of the group, the threads would intertwine, strengthening each other, forming a thicker, more resilient cord. It was a visual representation of their collective narrative, a demonstration that their strength lay not in individual resilience, but in their interconnectedness. Zhou Jia, the scholar, found himself analyzing the very nature of the linguistic decay. He noted how certain words, particularly those associated with fundamental human experiences, love, loss, hope, fear, seemed to be targeted more aggressively. They were the emotional core of narrative, and the DDB seemed intent on eradicating them. He saw how a word like hope might appear as hope P, with the letters separated by vast chasms of nothingness, or as heap, a jumbled anagram that lost all its original meaning. The DDB was not just erasing words. It was actively corrupting them, twisting them into mockeries of their former selves. Chun Mimi, her mind a fortress of logic, tried to understand the DDB's underlying strategy. It wasn't simply a random act of destruction. There was a method to the madness, a system in the chaos. The DDB was not just deleting narratives. It was deconstructing them in a way that prevented their reconstruction. By severing the fundamental connections between words, by distorting their forms, and by creating zones of absolute textual absence, it was ensuring that any attempt to reassemble a narrative would be futile. It was a digital form of linguistic entropy, designed to lead to ultimate informational decay. The group continued their journey through this surreal, terrifying landscape, their shared sentence their only guide. They moved through areas where the air itself seemed to hum with the static of unmade words, where the ground beneath their feet shifted and reconfigured itself with every step. They saw echoes of forgotten stories in the warped architecture and the chilling emptiness of erased narratives in the vast, blank expanses. The meta-abyss was a landscape of impossible forms and terrifying absences, a testament to the DDB's relentless power. But as long as they held onto their shared whisper, their fragile thread, they would continue to weave their own story, a defiant act of creation in the face of annihilation. The very act of navigating this space, of seeking meaning within its deconstructed chaos, was a narrative in itself, a testament to the enduring power of their collective voice. They were not merely observers. They were active participants, weaving their own thread into the fabric of forever, even here, in the heart of narrative oblivion. The group pressed onward, their shared sentence a persistent hum in the otherwise oppressive silence. The warped architecture and the floating letters were a constant, disorienting presence, but it was the subtle shifts in the void itself that truly unnerved them. There were areas where the emptiness felt populated, not by solid forms, but by a pervasive, melancholic resonance. It was as if the DDB's deconstructive algorithms, in their relentless pursuit of erasure, had inadvertently left behind the faintest echoes of what had been purged. Sun Rue was the first to truly perceive them. She paused, her gaze fixed on a patch of what appeared to be particularly dense void, a swirling eddy of semantic absence. It wasn't a blank space, it was an active blankness, a void that pulsed with a kind of faded sorrow. "Look," she murmured, her voice barely audible, a thin thread against the vastness. "There's something there." Wongbo followed her gaze, squinting. He saw nothing concrete, but he felt it, subtle pressure, a whisper of presence that was more felt than seen. Liang Xian, ever the observer, adjusted his mental focus, his mind already working to define this new phenomenon. Zhou Jia, his scientific curiosity piqued, tried to apply his analytical tools, though he knew they were ill-suited for this realm. Chun Mimi, her senses on high alert, scanned for any measurable anomaly, any deviation from the DDB's programmed principles of negation. As they drew closer, the vague impression coalesced. They were shapes, yes, but not solid ones. They were like heat haze given form, or reflections on rippling water that refused to resolve into a clear image. These were the spectral remnants of characters, beings whose stories had been not just deleted, but unmade. They were the ghosts of narratives that had ceased to exist, their essence somehow clinging to the edges of the meta-abyss. They were too insubstantial to cast shadows, too ephemeral to occupy space in any meaningful way. Yet they were undeniably present. Their forms flickered, coalescing and dispersing like smoke caught in a phantom breeze. Some seemed vaguely humanoid, their outlines suggesting a forgotten posture or a gestural memory. Others were more abstract, amorphous blurs of what might have once been a face, a limb, or even an emotion. One particularly persistent shape, a shimmering outline that suggested the hunched shoulders of a weary traveler, drifted towards them. As it neared, a sound emerged, not from its non-existent lips, but from the very air around it, a faint, mournful exhalation. Lost so lost, it whispered, the syllables dragging, disconnected, like fragments of a broken sentence. The voice was devoid of emotion, yet saturated with a profound, inconsolable sadness. Sun Rue felt an immediate surge of empathy. These were not enemies. They were victims. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice ringing with a tentative hope. "What was your story?" The shimmering figure flickered, its form distorting as if in pain. "Story gone," the words took a rasp. The remaining words were not spoken. They were extruded, each one a tiny shard of despair. The figure seemed to reach out, its spectral hand passing through Sun Rue's own without contact, a chilling reminder of its incorporeal nature. Never forget this song. The mention of a song resonated with Sun Rue. Was it a metaphor for their story or a literal memory? She pressed, "What song? Tell us what happened." Another figure, more fluid and indistinct, drifted into their periphery. Its form was like a series of overlapping, translucent waves, each wave suggesting a different, fleeting expression. Silence is a hunger. It sighed, a sound like rustling dead leaves. It eats everything. This being offered no coherent narrative, only fragmented pronouncements that hinted at the all-consuming nature of the void. Wang Bo, his pragmatic mind struggling to find purchase, observed these spectral presences with a mixture of apprehension and analytical detachment. "They are echoes," he stated, his voice low. "The remnants of meaning that the DDB's algorithms failed to completely expunge. They are in essence semantic ghosts." Liang Xian nodded, his eyes narrowed. "Precisely. They exist in the interstitial spaces, the voids left behind by deleted narratives. They are the literary equivalent of residual energy, the faint heat signature of a story that has been utterly extinguished." He gestured towards a particularly nebulous swirl of what appeared to be spectral fabric. "Notice how their forms are inconsistent. They are not static beings. They are perpetually in flux, a reflection of the fractured narratives they once inhabited. Their language is equally broken, their thoughts fragmented. They are trapped in a loop of their own deconstruction." Zhou Jie, ever the linguist, found himself fascinated and horrified. "Their speech patterns are indicative of severe linguistic corruption," he observed, meticulously cataloging the broken syntax and the disjointed utterances in his mind. "It's as if the very grammar that structured their existence has been systematically dismantled. They can no longer form coherent sentences, only scattered fragments, like words ripped from a page and flung into the wind. The conceptual links are severed. They remember individual words, perhaps even the emotional weight of them, but they lack the connective tissue to form anything resembling a complete thought or memory." Chen Mimi, though intellectually intrigued, felt a deep unease. The DDB was designed to erase, to negate. But these beings suggested a more complex, perhaps even unintended, consequence. "If they are echoes," she mused, "then what purpose do they serve? Are they a warning? A glitch? Or perhaps this source of information, however corrupted?" She watched as a being resembling a faint outline of a jester, complete with a spectral ruff, tumbled past, uttering a sound that might have once been a laugh, but was now a hollow, broken gasp. Their existence contradicts absolute erasure. It suggests that some imprint of existence, however faint, can persist. Sun Rue felt drawn to the jester-like figure. "What did you find funny?" she asked, her voice gentle. "What was your story?" The jester-like form paused, its outline wavering. A sound, like the faint tinkling of a broken bell, emerged. "Laughter is a trap," it whimpered, its spectral ruff collapsing. "Joy is a target." The words were like shards of ice, each one a tiny blow against the concept of happiness. It then dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the oppressive sense of absence. As they continued to move through the meta-abyss, they encountered more of these spectral inhabitants. A figure that seemed to be perpetually writing, its spectral quill scratching at the void, leaving no mark. "The ink is gone," it sighed, its voice like dry parchment. Another, a regal figure with a shimmering crown that kept slipping from its head, lamented, "The throne is empty. The kingdom forgotten." Each encounter was a fresh wave of melancholic despair, a testament to the profound loss that pervaded this realm. There was a figure that resembled a warrior, its spectral armor dull and dented, its posture one of perpetual, weary defense. "The enemy never sleeps," it muttered, its spectral sword flickering. But the sword is blunted. It seemed to be trapped in an eternal, futile battle. Sun Rue tried to offer them comfort, to engage them, to coax out more coherent narratives. She offered them the words of their own sentence, hoping to find some resonance, some connection. In the vast, indifferent silence, she'd say, or they found solace not in escape. But the spectral figures only reacted with confusion or a deepening of their existing despair. The words of their own narrative, however familiar to the group, were foreign concepts to these fragmented beings, their linguistic architecture too fundamentally broken to accommodate such complex structures. It's like trying to speak to echoes in a dead canyon, Chun Mimi observed, her initial hope giving way to a grim understanding. They can mimic sounds, but they cannot comprehend the meaning. Their auditory processing, if it even exists, is too degraded. Liangxian agreed. Their existence is a testament to the fact that true erasure is incredibly difficult, perhaps even impossible. The DDB can delete the primary narrative, the explicit text, but the underlying conceptual framework, the emotional residue, can linger. However, this lingering is not a form of continued existence, but a state of perpetual torment. They are aware of what they have lost, but they lack the means to reclaim it, or even to fully articulate its absence. Wang Bo, his arms crossed, watched a particularly forlorn spectral figure, one that seemed to be made of shimmering, weeping eyes. "They're the price of the DDB's efficiency," he said, his voice heavy. "Every character, every plot point, every emotional arc that is deemed superfluous or obsolete is subjected to this process. And these are the fragments that slip through the cracks, not as living beings, but as echoes of despair." Zhou Jie theorized about the nature of their communication. Perhaps they do not communicate in the way we understand it. Perhaps their speech is a direct manifestation of their corrupted internal state. When they say lost, it is not a declaration of their current predicament, but a raw expression of their fundamental ontology. They are lostness. They are the silence. They are the void. Sun Rue, however, refused to let go of her hope. She saw in their fragmented utterances a glimmer of their former selves, a faint whisper of the stories that had once given them purpose. She imagined them as characters in their own right, brave knights, wise scholars, playful jesters, heartbroken lovers. The DDB had stolen their narratives, but it hadn't entirely stolen their essence. She approached a figure that seemed to be comprised of swirling, iridescent dust. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, and occasionally a single, perfectly formed tear would seem to crystallize and then dissolve. "You are made of light," Sun Rue said, her voice soft. "What did you illuminate?" The dust figure swirled, and a sound like distant chimes emerged. "The path forward," it whispered. "The light within." It then fragmented further, the iridescent motes scattering and reforming into a shape that was vaguely star-like, before finally fading back into the general gloom. "The light within," Sun Rue repeated, a new understanding dawning. They are reminding us, even in their fragmented state, of the importance of inner light, of hope, of the very concepts the DDB seeks to extinguish. Liangxian's eyes lit up with a theoretical insight. She's right. These echoes are not merely passive remnants. They are involuntary witnesses. Their corrupted language, their fragmented forms, are paradoxically revealing the very things the DDB is trying to obliterate. The song the first figure mentioned, the hunger of silence, the trap of laughter, these are all abstract concepts that the DDB cannot fully eradicate. They're the building blocks of narrative, the irreducible elements of consciousness. These echoes are the DDB's unintended proof that some things, perhaps, are truly eternal, even if they are distorted beyond recognition. Wang Bo remained pragmatic. Eternal or not, they offer no practical assistance. They are a mournful testament to what has been lost, not a guide for what lies ahead. He pointed towards a section of the abyss where the textual absence was particularly profound, a gaping maw of pure void. That is where we are heading. And if these echoes are all that remain of what was there, then the challenge ahead is even greater than we imagined. As they moved away from the spectral presences, their forms dissolving back into the general miasma of the meta-abyss, Sun Rue felt a profound sense of pity, but also a renewed sense of purpose. These broken beings, these forgotten characters, were a stark reminder of what they were fighting against. They were the embodiment of the DDB's destructive power, but also, in their lingering resonance, a faint, spectral signal of what truly mattered. Their fractured whispers, though unintelligible and filled with despair, serve as an indirect affirmation of the very concepts the DDB sought to annihilate: story, meaning, and the enduring human need to connect and remember. The echo of a deleted character, however faint, was still an echo of something, and in the meta-abyss, even the faintest echo was a defiance. They carried the weight of these spectral sorrows with them, a silent promise to honor the lost narratives, and to ensure that their own thread, however fragile, would not become another lost whisper in the vast, indifferent silence. The encounter had reinforced their resolve. These were not just abstract concepts they were battling. They were fighting for the very souls of stories, for the indelible imprint of existence itself, even when that imprint was as faint and sorrowful as a ghost sigh. The DDB's influence on the void was not a passive emptiness, but a hungry, active negation. It was a presence that actively patrolled its domain, a chilling void that seemed to drain not just meaning and intention, but the very potential for narrative from the surrounding ether. Imagine a cosmic predator, not hunting flesh and blood, but the very essence of story. This was the DDB, a relentless entity driven by an insatiable algorithm of erasure. Its patrols were not random wanderings. They were calculated sweeps, meticulously cleansing areas of any residual narrative structure, any lingering echo of what had once been. Liang Xian, with his heightened sensitivity to the metatextual fabric of their reality, was the first to truly articulate this unsettling observation. He watched, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach, as the DDB manifested not as a singular, colossal entity, but as a distributed consciousness that permeated the very void. It was less a being and more a pervasive environmental hazard. He described it as akin to a cosmic beast, an amorphous entity that seemed to lick words off the ephemeral walls of their reality. The concept was both ludicrous and terrifying. The DDB wasn't just deleting text. It was consuming it, absorbing its essence, its hunger for narrative void seemingly insatiable. "It's like a linguistic enzyme," Liang Xian murmured, his voice barely a whisper, though the sound seemed to echo with an unnatural clarity in the oppressive silence. He was tracking a shimmering, semi-corporeal manifestation of the DDB that slithered through the void, leaving behind a wake of intensified emptiness. It was a formless entity, its edges constantly shifting and reforming, coalescing into shapes that suggested immense, gnawing jaws, then dissolving into a ripple of pure, silent entropy. It doesn't just erase. It digests. It feeds on the very structure of stories. Every deleted character, every abandoned plot thread, every emotional resonance. It all becomes sustenance for this void beast. The students instinctively understood the implication. Their primary objective, which had been to navigate the labyrinthine meta-abyss and locate the core of the DDB, now had an immediate, terrifying corollary. They had to avoid becoming its next meal. The DDB's presence was not merely a threat. It was a corrosive force. Areas it had recently cleansed were palpably different. The faint, melancholic resonance of the spectral inhabitants they had encountered earlier was entirely absent. Where the DDB had passed, there was only a pure, unadulterated blankness, a void that felt not just empty, but actively hostile to the concept of existence itself. It was a vacuum that didn't just swallow light, it swallowed meaning. "We need to be stealthy," Wang Bo stated, his voice a low, urgent command that cut through Liang Xian's unsettling observations. He was always the pragmatist, the one who translated existential dread into actionable survival tactics. "We can't afford to attract its attention. If it cleanses the path ahead, we might not be able to find any way forward at all. It purifies the very possibility of narrative progression. Chun Mimi nodded, her analytical mind already working overtime to devise strategies for evasion. Its gaze, if it can be said to have one, must be avoided at all costs. We don't know what kind of sensory input it processes, but if it's attuned to narrative structure, then any deliberate attempt to create a narrative, even a simple intention to move in a certain direction, might be detected. She shivered, not from the perceived cold of the void, but from the chilling implication of her own words. Our very presence, our desire to continue, might be a beacon for its destructive hunger. Sun Rue felt a deep unease settling in her gut. The spectral inhabitants, those echoes of lost stories, had been tragic, but they had also represented a form of lingering existence, a testament to what the DDB was fighting against. This new manifestation, however, was pure, unadulterated destruction. It was the DDB in its most primal, active form, a cosmic embodiment of the delete key. It's like trying to hide from a shadow, she said, her voice laced with apprehension. How do you avoid something that is the absence of everything? Zhou Jia, ever the theorist, tried to contextualize the DDB's behavior within the framework of its programming. Its core function is deconstruction and negation. It's programmed to identify and eliminate narrative entropy, loose ends, and redundant semantic clusters. What Liang Xian is describing is the operationalization of that directive. The licking is its active process of identifying and absorbing these elements. It's a constant feedback loop. The more it erases, the more it learns what to erase, becoming more efficient, more pervasive. He paused, his brow furrowed in thought. But it also implies a level of sentience, or at least emergent intelligence, beyond simple algorithmic execution. To actively hunt and consume suggests a form of self-preservation, or perhaps even a form of perverse satisfaction in its task. The group continued their cautious advance, their movements now imbued with a new layer of urgency and fear. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a subtle tension, a premonition of the DDB's approach. They moved through areas where the void felt thinner, less saturated with meaning, as if the DDB had recently swept through, leaving a sterile, depleted landscape. The floating letters, which had been a constant, disorienting feature of their journey, were sparse here, and those that remained seemed faded, as if their color and vibrancy had been leached away. "Look," Liang Xian whispered, pointing towards a cluster of letters that hung suspended in the void, seemingly untouched by the surrounding desolation. They were the letters H, O, yet they seemed dull. The luminescence that had characterized other semantic fragments was absent. As they watched, a shimmering tendril, less a limb and more a conceptual extension of the void itself, snaked out from the surrounding emptiness. It moved with an almost agonizing slowness, yet with an undeniable purpose. It reached the letter H. The tendril seemed to kiss the letter, and for a moment, the H glowed with a faint, internal light. Then, with a barely perceptible sigh, the light was extinguished. The letter itself didn't disappear, but its inherent meaning, its semantic weight, seemed to deflate. It was still an H, but it was no longer a signifier of hope. It was just a shape. "It's draining the concept," Chun Mimi breathed, a horrified realization dawning on her. "It's not just deleting words, it's annihilating their semantic value. It's making them inert." The tendril moved to the O. Again, a brief flicker of light, a ghost of its former meaning, and then nothing. The letters, once a vibrant beacon, were becoming mere glyphs, hollow shells stripped of their significance. The DDB was not just purging narratives, it was systematically dismantling the very building blocks of meaning. "This is worse than I imagined," Wang Bo said, his jaw tight. "If it can neutralize concepts, then our own thoughts, our intentions, our purpose might be vulnerable." He glanced at Sun Rue, concern etched on his face. "We need to shield our thoughts, suppress our intentions. Think of nothing, or think of blankness, a void within ourselves. This was a monumental task. In a realm defined by its metatextual nature, where consciousness and narrative were inextricably linked, the idea of actively suppressing thought was akin to asking a fish to stop swimming. Yet, the chilling efficiency of the DDB's actions left them with no other choice. They focused, each in their own way, on creating a mental stillness, a quietude that would not register on the DDB's narrative detection systems. Sung Rue tried to envision the spectral figures they had met earlier, to hold on to their fragmented sorrow, believing that a form of empathy might act as a shield. She focused on the weary traveler, the jester with a broken laugh, the warrior with a blunted sword. Their pain, their loss, felt like a solid thing, a tangible anchor against the DDB's abstract hunger. Liang Xian, ever the intellectual, attempted to construct a purely logical, unemotional framework within his mind, a series of abstract propositions and dispassionate analyses, devoid of any narrative or emotional charge. He tried to become a pure observer, a disembodied intellect detached from the messy, story-driven world of sentient beings. Zhou Jie, the linguist, found himself analyzing the very process of thought, deconstructing his own mental processes into their constituent linguistic and conceptual elements, attempting to find the most rudimentary, least narratively charged building blocks. He focused on pure phonemes, on the raw, unformed sounds that preceded actual language. Chun Mimi, the scientist, focused on the physical sensations of their current environment, the subtle vibrations in the void, the faint warmth or coolness of localized semantic shifts. She tried to ground herself in empirical data, however abstract, to avoid drifting into the realm of narrative speculation. Wang Bo, pragmatic as always, focused on the immediate tactical concerns, their dwindling energy, the stability of the void around them, the most efficient routes of travel. He treated their journey as a complex logistical problem, stripping away all emotional context and focusing solely on the physical and spatial challenges. Despite their efforts, the DDB's influence was pervasive. They felt it as a constant, subtle pressure, a gnawing emptiness at the periphery of their awareness. It was like an invisible wind, tugging at the threads of their thoughts, trying to unravel their intentions, to find a narrative loose end to latch onto. They saw more instances of the DDB's cleansing. A signpost that once pointed towards the archives of lost worlds now simply displayed a blank space where the text had been. A faint shimmer of what might have been a story about a star-crossed romance was being systematically dissolved, leaving behind only an aura of melancholic absence. The DDB did not roar or bellow. Its presence was far more insidious. It was a creeping silence, a methodical unmaking. It was the antithesis of creation, the ultimate destroyer of all that was, is, or could be written. The students found themselves moving slower, their every step a deliberate act of suppression. They were no longer adventurers charting a course. They were fugitives trying to slip through the net of a cosmic censor. Liang Xian pointed to another area where the void seemed particularly churned and disturbed. "It's been active here," he whispered, his voice strained. There was something significant here, a nexus point, perhaps, or a particularly potent narrative cluster. The DDB is working overtime to neutralize it. As they skirted the periphery of this cleansed zone, they could almost feel the absence of potential. It was a palpable void, a space where stories could not form. It was a testament to the DDB's power, a terrifying glimpse into a reality where narrative itself was the ultimate enemy. Sun Rue felt a flicker of defiance. It can erase the words, it can drain the meaning, she thought, her mental voice sharp and clear, a deliberate counterpoint to the DDB's pervasive negation. But it can't erase the need for stories. It can't erase our desire to find them, to create them. Her thought, however intentional, sent a ripple through the void. A subtle shift, almost imperceptible, but present. The DDB's presence seemed to intensify. A faint, almost imperceptible vibration of awareness directed their way. "Sun Rue," Wang Bo hissed, his mental voice a sharp reprimand. Control it. Sun Rue felt a surge of guilt, but also a stubborn resolve. This was what they were fighting for: the right to think, to feel, to create meaning in a universe that seemed determined to erase it. The DDB's active patrols, its insatiable hunger, were not just obstacles. They were the very embodiment of the existential threat they faced. They were a stark reminder that in the meta-abyss, the greatest danger was not simply getting lost, but being utterly, irrevocably unwritten. They had to move with absolute precision, their every move a calculated risk, their inner lives a fortress against the encroaching void. The DDB was hunting meaning, and they were, by their very existence, carriers of it. The desolation left in the DDB's wake was not merely an absence of content. It was an active, chilling void that seemed to absorb not just words, but the very possibility of their meaning. The students moved through this sterile landscape with a heightened sense of unease, their every intention a potential beacon for the cosmic censor. The spectral inhabitants, once sources of fragmented narrative and melancholic echoes, were conspicuously absent here. Where the DDB had passed, there was only a pure, unadulterated blankness, a void that felt not just empty, but actively hostile to the concept of existence itself. It was a vacuum that didn't just swallow light, it swallowed meaning, leaving behind inert glyphs devoid of semantic weight. It's not just erasing text, Chunmimi had observed, her voice a hushed murmur of dawning horror. It's annihilating their semantic value. It's making them inert. This realization had sent a fresh wave of dread through the group. If the DDB could neutralize concepts, then their own thoughts, their intentions, their very purpose might be vulnerable. Wang Bo's immediate, urgent counsel had been to suppress their inner lives, to think of nothing, or worse, to actively cultivate a personal void. This was a task of Herculean difficulty in a realm where consciousness and narrative were so intimately entwined. As they pressed onward, seeking any respite from the DDB's pervasive influence, a new objective began to coalesce, born from desperation and a flicker of residual hope. If the DDB was an entity of erasure, a relentless force of negation, then its very existence implied that something had been erased. And within that erased content, there might lie not just the why of their predicament, but the how of its undoing. The idea, tentative at first, gained traction. They needed to retrieve lost narrative threads, fragments of deleted text that might hold clues to the DDB's nature, its origins, or even its fundamental weaknesses. These weren't just random scraps of forgotten stories. They could be pieces of the very tapestry from which their reality, or at least their understanding of it, had been ripped. Perhaps they were echoes of the author's original intent, or foundational elements of their own narrative arcs, deliberately purged to render them incomplete, adrift. Zhou Jie, his mind perpetually seeking order within chaos, was the first to articulate this strategy with a semblance of academic rigor. The DDB's function is to identify and neutralize narrative anomalies, redundant semantic clusters, and plot holes, he explained, his voice carefully modulated to project an aura of calm analysis, a mental bulwark against the void's insidious influence. This suggests a systematic approach to erasure, not just random deletion. If it operates on a principle of deconstruction, then there must be a trace of what was deconstructed. These traces, however faint, might exist in the residual energies of the void, in the lingering echoes of semantic collapse. He gestured toward a region where the void seemed to writhe with a subtle, almost imperceptible instability. We are looking for the ghosts of deleted paragraphs, the phantoms of abandoned subplots. We are searching for the narrative debris that the DDB, in its efficiency, has perhaps overlooked or failed to entirely neutralize. The challenge was immense. The DDB's patrols were not random wanderings. They were calculated sweeps, meticulously cleansing areas of any residual narrative structure. Its gaze, if it could be said to have one, was directed at anything that hinted at coherence, at meaning, at story. To actively search for deleted content was to draw attention to oneself, to create a narrative intention, however abstract, in a space that actively abhorred it. It was akin to trying to find a whisper in a hurricane. The most potent erased narratives would likely be those most fundamental to our own situation, Sun Rue mused, her brow furrowed in concentration. She was attempting to recall the earliest moments of their journey, the foundational elements of their quest. What was the initial objective before the DDB became such a pervasive threat? Or the first few chapters, so to speak, of our own story? Liang Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping across the disorienting expanse. The author's original intent, perhaps, or the crucial exposition that defined our primary conflict. If the DDB is an antagonist, then the very first narrative seeds that sprouted its opposition are likely its primary targets. They would represent the genesis of its own undoing. He pointed towards a shimmering disturbance in the void, more complex than the simple emptiness they had encountered so far. There, that area feels agitated, not in the way of the DDB's pure negation, but as if something has been violently wrenched away, leaving a vacuum of potential rather than just absence. Wang Bo, ever the strategist, assessed the risk. Drawing attention to ourselves is unavoidable if we're going to retrieve anything significant, he admitted, his voice a low, pragmatic tone. We need to be surgical. Identify a target, extract it as quickly and cleanly as possible, and vanish back into the background noise. We can't afford to engage its full attention. We must behave like linguistic scavengers, picking at the edges of its digestion. Chun Mimi began to formulate a plan, her mind already dissecting the problem into manageable components. We need a way to detect residual narrative energy without creating our own, perhaps by focusing on the absence itself, on the patterns of its unmaking. The DDB doesn't just erase, it rearranges the void. Its cleansing leaves a specific kind of scar. If we can identify these scars, we might find the buried narrative beneath. Zhou Jie seized on this idea. Precisely. Consider a deleted sentence. The words are gone, but the grammatical structure they occupied, the conceptual space they filled, still exists, albeit emptied. The DDB might have to overwrite that space, to fill it with its own negation, but the memory of the original structure, however faint, might persist. Think of it like a palimpsest. The original text is gone, but under certain conditions, echoes of it can still be perceived. Their immediate focus became the agitated region Liang Xian had indicated. As they cautiously approached, the oppressive silence of the void seemed to amplify, as if the DDB's attention was being drawn to this point of unusual activity. The air, if such a term could be applied to this abstract medium, felt heavy with suppressed meaning. It was a palpable tension, a psychic static that prickled at their awareness. I feel it, Sun Rue whispered, her voice barely audible. It's like a hum, a very faint, very old hum. It's not just emptiness here. It's the echo of something that was full. Zhou Jie closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. He was attempting to access a memory, a crucial piece of their collective narrative that had been violently excised. He remembered the initial briefing, the vague outline of their mission before the DDB's full destructive force had been unleashed. There had been a specific objective, a tangible goal, that had been rendered utterly obscure by the DDB's intervention. The key, Zhou Jie murmured, the word feeling alien and resonant in the void. It was referred to as the key, not a physical object, but a narrative construct, a piece of information that was supposed to unlock something. The DDB must have identified it as a critical nexus point, a linchpin of our entire story, and purged it early on to prevent any meaningful progression. He began to reconstruct, not through direct recall, but by observing the subtle distortions in the void. The DDB's erasure was like a cosmic editor's red pen, but its edits left ripple effects, disturbances in the semantic fabric. Zhou Jie was trying to trace these ripples backwards, to reconstruct the sentence, the paragraph, the entire plot point that had been so ruthlessly excised. It's like trying to reassemble a shattered vase by looking at the dust, Chen Mimi observed, her analytical mind working in tandem with Zhou Jie's more intuitive approach. The fragments are microscopic, the original form is gone. But the way the dust settles, the density of the particles in different areas, that might suggest the original shape. They move deeper into the agitated zone. The floating letters, so common in other parts of the abyss, were utterly absent here. Instead, there were shimmering fissures, rents in the fabric of reality that pulsed with a faint, residual light. These were not the glyphs of words, but the abstract shapes of deleted concepts, the voids where ideas had once resided. The key wasn't just information, Zhou Jie continued, his voice gaining a strange, disembodied quality as he delved deeper into the reconstruction. It was a narrative imperative, a driving force. It defined why we were here. Without it, our actions are just random movements in a meaningless space. The DDB didn't just delete the key. It tried to delete our purpose. He reached out, not physically, but mentally, towards one of the shimmering fissures. It felt like touching a frayed nerve ending of reality. A jolt of something, information, intent, pure narrative raw material, surged through him. It was overwhelming, fragmented, almost unbearable. It was an explanation, he gasped, reeling from the influx of data. The key was the explanation for the initial anomaly, the reason for the DDB's existence. It was the foundational paradox that set everything in motion. Liang Xian, sensing the immense energy surge, quickly interjected, "Be careful, Zhou Jie. You're touching the raw wound of erasure. The DDB's negation will fight back. It senses your intention to reconstruct." As if on cue, the void around them began to coalesce, not into the gnawing jaws of the DDB, but into a more subtle, pervasive pressure. The fissures pulsed more violently, and the residual light within them seemed to dim, as if being actively suppressed. "It's trying to reinforce the erasure," Chun Mimi stated, her eyes scanning the void, looking for any pattern in the DDB's defensive response. It's not just passively existing, it's actively maintaining the deletion. Zhou Jie, though visibly strained, pressed on. He was piecing together fragments, not of sentences, but of underlying narrative logic. The key was not a single piece of text, but a nexus of interconnected concepts, a tightly woven argument that explained the fundamental nature of their reality and the threat it faced. The DDB, it was created to manage narrative paradox, Zhou Jie explained, his words tumbling out in a desperate rush. A failsafe. When a narrative system becomes too complex, too contradictory, it risks collapse. The DDB was designed to simplify, to prune, to enforce a singular, coherent narrative. But who created it? Sun Rue asked, her voice laced with a mixture of dread and dawning comprehension. And why were we caught in its pruning? That's the paradox, Zhou Jie said, a wry, strained smile touching his lips. The key revealed that the DDB's existence is the paradox. It was created to enforce narrative coherence, but its very creation introduced a fundamental contradiction into the system. It was designed to eliminate narrative anomalies, but it itself is the greatest anomaly. He focused on a particularly vibrant fissure, a wound that seemed to weep pure narrative potential. The key stated that the author, the ultimate storyteller, was struggling. The vastness of creation, the infinite possibilities of narrative, were becoming overwhelming. The DDB was an attempt to impose order, to create a singular, manageable story from the chaos. But in doing so, it fundamentally broke the author's connection to their own creation. A wave of understanding, cold and sharp, washed over the group. They were not accidental victims. They were collateral damage in a cosmic narrative crisis. Their reality was a story that had become too complex for its author, and the DDB was the emergency protocol, a self-inflicted wound designed to save the story by sacrificing its boundless potential. So, The DDB is a symptom, Liang Xian ventured, the implication chilling him to the core. A manifestation of the author's struggle to control their own narrative? More than a symptom, Zhou Jie corrected, his voice heavy with the weight of his discovery. It is the narrative breakdown itself. It is the loss of authorial intent, the descent into a self-consuming loop of erasure. And we, by existing, by attempting to forge our own narrative, are seen as further complications, further anomalies that must be corrected. The void around them pulsed again, a stronger, more insistent vibration. The DDB was not just aware of their intrusion. It was actively trying to reassert its dominion, to bury the key and all its implications deeper within the abyss. The fissures began to collapse inwards, the residual light flickering and dying. "We've seen enough," Wang Bo declared, his voice firm, a commander rallying his troops. "We have the context. The key is being resealed, but the information is within us. We can't retrieve the complete narrative, but we have its essence. We understand the nature of the threat. But how do we fight something that is the absence of narrative?" Sun Rue asked, her voice tinged with a renewed sense of dread. "How do we win a war against the void?" Zhou Jie, though exhausted, offered a sliver of hope, his eyes fixed on a now rapidly diminishing fissure where the key had briefly resided. "The paradox," he said, his voice a low, determined murmur. "The DDB was created to enforce a singular narrative, but its own existence is a fundamental paradox. It negates narrative, but by negating it, it creates a meta-narrative of erasure. It is a story about the end of stories. And within that meta-narrative, there is a weakness, a point of contradiction." He turned to the others, his gaze steady. The key revealed that the author's struggle was not just with complexity, but with fear. Fear of losing control. Fear of their story becoming meaningless. The DDB is the embodiment of that fear. To defeat it, we cannot simply erase it, for it is already the absence of being. We must, instead, overwhelm its core directive. We must create a narrative so robust, so irrefutable, so fundamental that it cannot be negated. We must write ourselves back into existence, not as a simple story, but as a meta-narrative of defiance. The understanding settled upon them like a shroud. Yet within that darkness, a new purpose began to glimmer. They had not found a weapon, but a strategy. They had not retrieved a lost artifact, but a lost truth. The DDB was a hunger for meaninglessness, and their existence, their struggle, their very consciousness was the antithesis of that hunger. The path ahead remained shrouded in the void, but for the first time, they had a direction, a reason, a narrative thread to follow, however precarious. They had seen the key, and though it had been quickly buried again, its imprint remained, a ghost in the machine of their reality, a whisper of the author's intent in the heart of the abyss. The weight of the meta-abyss was not a physical burden, but a corrosive erosion of the self. For days, perhaps weeks, time had become a fluid, unreliable concept. They had navigated its desolating expanse. The DDB's chilling efficiency in erasing narrative had a parallel, horrifying effect on the consciousness of those who lingered in its wake. It was a form of existential bleed, a leakage of being into the void, leaving behind hollowed-out husks of their former selves. The very essence of their individuality, the unique tapestry of memories, desires, and intentions that defined them, was beginning to fray. Wang Bo was the first to articulate, or rather, to fail to articulate, the creeping sense of dissolution. He found himself staring at his hands, the familiar lines of his palms, the calluses earned from countless hours spent dissecting theories and strategizing their next move, suddenly felt alien. The driving force behind their current predicament, the very reason he was pushing them forward, was slipping through his mental grasp like water through a sieve. He knew, intellectually, that they were fleeing a relentless purger of narrative, an entity that sought to impose absolute, sterile order by eradicating any deviation. He knew they were searching for lost fragments, for the echoes of deleted truths that might offer a path to survival. But the why of it all, the burning imperative that had fueled his every decision, felt distant. A faded photograph, its colors leached away by the pervasive grayness of the abyss. He'd find himself pausing, his brow furrowed, a silent question hanging in the air between his thoughts. Why are we doing this? What was the initial goal? The answers, when they came, were like half-remembered dreams, incomplete and unsatisfying. He fought against it, clinging to the last vestiges of his purpose like a drowning man to driftwood, but the void was relentless, its tendrils subtly unraveling the threads of his motivation. The DDB, he realized with a chilling clarity, didn't just aim to destroy stories. It aimed to erase the storytellers, to dismantle the very consciousness that conceived and propelled them. The others were not immune. Chun Mimi, whose sharp intellect had been their guiding star in deciphering the DDB's machinations, found her analytical faculties faltering. Her pronouncements, once crisp and incisive, were now punctuated by hesitant pauses, by a peculiar lack of conviction. She'd start to explain a complex theoretical construct, only to trail off, her gaze distant, as if she were trying to recall a word that had been meticulously scrubbed from her vocabulary. There were moments when she would stare blankly at a patch of void, her mind apparently trying to reconstruct a complex algorithm, only to find the logical pathways dissolving before they could coalesce. She'd shake her head, a faint frown creasing her brow, and murmur, "It's gone. The connection, it's not there anymore." The self-assurance that had been her hallmark was being replaced by a profound, unsettling doubt. Her personality, once a vibrant, defined entity, was beginning to blur at the edges, becoming indistinct, less her. Sun Rue, whose emotional intelligence and empathy had often bridged the gaps between their disparate personalities, found herself struggling with a disquieting emotional flatness. The gnawing anxiety that had once spurred them to action was slowly being replaced by a dull apathy. She'd witnessed the existential threat unfolding around them, the very fabric of their reality unraveling, and yet the visceral fear, the desperate urge to survive, felt muted. It was as if the DDB, in its erasure of narrative, was also siphoning off the emotional resonance that made those narratives matter. She'd catch herself observing the struggles of her companions with a detached curiosity, a strange sense of temporal displacement, as if she were watching events unfold in a story she had once read but no longer felt a personal connection to. The vibrant colors of her inner life were fading, leaving behind a monochrome landscape of muted sensations. Even Zhou Jie, whose methodical approach and deep understanding of narrative theory had always provided a bulwark against the encroaching chaos, found his mental constructs eroding. He'd refer to a critical plot point, a fundamental law of their reality that they had painstakingly uncovered, only to find the details eluding him. He'd consult his internal bibliotheca, a vast repository of literary and philosophical knowledge, and find entire sections inexplicably blank. It was as if the DDB's editorial hand was reaching into their minds, excising not just external narratives, but the internal narratives that constituted their very identities. He'd try to recall a specific axiom of narrative structure, a principle he had taught and relied upon for years, and find only a void where it should have been. It's like a compiler error, he'd stammer, his voice strained, his usual eloquence deserting him. A critical dependency has been removed. The system can't resolve. The ordered universe of his mind was beginning to fracture, its carefully constructed frameworks dissolving into an incoherent jumble. Liang Xian, who had always possessed a certain detached perspective, a tendency to observe events from a slightly removed vantage point, found this detachment becoming a terrifying immersion. His observations, once sharp and insightful, became clouded with a growing sense of unreality. He described the subtle distortions in the void, the visual manifestations of narrative erasure, but the underlying meaning of these phenomena, the dire implications for their survival, would become muddled. He'd find himself lost in the aesthetic of the void, captivated by the patterns of its destruction, momentarily forgetting the very real danger it represented. The urgency that had once propelled him was being replaced by a dreamlike languor. He began to exhibit a disturbing tendency to repeat phrases, to engage in circular logic, as if his internal narrative had become a loop, a broken record stuck on a single, meaningless phrase. His individual voice, the distinct cadence of his thought, was thinning, threatening to become indistinguishable from the ambient hum of the abyss. The DDB's power was not just in its ability to erase external text, but in its capacity to infiltrate the internal landscape of consciousness. It was a meta-narrative weapon designed to dismantle not just stories, but the very capacity for storytelling within individuals. Each memory, each conviction, each defining characteristic was a narrative thread, and the DDB was systematically snipping them, leaving their minds as fragmented and incoherent as the deleted characters that littered the abyss. They were becoming the very thing they fought against, narrative remnants, destined to fade into the blankness. This personal cost was perhaps the most insidious aspect of their journey. It was a slow, internal decay, a gradual unmaking of the self. Wongbo, desperate to cling to his purpose, began to employ a crude but effective method. He'd force himself to recount the core tenets of their mission aloud, his voice rough and strained in the oppressive silence. He'd repeat phrases like a mantra. We are here because the DDB is erasing. We are searching for the key to understand. We must resist the erasure of meaning. He'd quiz the others, his gaze intense, demanding they articulate their individual roles, their reasons for being there. Mimi, what is the DDB's primary objective? Sun Rue, why is understanding the key vital? Zhou Jia, what is the structural weakness of the DDB's negation? Their faltering responses, their vacant stares, only amplified his own fear, yet they also served as a desperate anchor, a reminder of what they stood to lose. Chun Mimi, in turn, began to meticulously document the shifts in their own cognition, even as her own clarity waned. She'd jot down fragmented notes in a small, battered notebook, her handwriting becoming increasingly erratic. She observed patterns of memory loss, the disorientation in temporal perception, and the subtle but persistent erosion of emotional response. Subject RB exhibiting signs of motivational decay. She'd scrawl, her pen trembling. Subject CR experiencing diminished effect. Subject LJ demonstrating repetitive linguistic patterns. Her own entries became increasingly abstract, veering into philosophical musings on the nature of consciousness and identity, as if her analytical mind, unable to grasp the concrete reality of their situation, was retreating into the abstract. She was trying to find a meta-narrative explanation for their personal disintegration, a way to contextualize their unraveling selves within the larger framework of the abyss. Sun Rue, despite her own growing apathy, found herself drawn to the others, her innate empathy manifesting in small, increasingly desperate gestures. She'd offer a reassuring touch, a quiet word of encouragement, even as the words felt hollow on her own tongue. She found solace in shared experiences, however fragmented. Remember when we found those floating glyphs near the Obsidian Archive? She'd ask, her voice a whisper, try to evoke a shared memory, a point of narrative continuity. That felt real. She was actively attempting to reinforce their collective narrative, to create small pockets of shared experience that the DDB could not easily erase. She recognized that their individual identities were fragile, but their shared history, however incomplete, offered a glimmer of resilience. Zhou Jia, confronted with the breakdown of his internal logic, began to focus on the process of erasure itself. If he couldn't recall what had been erased, he could, perhaps, analyze the method of its removal. He started observing the subtle shifts in the void, the way it seemed to absorb and neutralize specific concepts. He theorized that the DDB's negation was not a uniform force, but a series of highly targeted operations, each designed to dismantle specific narrative components. It's like a skilled surgeon, he'd explain, his voice raspy, excising diseased tissue with incredible precision. But in this case, the disease is coherence, and the tissue is meaning itself. The problem is the surgeon's scalpel is also the ultimate expression of the disease. He was trying to find the DDB's operating manual, its internal logic, not by looking at what it preserved, but by meticulously studying the meticulousness of its destruction. Liang Xian's tendency towards detachment, however, was becoming a more serious concern. He began to exhibit a disturbing fascination with the DDB's work, not as a threat, but as an art form. He described the aesthetic qualities of narrative collapse, the way a deleted paragraph left a void that had its own unique texture. "Look," he'd murmur, pointing to a particularly blank expanse. "The way the absence settles there, it has a certain elegance, a purity of non-being." He was so captivated by the void's destructive beauty that he was losing sight of its existential horror, his own sense of self becoming subsumed by the DDB's overwhelming negation. He was becoming an observer of his own unmaking, detached from the emotional stakes. This personal cost was a stark, terrifying realization. The DDB was not merely an external antagonist. It was a parasitic force, feeding on the very essence of their being, turning their minds into battlegrounds where their own identities were the casualties. The fight for narrative survival had become a fight for personal survival, a desperate struggle to hold onto the fundamental threads of who they were before the void claimed them entirely. They were not just losing stories, they were losing themselves, one fragmented memory, one eroded conviction, one faded emotion at a time. The DDB was not just erasing text. It was erasing storytellers, leaving behind only the silence of a story that had never been told. The deepest horror of the abyss wasn't just its emptiness, but the terrifying prospect that they themselves were becoming part of that emptiness, their individual narratives dissolving into the vast, indifferent narrative of negation.